Good evening. My name is Captain Logan. No, really, my parents named me that. I don't know what they were thinking. Tonight I'm going to embark on a perilous journey of precarious proportions. It will be painful. It will be pointless. It will be perfect. It's the season for the macabre and the unsettling. So naturally, for the next 24 hours, I'll be streaming the most heroic and uplifting material I could think of. I didn't plan out my weekends too well this month, but within the DC animated universe, or the Timmverse, or the Dini-verse, or the too bad this isn't remotely what the DCAU feels like verse, we're bound to find at least a few episodes that are shocking, bizarre, disturbing, or, at the very least, make us feel mildly uncomfortable. The 90s was a weird time, and these cartoons both got away with incredible feats of innovation and boundary pushing, and were also defined by the sensibilities and censorship practices of the time. Ooh, spooky! I will be watching myriad episodes chosen by you, the audience. There was a staggering response to my call for nominations, and I chose just one episode nominated by each viewer who replied. Some of you picked one episode. Some of you picked 5. Some of you picked 40. Thank you for the proposed menu, but I've cultivated a diverse selection from those suggestions. I'll do my best to get to all of them. Some of the best and most memorable episodes from Batman, Superman, Justice League Unlimited, Batman Beyond, and Static Shock are here. I know because I've seen them, except for Static Shock. This will be my first time ever seeing that show. Except for, maybe one time I don't remember. Others I've never seen, or not since they aired, and it'll be interesting to finally experience them. We'll also be watching a favorite episode from each of my co-hosts, who will be coming in to serve a shift with me throughout the day, and at least one or two of my favorites as well. And if there's time, we'll even pick some episodes completely at random. All of the shows we'll be watching today can be seen on HBO Max in the United States. Feel free to use your DVDs or Blu-rays instead, and I'll give everyone a couple minutes to find each episode. I won't be watching any episodes of the Zeta Project, as it's not widely available. That is a little-known Batman Beyond spin-off. I also won't be watching any episodes of Teen Titans or Young Justice or Green Lantern, the animated series, as none of those are in this same continuity. Now, I am not a DCAU expert. I wanted to do this to refresh myself on material I haven't seen in a long time, and to finally watch episodes our community has begged me to take a look at forever. At some point, I will finally see every single episode, and do top 10 lists on Superhero Rewind. This will be casual and not at all prepared analysis, but if anything close to an insight enters my brain, I will be sure to share it. I'm sure my co-hosts will have lots of those for us, and please don't hesitate to comment with information and opinions while you're here as well, of course, if you're watching this as we're broadcasting. I'm here mostly to learn and to dive back into a world I love but have never taken full advantage of. Occasionally, I'll take a 5 or 10 minute break, and I'll leave you with exciting chiptune music to listen to that has nothing to do at all with today's subject. Because I like it, and it's my show, and I'm fairly confident it won't get the stream copyright flagged. I'll be breaking the stream up into 3 videos so they can be archived, as YouTube only allows you to save a video up to 12 hours, and I don't want a chance being in the middle of a video at the 12-hour mark. So around 6 a.m., we'll move to a second stream. Me and the 3 people that are still watching. We'll be doing a couple of special activities during the marathon as well. At the end of the day, tomorrow night at 10 Central, I'll be drawing names for a raffle. Email me at the address in the description, and you'll be entered into the drawing. You don't have to be here at the end to win either. I'll let the winners know by email. 2 winners will get a Geekvolution t-shirt of their choosing on our TeePublic shop, and 1 winner will get the complete Batman animated series Blu-ray box set. Or I'll give you Batman Beyond or Superman if you already have one of the others. Every 6 hours, the top super chatter for that block of time also will get to choose a movie I have covered before on Superhero Rewind for re-review on the podcast. The only requirement is that it must be a film I haven't talked about in the unscripted format, and it must be a movie I have only dealt with once before so far. Next year, I will do an entire month of revisited rewinds picked by some of you today. So good luck if you're interested in that. Our first episode tonight was chosen by Austin, the Day Ghost, and he picked Moon of the Wolf from Batman the Animated Series. According to HBO Max, because their episode order is all messed up, it is Season 1, Episode 36. Austin is with us right now, even though you can't see him yet, and he'll be my right-hand man until the wee hours of the morning. So get your episode to timestamp 0, get ready to push play when I say now, and we will begin in just a couple of minutes. Welcome everybody to the DCAU, oh my god, 24-hour stream. Okay, so my music didn't work, but welcome everybody. How's it going, Austin?
I am good.
Welcome, thanks a bunch for being here overnight for the insanity that will be this. Austin and I usually do a broadcast Friday nights, and so this is pretty much normal for Austin, except for that 10 minutes of scripted material I just did. And then, after a while, we'll be going a lot longer than he's used to, and then we'll both start getting really, really tired, and then he'll get to go to sleep, and I won't.
The only thing is I will give you a little bit of a critique on your intro.
Oh, really? What's wrong with my intro?
So if you're going to do a big intro like that,
yeah,
you should do it in some sort of a weird accent, I feel like. Where, you could have been like, something a little like, good evening, everybody. We will be watching these DCAU shows. A little something like that. I don't know.
I just feel like that might have been awkward for like a whole 8 or 10 minutes. Like, with your intros for your Spooktober show, it's only like a couple minutes. It's not, the whole time. How distracting would that be? It's like, I didn't pick up on any of that information just now.
Oh, it would have been really funny. I would have laughed.
Well, anyway, yeah, I'm bummed out because I had a cool intro song there, and then I realized that because I'm having to split audio, it didn't work out. So I'm going to have to change my audio every time I go to break, and that's going to be kind of awkward. I don't know how exactly I'm going to handle this. But anyway, I'm sure there's going to be a little bit in the way of technical difficulties as we go along tonight, but hopefully it'll be minimal. Like I said, Moon of the Wolf is the first episode that we're watching, and I'm going to try really hard to keep everything on track here, because I don't have another person to, like, produce for me on my end. Austin, hopefully you can help me out keeping track of comments and things, but, like, I'm going to have to start the timer, and I'm going to have to remember to change the name of the episode every time, and I gotta keep track of what we've watched and everything. So anyway, if something doesn't change on your screen, folks, that it looks like it ought to be different, let me know. Don't worry about embarrassing me or anything. I can use everybody's help for this. We're going to watch a ton of episodes from the shows that I mentioned, and we're starting with some Batman. We're going to do a lot of Batman today, but more of it, believe it or not, is probably going to be from the new Batman adventures than anything, because I got lots and lots of requests for those, and because I've already done commentaries on a bunch of regular Batman animated series, and so when people gave me a list of a lot of episodes, I kind of ignored the ones that I've done before. But if you only asked for one episode and it was one we've done before, it is on the list. So we'll see a couple of those. And my favorite things, more or less, are probably that I'll pick will probably be from that show, just so that people get to see some of their favorite things. Because Austin, some of the big heavy hitters, of course, have been requested a lot, and some of those are my favorites too. Yeah. So, like, you might see Perchance to Dream today. That absolutely could happen. You might see Almost Got Him today. That certainly could happen.
That's what I want to see.
Well, then why didn't you pick it?
Because I was like, people probably picked that. I'll pick this one, because no one cares.
So why did you pick Moon of the Wolf? Is it so that it would feel more Halloween-y, despite what I just said?
Yeah, so you get some of that, and then I also, because I wanted to pick the Killer Croc episode, the first one, and then I went, like we covered that when we did the watch party on it, so I went, I'll go with this wolf episode, because I remembered it from when I was a kid, and it was like, I remember this episode being fun. I haven't seen it in years, so.
Yeah, this was always kind of a minor one for me. I don't remember it super well, even though I've done a commentary on it, but it's been a lot of years. So, well, let's go ahead and get into it, guys. Hopefully we've given you enough time to pull it up now that I've announced it. So, once again, on HBO Max, it's Season 1, Episode 36. Their stuff is in production, or pardon me, aired order instead of production order. But I'll be going with their numbers today. I think, mostly. Anyway, you should be able to find it. And... like I said, you'll be able to see the timestamp on the screen there, so you can sync up with us if you get off anywhere. And we're going to go ahead and just jump into it. Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now.
Here we go.
And Austin's excited because we did a test last night, and he had to watch the episode, the intro he doesn't like as much.
Yeah, there's this, like, everybody likes this intro more. And if you don't, then you're wrong.
You know, one thing I really miss, and I'm sure I'm going to say some things I've said in the past about the show. There's no way around it. I'm going to be doing this for 24 hours. And I'm sure I'll say some things I said on the last 24-hour stream where I did some TV and did some a bunch of TV and did some DCAU. But Austin, I miss the new Batman Superman Adventures intro. And I kind of lament the fact that there wasn't a new Batman Adventures intro by itself. Like, if you watched it for the new, for the Superman Batman Adventures, you got just that intro, whether you got a Batman or a Superman intro. When you watch it now, you end up with either of the two intros. It didn't have its own. It should have.
Because the art style is so differently.
Yeah. I don't like watching the original intro with that show. It doesn't fit.
No, and then you're like, oh, this is going to be way better than it actually will be.
Robert Wild, as good as this intro is, I do think we needed a change of pace after 65 episodes. That's fair, but I still prefer the original, certainly. Austin, how cool of a coup would it have been if they'd made another one like that?
Yeah, that could have been cool. I would have liked that over just a montage of just like episodes.
Well, you can see why, for the sake of branding, at that point they felt the need to say New Adventures of Batman and Robin. Like, Robin was in more of it. They were merchandising him pretty hard. Like, it would have been cool if they'd come up with an intro. I never thought of this before. They came up with an intro like the original, but it had Robin in it. You know, another like minute and a half silent film.
Yeah, that could have been cool.
Oh, look out! Here it comes. What is it with Austin and werewolves?
Well, we did Wolfman and Werewolf by Night
as a double feature, and now we could have tacked this on. It could have been a triple feature.
Well, yeah, let's just watch the Anthony Hopkins make after this.
Austin, I want to say and of course, like, lots of stuff from this show got an action figure, but I think this wolf character got a figure, maybe.
Oh, okay, cool. This is one of those ones that could go either way.
It does look really toyetic. I mean, it was maybe worth having a figure.
Yeah, he reminds me in the face a bit of Man-Bat, but obviously more wolf-like. But just in the design, I think it's a little similar.
That's true.
And I like their Man-Bat quite a bit. So.
Weirdly, I couldn't put my finger on it. I was like, this feels really similar to something else in the show. What is it? No, you're right. It does look a little bit like Man-Bat. I'm glad they weren't lazy, though, and they didn't use, like, the Man-Bat screech for the wolf.
That'd be really awkward for a wolf to start screeching like a bat, yeah.
I think he's even kind of got similar pants, yeah?
Yes, that's part of it, too. The big difference is, obviously, he's got, like, the wolf like main thing around his chest, and he doesn't have the wing hands.
Thanks for the super chat already, Tom. Appreciate it, man. $2 super chat. He says this stream is sponsored by Bang Energy and viewers like you. I've never,
is that a euphemism?
Never used Bang Energy. I've been on kind of an energy drink kick lately, though, and I need to get off of that, because I know those aren't the healthiest for you.
Yeah, I remember my mom used to drink 4 a day of Red Bull. And
Having
then she
said
heard about
that-
someone who had a heart attack, and she was like, okay, I'm done with that.
Having said that, I am going to drink a couple of those in sheet in order to make it through the day. But I'm going to wait until a little bit later. Vrazzy, that's a good question. Is Batman just hanging out in the park?
Yeah, that's what Batman does. I remember in Ultimate Spider-Man on Xbox, I'd play Venom, and all I would do is just go to Central Park and hide under a bridge, and then just like attack people that tried to cross the bridge. It was just like all I did as a kid.
And
So I
did,
thought it
did
was
you also
really
like sing
amusing.
Nirvana at them?
No. No, I would just yell that I'm a troll and then eat them.
Oh, I think my idea is better.
I don't know. What Nirvana song would I sing at them?
I don't know, the one from The Batman?
But I was Venom, though.
Oh, but you're under a bridge.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, why wouldn't I sing Under the Bridge by Red Hot Chili
Oh, you could have
Peppers,
sang
though?
that too. That's true.
Yeah.
That would be the other really good choice. That would be the actual good choice.
Yeah, that would make more sense. Arr. He's drilling pretty hard.
You know, now that you said that, I could have seen a follow-up where they had Man-Bat fighting this wolf guy.
If we had a monster fight episode, that would have been the greatest episode of all time.
That could have been cool. OEW says
It's
there's
crazy
already
that
buffering.
90s
Of course there's already
Spider-Man-
buffering. Naturally.
Yeah, of course. It's crazy 90s Spider-Man never did the werewolf episode with John Jameson.
Let me know, guys, if you're having a hard time hearing us as opposed to just seeing us, because if the visual is buffering, but you can still at least hear us, we'll be all right, I think.
Yeah, it won't be as bad.
Oh no, people are saying it's starting and stopping. That's unfortunate. We're off to a wonderful start, folks.
Beautiful,
We
beautiful.
tested this yesterday, and we were all right, but anyway, yeah, this one doesn't stick with me real hard. I actually don't remember much about what happens in this. But now
Oh my
there's
god,
weightlifting.
this gym is so of the time. Oh, yeah, I've always thought the werewolf guy looked really silly. I think he's a if I remember correctly. Yes, he does.
Are you mostly saying it's of the time because of like the lady's headband and the
When
like
you had
arm
them doing like
straps?
that stuff going down, it reminds me of the 190 Spider-Man episode opens with Mary Jane doing that, and it's so 90s.
Wow, that's such a typical personal trainer. She's way too excited about exercise.
Yeah, nobody likes exercising.
Run for fun! What the hell kind of fun is that?
Well, Batman's TV remote like shot a laser at his TV. Did you see that?
No, I missed it. I was
Yeah, you
reading
like hit a
comments.
button and a laser shot out to the TV to turn it off. I don't think that's how that works.
That's like overkill, really. You should be able to
Overkill?
see the signal.
No,
Was
it
it a
should be like
physical
overkill where it
laser that
shoots
turned off the
head off.
TV, or could you just see the signal?
Yeah. And he's making his old butler fix his car. What a jerk.
Yeah, why does he need Alfred to be a mechanic? Doesn't he have a mechanic? From that episode
I
called,
don't-
what's it called? The Mechanic?
Oh, that's right. I forgot that they did that.
Remember that? Harold, I think?
Yeah, I didn't remember that they adapted Harold. Like I know Harold from the comics.
See, I'm not an expert, but I know something. Oh wait, maybe it's not Harold. Because there's an episode with the Penguin with there's a black guy that fixes the car. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Oh, okay.
Where it gets totaled and he has to take it to him. And I think he is voiced by the actor's not coming to me right off. I'll think of it, but I think he's voiced by the guy who did Joseph Sisko, Sisko's dad in Deep Space Nine. I think that's who that is.
Oh, interesting. This guy's name's apparently Romulus, so
Senior Stick says
there's
Harold
another
built his
Trek
car.
reference.
Maybe there was both, or maybe the black guy was their version of Harold, but I don't think it was. I think that was a different character.
Yeah, because Harold's like a weird hunchback guy.
Spencer Nielsen comes in the chat. Thanks, Spencer. Good to see you, man. Puts in a $5 super chat. I'm keeping track of all the super chats, guys. And I've got alarms that will go off every 6 hours to remind me to count these up. And to let somebody pick a rewind. This episode would be 10 out of 10 if the Curse of the Wolf theme played.
I also would have given it a 10 out of 10 if they played Werewolves in London.
Ooh.
I just remembered this. I almost brought a Chinese menu for when we did that double feature, and I forgot. And I just remembered that I forgot that, and I wish I did that.
Wait, what now?
Like a Chinese menu.
Oh, that would have been great.
You know, because I saw a werewolf with a Chinese menu. But I forgot.
No.
I forgot to do that.
You've been, we don't have the best connection. You've cut in and out for me just a little bit, and every now and again I'll miss a word. And what it sounded like you said was you almost got a Chinese menu from that stream, and I was like, when did we have a Chinese menu? Wow, that guy is intense. Look at his face.
I punch walls like that so often. You have no idea.
And yet none of these guys really stick with me after this. They're a little generic.
I feel like this guy's in another episode, or at least like someone that looks like him is.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. I don't know if it's the same character or not. Did he work for Rupert Thorne, maybe?
I think so.
Werewolves of Gotham. Yes, Senior
guy's
Sticks,
so
this is
orange.
indeed a 24-hour stream. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And I know it says part 1 in the title, and that's because I'm breaking it up into 3 separate videos. But never fear, it will all be within the same 24 hours.
Don't fear the Reaper.
Slipmaker, I'm joining this while running on 3 hours sleep from last night myself. Godspeed, you absolute madmen. Well, I really appreciate Austin, and I don't want to take anything away from him, but I'm definitely crazier than he is today. Because he's not here for the long haul.
When I was hoping to be, but it just came at the wrong time.
I'm sorry about that, man.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
I wish I could have moved it. What's with his eyebrows?
The werewolf guy?
He's got a unibrow.
No, I was saying that earlier. That's part of why I like this episode.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've missed like half of what you've said the stream already. You're coming in clearer now.
Oh, okay. Well, that's at least good.
Senior Sticks, never trust anyone named Dr. Milo.
Yep. That is true. Or Romulus. If their name's that, don't trust them. That
at
or
least
if
he's
they
not
play,
also...
like,
at least the other guy's not
throwing
called Remus.
discs.
That'd be a little on the nose. Sorry, what?
Said that or if they throw discs like that. I don't trust people that frisbee.
Well, I think that's just discus. I think that's just how you have to throw it, Austin, for that.
Yeah, I don't
particular
trust
sport.
people that do it, though.
Do you also
It's like
not trust
power walking.
people
If
that
you power
pole
walk, you're an
vault?
instinct person.
Okay, does that girl wish she was Harley Quinn, or does she wish she was Andrea Beaumont? You be the judge.
I think just all blonde women look the same. And as the son of a blonde woman, I will make that statement.
Alone. He seems like he belongs in a different show. He's also lucky that that guy got up from that. Even the way we're animating this werewolf transformation in the camera angles is kind of similar to Man-Bad.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, he looks like Puma right now, the Spider-Man villain.
This is awkward, right? Where he's got wolf hair that's the same color as his regular skin?
When it's already weird because he's like orange in the first place. But now he just became Puma.
That's awkward. He doesn't have body hair. He's just a man with, like, hairlines coming out of his skin. It's weird.
No, he just has skin that's, like, pointed out.
Romulus wild. This might be a hot take, but I'm glad Romulus exploded. What do you have against the Romulans? You just hate the Romulans? I mean, there's things to have against the Romulans, of course, but like, I don't hate them enough to want to see their whole planet blow up.
The only good Romulan is a dead Romulan.
Just
what I
don't tell me
say.
it didn't happen. I was there. Spider-Fan said that chick looked like Margot Robbie. I don't disagree, because I immediately went, oh, she's kind of Harley Quinn. But then I don't think their Harley Quinn looks like Margot Robbie, so...
Like I said, just all blonde women just kind of look similar.
I don't want to spend this entire stream just pointing at weird things and going, that's weird, but that giraffe, or pardon me, that elephant was very strangely colored. That's not what elephants are like.
Harvey Bullock's just hanging out at a zoo.
Just like Batman was hanging out in the park.
I just like to imagine that Harvey Bullock likes to take in the sights.
Well, he's investigating. Slipmaker, any thoughts on Gotham Knights seemingly getting a bad reception on release? Usually the Arkham games were known for their villain rosters, but I know nothing about the Gotham Knights baddies. I'm hearing enough not great things that I want to wait a while before I even consider getting that, because I don't even have a new console to play it, so it would have to be a system seller, unless I play it way down the line after I get a system, but, like, it probably won't be too long before that goes down to, you know, $20, $30, so...
Yep.
Maybe I don't need to pay $70 for that. But yeah, what have you heard about it, Austin?
Yeah, I heard it was amazing. The ending was spoiled for me yesterday, and it made me laugh. I was like, that's probably not good stuff.
I'm sorry, Austin, I missed some of that.
Oh, no, I just said the ending was maybe laugh.
Oh, that's so weird. Like half your words are gone.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening.
Is it that way for everybody in the stream, or is it just that you're only getting?
I would assume it must be, but like it doesn't even seem like a connection issue. It's like your mic's cutting out or something.
Is there maybe an issue with just like the audio setup? Because I'm also getting your like episode audio. So
you know what? Yeah,
maybe
well,
like
you're getting that because when I screen share, I usually give you my my audio from the computer so you can hear the lead-in music.
Yeah.
So that's probably what caused that. So yeah, that might actually have something to do with it, believe it or not.
Oh, okay.
I'm glad you said something. Anyway, so this episode...
Oh, I gotta zoom in again. Sorry, what were you saying?
Okay, so... Can you hear me?
Yep.
So that wolf howl that time actually sounded like it was combined with the man-bat sound.
Oh, I didn't get that. That's funny.
It was weird. It was kind of creepy, too. So I'm sorry, Austin. Nobody else heard you earlier either. So one more time, would you say what you've heard about Arkham Knights? Austin Knights.
Oh, yeah. I just heard it wasn't great, and then the ending was spoiled for me, and I just went like, "Oh, that doesn't sound very good."
Oh, okay.
So,
Senior Sticks, did Batman fight a mummy? I don't remember an episode in this show where Batman fights a mummy. I'm sure it's happened in comics.
well, there's that Elseworld. It's like Batman Haunted Night, I think, where it's like Batman, but he lives in a supernatural world. That was one of my first Batman comics.
Oh, interesting. I've never read that.
Yeah, back before you had me on the channel, I was actually considering doing that for a request.
Well, maybe you could put it on our list at some point.
I could, yeah. The big thing I remember from that is that their version of the Joker is the Frankenstein monster, and he has the head of Thomas Wayne. And it's like,
AMC Comics says in the episode Avatar, he fights a mummy. I don't remember that.
I don't remember that episode.
And the later ones that we never got to on Bat Chat, because we never finished that series, some of those I've only seen like the one time when I was a kid. It's even possible there's one or two I've never seen, but I kind of don't think so. I think I've seen every episode of the show.
Yeah, no, I feel like
Batman's gonna have the high ground. Sorry, what?
I've seen at least like the first maybe 2 seasons like a million times, and then some of the later stuff not as much, because I feel like I always start it and then there's a drop off point where I kind of fall off.
Nicholas Monte says Gotham Knights is basically Batman Bad Blood, though. Oh, that's unfortunate. Also, how much in the way of RPG elements does that game actually have? Because I keep seeing it described as action RPG, which the Arkham games I never saw described as.
Well, because I don't really know. I think I've heard that it has like the number hits when you hit people, but like almost every action game at this point has RPG elements. Even Arkham with just like upgrading and stuff, but
yeah, but nobody ever described those that way.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it's interesting if they changed enough about the gameplay or something about the mechanics of it where they felt the need to finally start to call it that.
I will never forget. Everybody was going like, "Oh, there's going to be a new Batman game. It's going to be about the Court of the Owls." And I was like, "Well, I don't love the Court of the Owls, but I'm down for a new Batman game and a new take that's not Arkham. I'm excited for this."
Yeah.
And then they did Fandom, and people went, "Oh, they finally announced that Batman game." And I was like, "Heck yeah!" And I click on it, and it's Gotham Knights. And I click on it, opening scene, Batman's dead. It's the sidekick story, and I was like, "Oh, yeah, I don't care about this." And it looks like it could have just been a sequel to Arkham Knight.
Yeah, I would say this. I don't mean to be too much of a stickler for continuity and stuff, but if it's made by a team that's worked on that stuff and it looks that much like an Arkham game, and like the character models and everything look kind of Arkham-y, and it's set in a future where Batman is dead, I don't understand why it's not Arkham, and that really is distracting to me.
Well, I was just ready for just a new Batman in games. Like I would have been fine if we completely ditched the Arkham.
Oh no, same
game
here.
mechanics.
But the problem with doing a future thing, getting rid of Batman, and it's not Arkham, is that now I've got to like readjust and imagine this world that I never saw Batman in.
Mm-hmm.
Deal with that world without Batman. It's so counterintuitive. Like, it's really awkward.
Mm-hmm. No, I saw the opening, and the opening does admittedly go like, "No, this is not Arkham, and this is why," and it moves forward.
Okay,
but
well, I mean that's good.
So that's at least something. But
does it still feel like it couldn't have been Arkham?
with that opening, it couldn't have been Arkham.
Okay.
But I also wouldn't be shocked if premise-wise they started with that and then moved forward and decided it would be its own thing.
So Austin, well, and that's the story for so many like DC direct-to-video animated movies. Like this was going to be in this continuity, and then we got halfway through making it, and then we decided it wasn't going to be anymore. Maybe that happened with this.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked.
We didn't talk a ton about that episode as we were watching it. It's fun for almost said nostalgia. I don't have a lot of nostalgia for that episode. It's fun for atmosphere and stuff certainly, and I get why Austin really enjoys that episode. Once we got on Man-Bat, I started feeling like it was really derivative.
I mean, yeah, it's basically the same thing. I can tell why I liked that as a kid. We were talking over it, obviously, so I wasn't paying super close attention, but that was still pretty cool. It's just... Wait a minute, is the other professor guy... No. I was going to say, is he in the Man-Bat episode? But no, the other professor's just the old man.
Yeah.
It's not this guy.
I don't think that guy is also there.
No, he's not.
You know what? I think that character might be... We're really on about this. I think that character actually might be in the Catwoman episode where she transforms into a cat person.
Oh, God.
But I can't...
Possibly.
But I can't remember. Daniverse says the script is a mess. I think he's talking about for Arkham Knights.
Gotham Knights?
Or for Gotham Knights. I can't keep track of all the Knights and the Arkhams and the Gothams and the...
What's the deal with Knights?
In my defense, there's so many of these words in these titles now. Like...
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to start... Well, let me think for a second. Do I want to go to a viewer request right away, or should I go ahead and throw in one of mine?
Do as your heart desires.
Okay, I think we should reward the folks that jumped on right straight at the beginning. We have a pretty decent crowd right now, and go ahead and do one of the big heavy hitter episodes from Batman Animated Series, and then we'll jump to a different show. I want to do one of my favorite episodes from this show. And when I did the top 10 years ago for Superhero Rewind, I always said my favorite episode was Perchance to Dream. And I think it still kind of is, but there's one that, like, fights with it all the time. And that is The Man Who Killed Batman. Oh boy, do I love that episode.
That is a great episode. It is a great one.
And so, yeah, let's do that. Why the heck not?
You know, I almost picked I've Got Batman in My Basement, and then I decided you'd just be mad at me if I did that.
Is that... Did you want to do it just to torture everyone, or do you actually like that episode? Or are you like the one person on the planet?
No, I just thought it'd be funny because that episode's bad. I also considered doing the Underdwellers. Because the Underdwellers is like a weird one that it's the Underdwellers, and I forgot the name of it, but it's the one where Bruce Wayne gets kidnapped by that, like... I think they're like kidnapping homeless people, and he's got gray hair, and
that was weird.
Yeah, those two episodes were on the DVD I had as a kid.
I think someone actually tried to request Underdwellers, but I ended up grabbing one of the other episodes on their list, so we dodged the bullet there.
No, I want to do Underdwellers. That episode's really funny.
Man Who Killed Batman is on HBO Max season 1, episode 49, and I'll give everybody a minute or two to pull it up. So, guys, we're going to have some downtime in between episodes.
Oh, The Forgotten. Thank you, Daniverse. That's what it's called. No, Underdwellers, I think, is really funny because, like, they meet a child and everybody goes, "It's a leprechaun."
Boy, I remember finding that episode really disturbing, but I don't remember a ton about it right now.
Yeah, then the main villain just straight up is Captain Hook.
You killed Captain Hook!
You killed Captain Hook. Okay, oh, no, it was that episode, right? Where we got the leaked Tim Curry audio?
Yeah, it was.
Can we get the leaked audio of him yelling, "You killed Captain Clown, please"?
And that was actually what I was trying to play a cover of the music from that episode, actually, for the lead-in music.
Okay, yeah.
I'll go ahead and play that now so you guys can hear some of it. It's cool. It's from a channel called Bread Hinge, and it doesn't have a lot of views, so I wanted to give this guy some love.
We are giving you love, sir.
You're not going to be able to hear this real well because I had to take your audio off. But...
What?
Everybody else will. What?! But yeah, that's pretty nice. He did a good job on that. Okay. So, Man Who Killed Batman, probably my favorite guest star in this series, and I'm really biased because he is in my favorite episode of Batman, or pardon me, of Star Trek: The Next Generation, because he played Berlinghoff Rasmussen in A Matter of Time. Everybody should see that episode. Anyway, let's go ahead and Matt Frewer. Let's go ahead and watch this episode. Are you ready, Austin? Do you have it rigged up to timestamp 0?
Yep.
Okay, folks. Everybody, please press play.
Oh.
I'm sorry, what?
No, we're good. We're good.
Huh?
I hit it too early, so I had to pause quickly. So I was like, oh, God.
Slipmaker, I put the link to that guy's channel in the description so that you can find it. I'm glad I played it somewhere. Okay, everybody, please press play right now. And this episode, of course, has Mark Hamill's probably most famous line in the show, I'd say, Who's for Chinese?
Who's for Chinese.
And he's gone on record to say it's his favorite line in the show.
I mean, yeah, it's amazing. And Harley's playing the kazoo. It's the only time the kazoo has ever been tolerable.
That's really funny.
I remember once I was filming a video with some friends, and they showed up and they had a big bag of kazoos, and they were like, "We can use these for our video," and I was like, "No, just no." And then we're like getting ready, and one of them's just like playing his kazoo over and over. He's like while we're all setting up, and then like 20 minutes into this, I just grabbed the bag and I threw them all in the trash.
Oh, I missed the timer. I'm sorry, and there's no way to jump it ahead either. See, it's hard to keep up with everything. I guess we're just not going to have it for this episode. Sorry about that, guys. If anybody needs a timestamp, ask me, and I'll try really hard not to do that again.
I'm sure it'll happen throughout the day.
It probably
it's
will.
Okay.
This has some of Shirley Walker's best music. Opening with this really grand organ music for a story that feels huge at the start and is really just this like small story about this guy that wants to be a top dog in the mob world. It's wonderful. Like the way it blends comedy and drama and is so insanely atmospheric, but is also kind of a goofy story too. It's great. It's great. How do you get such a cinematic piece out of this concept?
Well, and we also, like, that newspaper was allowed to say Batman slain. If it were Marvel, it would be Batman destroyed.
No, what an evocative way to open an episode, of course, you know? And especially in the 90s, it was real novel to be like, oh no, maybe your superhero's dead. And, like, you know, you're not going to kill off Batman in, like, you know, the show where Batman's name is in the title. But then there's always, as a kid, a part of you that's like, okay, but I'm still curious to know what this feels like, and I want to at least feel like maybe it's possible he was dead for a few minutes.
Well, let me throw this at you. What if the man who, like, this man who killed him in this episode, what if his name was Corey, and then he then became Batman?
Oh. And then at the end we make sure and kill both of them off so the fans won't be upset that we...
Yeah.
Had a new version of Batman that just went off by himself?
Yeah, exactly. Rupert Thorne finally kills Batman.
I also found this episode just, like, surprisingly plausible.
Yeah, it's not super crazy. 'Cause I feel like we've done a lot of episodes, or not episodes, but like a lot of Batman stories that are kind of like this, where Batman dies and then he's not ever really dead. But this is one of the better ones. Like, I always think of Going Sane, that Joker book.
Yeah, good call. Do you like that story? Because I always have.
I read it when I was 13, and I remembered liking it there, but there was stuff in it that I was like, this is kind of weird. But I remembered really liking it, so...
Some people really don't like that story, and
I
haven't talked about it in a long time. I think I reviewed it once, but I haven't read it in a long time.
I'm not even entirely sure if I would like it now. Like, it's hard to say. But I liked it at the time. There's almost an element of
backwards
Killing Joke here too, right?
Can I set it for, like, where we're at right now, maybe? I'm not gonna mess with it.
That shot of Batman shooting his grapple gun's really great.
I'm not with you right off. What is reminding you of Killing Joke about this episode?
Just that initial moment where, like, you had the guy who's not a mobster that's being brought in with the mobsters.
Oh, sure. Yeah, good call.
Not the episode entirely, just that moment.
Yeah. But, like, there's just images and, like, tonal stuff that remind you of things you've seen.
Just kind of reminiscent of, you know, Joker being used by the mobsters.
Daniverse loved that shadow shot. I mean... Yeah,
it was so good.
Every other shot in this episode is amazing and makes it feel like they spent, like, you know, half a year on just this episode. And there's several we could say that about, but I've always felt like that with this one.
So, Cap, how would you feel if tomorrow they announced Sid the Squid, the Matt Reeves movie, to tie into the Batman?
I mean, I wouldn't get excited about it because it would be hard not to feel like it's just crazy oversaturation. Now let's just give everybody a movie. But like Matt Reeves would make that announcement. That's a Sony announcement, right? Like
That's a Sony announcement,
they'll
yeah.
call it a spin-off, but we've never seen him before.
We announced the man who killed Batman in a universe without Batman.
Spider fans, that's amazing. So I have a movie called The Man Who Killed Batman. It opens with Batman slain, and then right underneath that, who the heck is Batman?
This guy's dead. I don't know who he is.
That's what we know about him. He's dead.
Look, I know two things about this man. He's a bat and he's dead.
I love the fire effects with the glisten off of people in this episode. That's a thing that always really stuck with me. I've seen this particular episode far too many times, by the way.
They do that in the cop episode, right? Where it's like the three cops telling the story.
Yeah.
There's a big thing with fire in that.
That's true. I mean, there's several places in the show where we do that kind of effect.
Oh, of course.
AMC, I wonder if Cap's enjoyment of this episode has to do with his love for World Without Superman aspect of Death of Superman. Absolutely, yeah.
No, Cap's just a really big fan of Rupert Thorne. So he's like, oh, I get so much Rupert Thorne in this episode.
Well, there's a lot of, like, kind of mythos from the perspective of criminals in the show about, like, the cowl. You know, like, got, like, Cape and Cowl conspiracy with the guy that, like, is obsessed with just getting his hands on the cowl.
There's Bluto from Popeye. Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's just a great image of the cowl on the chair.
Yeah.
But, so if we do...
And he's clearly not remotely worthy of it, but everybody's buying it.
So if we do Matt Reeves, Sid the Squid, what actor would play Sid the Squid? I think it's unfortunate. If you did it like 5 years ago, it should have been Gilbert Godfrey. But
well, if you did it back when this episode came out, you cast the same actor. Like Matt Frewer would have still been perfect for it.
Yeah, but we don't have the Matt Reeves verse then. We
That's true. That's true. But like now, I'm not totally sure who you'd go to. I'm trying to think of somebody like really scrawny like that.
You know who it would end up being?
And scrawny.
Because, yeah, you know who it would end up being because like the world hates us is it'd be Patton Oswalt.
Oh no! See, now I never want to see that character ever adapted.
Yeah,
that's exactly who it would be, right?
That's exactly who it would be.
And if this was, I'm trying to think of his name. If this was any other show, the obvious voice actor that you go to for Sid the Squid is the guy who voiced Raphael in the 87 Turtles and like 6,000 in Arthur and the Tick and like 6,000 other characters, right? Like that's the obvious voice. They went to Matt Frewer. Like they do so many like not initially voice actors with the show, and not because they're popular actors, but just because they're right for roles and they bring something different to it.
Yeah, if it wasn't him, we could have had Gilbert Godfrey. He's in Superman. So
well, that's true.
I just want Gilbert Godfrey to yell that he killed Superman.
Robert Wild, Keira Knightley, she's got range.
She was like a fetus when this came out, though.
AMC Jason Alexander, yeah, but everybody we're thinking of like 20 years ago. Yeah, Rob Paulson, thanks. Welcome, folks, if you're just tuning in. Sorry about the timestamp currently on the screen. I'll make sure and start it next episode. Check the description for cool things that we're doing this evening, and feel free to ask me any questions there in the comments. I had to open with a lengthy diatribe that I scripted about everything that's going on. So if you're so inclined, you can go back to the very beginning of the stream and listen to that, and you'll be caught up and know what we're doing.
I really like that Harley line where she goes, "I think I served you a subpoena
It
once."
was a very
It was a small
small
subpoena.
subpoena. Yeah, she's great.
Well,
This is one of the better Harley episodes too.
Arlene Sorkin's the only Harley I really like. Like, she's wonderful, and then every other Harley I don't like.
There are places where I like Tara Strong, and I still stand by that. But I but I also feel like she would be the first person to admit that she's kind of just trying to do Arlene Sorkin much of the time. Like I like her like earlier stuff that she did with that character. Like later on, she gets a little bit too wild with it. But
Yeah, I really don't like Tara Strong's Harley.
but I'm also
But
biased.
I
I just like
also
Tara,
don't like
Tara Strong in
anybody.
general.
Well, I like Tara Strong too. Like, she's a great actress. It's just, like I said, I don't really like any Harley. It's outside of Arlene Sorkin.
Vrazzy raises a
But I
good
always find
point.
hers annoying.
Do people not know Harleen Quinzel as Harley Quinn? I mean, it's a comic
I've
book
always
universe
had that.
where if the Superman glasses thing works.
Well, and it's almost weirder, but it's like a throwaway, like, don't worry about it thing where Bullock kind of recognizes her. But I don't know if that makes it better or worse.
The one thing animation-wise that's off with this episode is Joker's face. And it's hard to watch this episode and not complain about that.
I mean, I'll take it over the second Joker design.
Oh, I totally agree with you. Yeah. And I wonder if maybe it wouldn't have seemed as off-model when this came out, because I don't remember how many Joker episodes had aired by then. I don't know where
Quite
this
a
was in
few.
aired order. Well, I say that. I guess we do. It was 49, so we would have seen quite a few Joker episodes before this.
Well, in the second one, oh no, because that's production order. I don't know.
Yeah. The first one aired, I think, was Christmas with the Joker, was it not?
No, wasn't it Cat in the Claw Part 1?
No, I mean the first Joker episode aired.
Oh, sorry. That's the first production Joker episode, so maybe?
Maybe, I'm not sure. Yeah. I mean, I guess we can look.
Because I think production-wise it's that, and then the Captain Clown episode.
Yeah, that guy...
And then the birthday one, I think.
Yeah, I'm always back and forth on that one.
Oh, on whether you like that or not?
Yeah.
Oh, that episode, like, say what you want about quality, but that has one of his best, like, Hamill's best line deliveries is in that birthday episode.
Yeah, Christmas with the Joker... Well, no, that's production order. Not air. Hold on, I'm looking for the aired order.
Discuss. Apparently, it's Joker's favor. Discussing topics of importance and
okay, that's weird. I love that guy's YouTube handle. By the way, he requested an episode. We'll do one of his later on today.
Cool.
But anyway, I'm sorry. Oh, he mentioned Joker's favor. Yeah. Oh, that's weird. That's a weird one to start with.
It is, but that is a great episode. Because production-wise, there's not a lot of great Joker episodes for a bit. But like I said, that birthday one, well, yeah, like kind of whatever, has I think one of his best line deliveries where he's talking to the kid and he's like, "Find somebody's act that you like, and then steal it."
Yeah, that's okay.
I can't do it, but the way when he does it, it's really funny.
I think the one,
or no, it's I can't remember what it is. But
I think probably the best episode they possibly could have, of the few that they had made already, that they could have aired first, would have been Captain Clown. Last Light. I think that's a really good introduction to their version of this character, because there's nothing to that plot. He's just doing something nuts, and he's really menacing, and like everything he's doing is for no good reason.
Mm-hmm.
Here he's very motivated because he didn't get to kill Batman, and he can't deal with that. And I love that this show is early enough that we're not too horribly pretentious yet about the yin yang Joker thing, the two sides of the coin bit. Like, it's there, but we really simplify it down to its brass tacks. It's not you know, a dog chasing its tail and like constantly analyzing itself about that, like everything does now.
It's not like literally every single Batman and Joker story at this point.
Yeah. That's one of the things that did drive me nuts about Arkham Origins.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think that's one of like everybody's big complaints with that. And I don't even care as much about the Black Mask thing. Like, that does suck, but
Yeah.
they don't even really use the 8 Assassin plot for all it's worth. Like,
No, and then it's just got massive prequelitis, where it's
Yeah.
like everything about that relationship happens in about 12 hours.
yeah. Yeah, and then we have to do Bane and give like an origin for why he's Arkham Bane.
Robert Wild says this is the best funeral ever. I think this is a lot of people's favorite scene in this entire show. It's definitely way up there for me. That's the weirdest Joker face in the whole episode.
See, I've never really
And
thought
that
about
box
his
there.
facial animation. But
It's pretty strange.
I threw the man over there. I threw the box over there.
I also think it's kind of interesting that Joker decides to use a vat of acid, as if there's anything poetic about killing the man who killed Batman with the thing that made you yourself. Like,
Mhm.
I like that he's still trying to negotiate as he's about to go in acid.
He also looks like he's going into like bubbling fried chicken grease.
This is actually just a Kentucky Fried Chicken factory.
This is actually what Colonel Sanders' funeral looked like.
Oh no, don't say that. No.
Hey, he was buried with 11 herbs and spices, so it's okay.
Stop it.
Hey, in my defense, 98% of the population don't realize he was a real person at this
No,
point.
that's true. And that company is crass enough to, like, make a human cartoon out of him in their advertising now.
They made a dating sim where you can date Colonel Sanders.
They did... Really?
Yeah,
They
it's
did
really
DC
weird.
comic crossovers with him in The Flash and stuff.
They also did like a Lifetime movie that was like a romance movie starring Colonel Sanders. KFC's a stupid company.
Discussing topic says, it's boiling acid! That's obligatory, but it must be said.
My hearing aid!
He sounds a little bit like Matt Frewer's performance here.
That's what works about it.
What
yeah,
we
it's-
need,
it's similar voice.
Austin, forget what you said earlier about the Sid the Squid spinoff. We need like a buddy cop movie with those two characters, with like the hearing aid guy and
That
Sid
guy
the
would
Squid.
not be in the Matt Reeves universe. That guy would show up and get shotgunned in the face instantly, and he would deserve it.
My shoes are... Sid the Squid has exactly the hat that the '89 Joker action figure came with.
Oh, really?
It looks exactly like that hat.
Oh, that's awesome.
AMC
Yeah, 'cause
says
I guess he has a hat in that movie.
he doesn't wear it a lot.
No, but there is that shot where he like pulls it off. So it is like a thing.
Yeah, is he wearing it when he kills Boss Grissom and like
That's
takes it
the shot I'm
off?
talking about. Like he
Okay.
comes in and he pulls it off, and then he walks into the
And then he's
light.
got a different costume later where he's also got a hat, I think. Right? When he's got the pinstripes, I think he's got a hat there. Oh, look at the soft focus. It's so cool. I know I keep saying like best and favorite and stuff with this episode, but like there's a reason I'm showing this. The organ version of Shirley Walker's theme is amazing.
Okay, so
And
in
I
the
love that
last
she's
episode,
wheeled in enough not to take a thing that's that cool and just use it constantly. Like, you want more of it, and then you go, nah, it works because she's not overdoing it.
yeah. So in the last episode, we saw Batman go to a gym, and now it makes sense because Batman just with one hand picked up a really fat man and threw him across the room.
Yeah, he had to.
Well, in this version of Batman's like pretty big, like bigger than we typically make Batman, I feel like.
Well, he's so big that that the bat on his chest is way too tiny.
Because he almost in a way feels like a younger version of the Dark Knight Returns Batman, just in terms of size.
One thing I also really appreciate of this episode is that it doesn't feel the need to fall back on the old gem the show sometimes goes to of the guy that Sid has been talking to the whole episode is not Rupert Thorne, but is in fact Batman. They could have done that.
That would have been rough.
Well, they do it a couple times in the show, and it always works okay. Like, everybody...
I just feel like in this context, it would.
Everybody loves the Croc thing. He even does it once with Hugo Strange.
Yes. Does he?
Yeah, there's an episode where we think it's Hugo Strange, and he pulls off a mask, and it's Batman. I think.
Well, because Hugo Strange is only in one episode.
Maybe it's not Hugo Strange. You know what? I think maybe it's Man Who Killed Batman. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. And that guy.
That's this episode.
What's that? Sorry, not Man Who. Cape and Cowl Conspiracy.
Oh,
maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Because there's a doctor guy in that I always thought should have been Hugo Strange, but wasn't.
Yeah, I've always felt like.
I'm going to do nothing but make mistakes today, by the way, guys, because I'm so rusty on all of this. This is why I'm doing this. So in case you happen to pop in and you're new to the channel, or you ever heard me talk about DCAU very much, and you're like, why is this Joker talking about DCAU? It's because I miss it, and I haven't done enough of this in a long time.
No, I've always felt like they should have used Doctor Strange, Hugo Strange, more than they actually did. We didn't even get like the Monster Men or anything. Like, there's some really classic Hugo Strange stuff that we never touched with this. And I mean, they do adapt some of the Englehart Hugo Strange with his one episode, and that's a big inspiration on the show.
Yep.
So at least we got that. But
it is surprising that they didn't bring him back after that, though. I always forget he's only in the one episode. I guess I thought he was in more, but I mean, you're right.
Yeah, we don't even get the moment where he's a ghost and he flies at Rupert Thorne and chokes him to death.
T Production says, I felt like they should have used Hugo Strange at least 5 more times.
I agree, but no more.
He probably should have been around about like a Ra's al Ghul or something.
There should have been an episode where Hugo Strange is cured, and then he's like, I'm fine now. And he goes around, and then he's like, you know what, I'm going to be evil. Another one of those episodes.
Well, and I would have loved to have seen this show go far enough to do the whole Hugo Strange. He's so obsessed with Batman, he kind of like wants to be Batman, which is like maybe like mildly touched on, as obsessed as he is in the one episode we see with him. But I always really like the kind of twisted image of Hugo Strange putting on a Batman costume, and I would have loved to have had that in this show.
I'm gonna guess if they're like, just by the animation look or like the design look that we've seen of Cape Crusader, I'm guessing that Hugo Strange like has to be a villain in that first season.
He could even be the Big Bad or something.
That'd be awesome. I would love that.
That looks.
I don't know if.
That looks like the kind of show that would do a lot of mad science.
No, I really want to see that show do stuff like Mad Monk or Dr. Death. You know, just characters like that were like old school Batman villains that don't really show up in any adaptations.
Let me announce real quick what the next episode is going to be, Austin, before we talk
Let's
anymore. Let's go to a viewer request. We're going to go to... I'm just going to do these more or less in the order that I see them here. So we're going to jump around all over the place. We could even end up watching episodes that... like after episodes that they inform, like that could happen, but this is going to be kind of all over the place. We're going to start now with a request from that KONNOR guy and go to Justice League Unlimited Season 2. So we're going to go way late now. And he wanted Double Date, which is the 6th episode of that season.
Is this unlimited? That is unlimited. Ooh, episode what?
Episode 6 of season 2 of Justice League Unlimited.
What did you say it was called again?
It's called Double Date. I'm going to write
see,
it on the screen here.
No, but it's called Dead Reckoning here, so I'm going to have to find...
See, the nice thing with HBO Max is I can just search it out in the search bar and it comes up with it pretty quick.
That is way nicer. Okay, let's see.
Sorry if I got the number wrong or if it's just not in the same order of whatever you're using. Austin's using a different streaming service because it's somewhere else. It's on a different service in Canada.
Yeah, it's a add-on for Amazon that I'm using it on. I just don't see it. Hold on, let me...
Well, we'll give you a couple minutes because everybody else has got to pull it up as well. Spider-Fan JLU was big on the question. T-Production says the question's in this one. Yeah, and another of my favorite actors because of Star Trek stuff mostly, because that's Jeffrey Combs, and I haven't seen anything like all the question stuff. This is a show that I am not as familiar with as I wish I was. I haven't seen a lot of the Arky stuff, and I've not watched any of it in order. So people for years have been saying, hey, Cap, you need to finally sit down and watch Justice League Unlimited. Yeah, I do. I still haven't done, like I said, the full run of it, but some folks talk about it like I've never seen an episode of the show, which like I have. I just haven't done the whole run.
Yeah. How many episodes are in season 2?
I think 12 or 13 because they were shorter seasons. Are you still not finding it?
Yeah, it's just not here. That's why I wondered, because 13 episodes, I was like, is it maybe just cut off?
Are there episodes that just that streaming service doesn't have?
Maybe, I don't know. That's weird because it is 13 episodes.
It's not season 3, Tom.
No, and this only has 2 seasons.
Oh, okay. Well, then they might have... Because Justice League Unlimited has 3 seasons.
Oh, okay, so that might be an issue then, too. Yeah, because episode 6 here is Dead Reckoning, but even on season 1, I looked through all of it, and it's got nothing. So I guess I'll just hang out while you guys watch this episode.
Well, no, that's all right. I'll screen share, and then you should be able to at least kind of follow with us. Sorry about that, Austin.
No, it's okay. It's the way the cookie crumbles.
We'll just only do Batman with Austin.
Yeah, what are the odds? The first non-Batman episode is the one where it's like, oh, no, can't do that one.
Yeah, because you told me the whole DCAU was on that service.
Well, yeah, because they have all the shows. So I went like, oh, well, there we go.
That's really strange.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hopefully you'll be able to still hear me okay. Let me know if the level's real bad or anything.
Yeah, no worries. I can do that.
Okay, folks, we're going to try this. Hopefully it works out okay. It's possible because of Skype that Austin starts getting, like, interrupted by what sounds like air again or something. And if that happens, I'll just turn it down more, I guess. Hopefully it works out. Anyway.
I'm just an airhead, so that's why that happens.
And it's your favorite candy, I'm sure.
Damn straight.
Is Airheads anybody's favorite candy?
I like Airheads.
Well, I'm just asking. I have not actually had that enough to even remember what it tastes like.
My mom used to buy those so much when I was a kid. It was awesome.
Discussing topics says the season 2, you said it's really in season 3. Oh, okay.
So that's why.
I had it listed wrong. Is it episode 6? Well, okay, so in my defense, that's what it says on Max, and I'm just going with Max numbers because that's where I'm watching it. Just for convenience. Like, I have all this on disc, but I knew this would be faster. So yeah, according to Max, it's season 2, episode 6. which is weird because I know these seasons are pretty archy. So if they have them out of order, they just have them listed weird. I don't know.
I don't know. It's HBO Max. They're not even available internationally. They're not a real service.
I mean, they're not going to be a service at all by next year. So
yeah, good. That's what you deserve, HBO Max.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and start watching this. And I either haven't seen this in a long time, or I don't, or I've never seen this episode. So, folks, as always, feel free to throw out some information about this and educate us, because I'm here to learn. Here we go. Everybody, make sure timestamp 0. Get ready to press play when I say now. We're about.
Make sure to hit the timer.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Thank you. Everybody, please press play right now.
The best part about seeing your screen is that I saw it hit play and then immediately shoot off to go hit the camera.
So that I can get like close to lining up. Well, what you don't know too is I have to jump across 4 screens. It's not right next to it. It's way over here.
Oh my God, Wolverine is in this episode.
What is he doing? And it's like old man Logan with a mullet.
Well, he looks like the villain of
You're killing me, Smalls.
Danny Phantom.
Oh, is this a Huntress episode?
It might be.
I think folks requested quite a bit of Huntress and
show.
Black Canary because they know how much I love Birds of Prey.
Well, there's birds, so where's the prey?
Oh, it's weird. Now that I'm screen sharing, I have to watch it with a big red box around it.
Oh.
For a second, I was like, what is that? Ah, here she comes.
Oh, here she comes.
I love this Huntress costume.
No, she looks pretty good.
Always have. I've got an action figure of that. I can't remember if I've ever seen an episode with her in it in the show, but I've always liked. But I liked the suit enough that I bought the figure.
I wonder if we'll ever bring back DCAU Huntress, because we're bringing back Black Canary, and their Huntress is like the only good thing.
Are they really?
Right. Yeah, Black Canary was getting her own project.
I thought they canceled that.
No, I think there was talk about it, but it doesn't look like they've canceled it.
It never occurred to me that if that was supposed to come out, it was the same Black Canary even.
Yeah, no, they cast that actress.
Crazy. Well, I liked their Huntress, okay? About the only thing I liked about that movie.
Yeah, she's a really good casting choice, but it's unfortunate that they have to give her origin 3 times in that movie.
You know what's ironic about that, too? It's like the flip of Arrow, because my favorite character in that show for a long time was the first Black Canary, with Sarah Lance, but I hated their Huntress with a passion of 1,000 suns.
I remember their Huntress being rough.
It was really bad.
Does she come back after season 1? I've only seen season
she's
1.
in a season 2 episode, and then you got the sense that she'd maybe get her own episode every season, and they just unceremoniously never brought her back after that. I think because she was terrible and everybody knew it. Like,
yeah,
she's just miscast. That actress was awful. Like, nothing against her as a person. She was awful, and like, her writing wasn't the best, but I think it really did have more to do with the actress. I think she just couldn't act. I don't know. Jeff Johns wrote those. It was a 2-part in the first season, I think, and he wrote them.
I think so. It's been a while since I've watched season 1.
Nicholas Robinson says Arrow botched her character. I mean,
yeah,
like there was some blame for the writing. Okay, I'm gonna get this out of the way right now because I always complain about this, but I don't like the JLU intro because they always show you stuff from the episode you're about to watch, and that's annoying.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I don't like that. The theme's fine.
It
It's a
should
little
have just
dated.
been the Batman the Animated Series intro, except like 8,000 heroes show up to stop those 2 robbers.
This is indeed a Gail Simone script. Somebody mentioned that a minute ago in the comments.
One of them's just like, guys, it's a little overkill.
Yeah, the conceit of this show is amusing, where it's like, no matter how powerful or not powerful you are, if you have a costume, you have been drafted into the Justice League.
Yeah, it's really weird seeing Huntress in space.
Okay, but I'd read a miniseries called that.
I want Huntress versus Leprechaun in space.
In space! Now, obviously, this costume is really impractical. I don't know why you wouldn't want pants, but it is a cool-looking costume.
It was the 90s. She
It-
was a woman.
Yep. No, obviously it's an eye candy thing, but it's like if you're first of all, it'd get real cold.
I mean, I think it's like worse that the question doesn't have a face, let alone that she doesn't have pants.
Well, that's a mask. The question has a face.
No, I know.
There's nothing supernatural about the question.
But every time I see him, I just think of Indiana Joe from the Super Mario Bros. Super Show. I don't know if you remember that character.
Vaguely.
He's just Indiana Jones, but he has no face, like the question, and it's really weird.
Folks in the comments, let me know, was this his introduction in this show, or has he been in some before this? Because I know he gets a lot to do somewhere in the show. Yeah, Jeffrey Combs obviously is perfect casting. I mean, you can say that about everybody. There's not really a lot of bad choices in the show. I think Bruce Campbell should have played the question.
I don't like that the subtitles just said slurp, slurp, slurp as we cut to that house.
Yeah, because this guy's horrifying.
No, this guy looks like that X-Men villain.
I was just about to say, it looks like Mojo.
Yeah.
Not Mojo Jojo, but Mojo.
No, it's Mojo without the JoJo, like the CW Powerpuff Girls.
No! This guy with the white hair looks like he belongs in a different show.
He's like more muscular Silverman.
Let's look at some information about this episode.
Yeah, this villain guy is somebody, right?
Oh, apparently, yeah. I'm not sure who that is. I'll look at it. Early drafts for this episode. This is on the DCAU wiki. Featured Barbara Gordon in a Birds of Prey storyline, and would have had Barbara getting injured during a case as Batgirl. Would she have been Oracle? I always wanted them to do that in the show.
Yeah, it's real weird that they don't. But we also live in a world now where Oracle is gone. We don't care about that anymore.
Yeah, but back then we did.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that happened during 52. Stop it. Stop the slurping. Yeah, Lioness song. Look up Jeffrey Combs if you've never seen him in anything. He's one of...
Jeffrey Combs is awesome.
He's got one of the most, like, versatile... I was going to say roles, but performances in Star Trek. I think he's played the most different characters in Star Trek. And obviously, he's known for Reanimator and stuff, which is not my thing, but he's great in it, but ugh. Daniverse says the guy with the tongue is voiced by Glenn Shadix, who was in Beetlejuice. And now that you say that, I know exactly who he was in Beetlejuice, too. That's going to be the interior decorator guy, right? Oh, of course, Type Productions. Hey, I'm not sure what Austin's doing right now. Austin, are you with us, or he's talking to somebody? And she just narrows her eyes. But yeah, of course, I wasn't thinking about that right. Of course, she couldn't have been Oracle because they make her the commissioner in Batman Beyond. It would be weird if she lost her legs, and then in Batman Beyond, she's in good shape again, and then there's never an explanation for it. But I almost still would have rathered that retroactively, just because I like Oracle so much. But yeah, that would have been kind of strange. The comics sort of do that, though, which is weird because they play so fast and loose with the continuity of both the show and the comics. Like Batman Beyond in comics being a regular DC thing has never really made a lot of sense. So you have Commissioner Barbara Gordon, who just, I guess, was never Oracle, or was for a while and lost it. But then I guess that tracks with New 52 once you get to that. But they were already doing that before that, so it was weird.
Yeah, it is really weird. I've never looked at any of those stuff. I mean, I've never watched Batman Beyond either.
I love that lighting thing. Oh, so you didn't even know about that?
No, I didn't know that at all.
Okay, we'll have to do some Batman Beyond tonight before you go then.
No, I would be down for that. I would be down for some Batman Beyond.
Yeah, it's crazy you've never seen that. I was forgetting
Well,
about
I've
that.
seen Return of the Joker. I've just never seen
The show, yeah. Well, the pilot was requested, so we'll do that. Oh, and you have a dog. You know, I was thinking about bringing my dog down at some point during the stream. One of my dogs. There's one I wouldn't.
He's
She's
not sure if he
neurotic,
wants to
but
jump
the
up.
other one, that's also a black dog, but not as big as yours. That's a big dog.
Oh, yeah, no, he's really big. He's like 120 pounds.
She is.
Yeah.
I'm not paying any attention to this episode, but we have. Wow, that was a crazy spin. Earlier, there was this really neat lighting effect from a cop car off of their faces that I really appreciated.
Yeah, so I missed part of that. Mom was looking for something. She walked in.
Oh, I thought she was like, "Take this dog." I don't want it.
No, she
Yeah.
was like, "Is there?" Because I'm staying at my mom's right now. I'm in the guest room. She's like, "Is there toilet paper in here?" There's none. I don't know where there is any. It's like,
It's really jarring going from early Batman the Animated Series to this part of the continuity, because
it is.
the
It's
action
definitely
gets
changed.
so dynamic, and we're not. I mean, I'm not saying in the early days you couldn't punch people in a Batman Animated Series episode, but like there's a lot more just straight up like fisticuffs in these shows, and of course the way the animation is done is very different. I missed the real orchestral music, which was probably not a fair thing to expect all through these shows, but it is kind of sad that you got that for every episode of Batman Animated Series, and then it goes to synth stuff for the rest of it.
Yeah, it's almost too bad that it couldn't have had a completely unique animation style, because it all just kind of becomes one look.
Discussing Topic says your streaming service has seasons 1 and 2 listed as season 1. It's based
Yeah,
off
I
the
saw him say
DVD.
that a few times. I mean, I can look
But
again.
you still didn't see the episode listed, yeah. Well, it's not important because we're already halfway through it. And mostly what I've noticed, what I've picked up on so far is just people hitting each other and characters I like being in the episode.
Yeah,
which
I
is
like
cool.
that.
They're investigating a boat.
Oh, it's Falcon's boat.
Are you looking at the right show?
Yeah, I'm looking at Unlimited.
I'm just making sure.
Yeah. Oh, it is there. I missed it. Whoops.
So Canary's line there was, "You're cute when you're in insufferable smarty pants." All right. That's some wonderful writing right there.
Get out of there.
What is happening?
I could hear him. I could hear him drinking from the toilet. It was distracting. So
that is pretty distracting.
This is like, I gotta put an end to this. He drinks super loudly.
What? Yeah, but I think he was frightening just because of his freaking slurping all the time. Ah!
Well, yeah, all I could hear was
No!
slurp, slurp, slurp.
Why'd you
in
have
the
to put
background.
his face in his eyeball in the camera?
It
Ah!
should have had the Aladdin shot where he just hit the camera.
Oh, is this Huntress's tragic backstory?
Oh. See, I didn't know because we didn't show it 3 times.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is the
Remember
Bertinellis,
it's Brent.
and it's And it's the question giving it to us and telling Huntress about it, which suggests that she doesn't know all of this? Or no, she does. She's looking at it. I guess he's explaining it to her for our benefit.
But I think he's showing, like, how cool he is. He's like...
Oh, okay, yeah. I know all these things about you. Okay, well, that works then. That's
well,
not just
and
forced exposition.
I know for me personally, when I'm, like, hitting on women, I'm like, your parents are dead. Women really like it when you remind them that they have no family.
Girlfriends have you had with that strategy, Austin?
At least like 30, I think.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's clearly a lie. I think you should switch strategies. I don't know why Nicholas Robinson just wrote yes and no in order, but okay, yeah, no, we
remember.
There's always a lag with the comments.
You don't.
Razzie says Huntress didn't know her dad was a mob guy. Okay, that's the part of it that she wasn't aware of. No, this is a good way to get all that. There's soda cola.
There's Splash.
Gotta have that. Oh no.
Oh no. I don't think you can do that. Oh, they're on a train track.
Yeah. What could possibly go wrong? This is so exciting.
I almost got hit by a train today, so.
Wow, they're all gonna go that way. That's pretty funny. He's rattling on the train track.
Yeah, I like when Green Arrow is actually Green Arrow and not Batman.
Yeah.
So I do appreciate that he's Green Arrow.
Yeah, well, and he really is in the show. Like, they even get a little bit into, like, his liberal politics and all that. Without getting heavy-handed with it or making a real big deal out of, I'm liberal and they're conservative. But, like, he clearly has the worldview he does in the comics. And, yeah, he's very Dini O'Neil Green Arrow.
Yeah.
And
he shows up and he's like, I voted for the Carter administration twice.
Robert, I'm not analyzing it. I'm trying to figure out what's happening in it.
Well, they fell into the water and they got wet.
Oh, yeah.
And then Black Canary just yelled, "Arg!" according to the subtitles.
No, this is the difficult thing with blind commentary is like, I am watching the episode and trying to take it in, but I also gotta talk some because folks are watching this. But his name is The Question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've never been the biggest fan of,
boats?
like the Helena Bertinelli backstory. Like, I need to, I don't know, spend more time with it in comics and see how it started because I never read. I think that was in a miniseries and I've never read that. But like, I love the Earth 2 Huntress, and like I've always wanted to be a bigger fan of this Huntress, but the mob boss stuff is not that interesting to me.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm the reverse. I like this Huntress more.
A lot of people do.
But that's just because I don't think Batman...
I'm sorry, you cut out again.
That's just because I don't want Batman having children.
I don't mind it as long as there's a version where he doesn't.
Yeah.
That's why I'm fine with that, but I don't like Damian Wayne.
Yeah, I don't like Damian Wayne either. I also just don't like the Batman Catwoman thing.
No, that's fair.
Which I know I've talked about.
I was impressionable when I first found out about all that stuff, and it just always stuck with me.
Well, I had an element of that too. There's so many things like that where like I liked it a lot as a kid, and then as I grew up, I became more opinionated on things. Like every child, I liked Venom growing up.
Sure, and obviously same here, but then there's some things that I just have a difficult time being objective about and wholly critical of, you know?
No, of course. Oh, she ripped his shirt off. I don't want to see that.
Like, lots and lots has been written about how terrible, like how terribly written. Yeah, sorry, this is very distracting.
Oh, he's jiggling. Stop animating it so well.
A lot has been written about how terribly written some of Death of Superman is, but I still love it. You know, like
No, for sure.
I don't disagree with a lot of stuff that people have said about that.
No, that's fair. Your crossbow's going to do nothing. He's got like 80 pounds of fat that it would have to go through before it hit his heart.
That's a good point. You're gonna have to shoot a lot. You have to shoot about as many.
Oh, he's got like a little kid version.
darts
He's got a mini me.
His Green Arrow just shot arrows, I think.
That kid does not look like an Edgar. Straight up. Is this Ron Perlman?
No, we just talked about that earlier. It's the guy from Beetlejuice who played the interior decorator.
Oh, that's right.
I was trying to tell you that earlier, but
Sorry, that's probably when I was distracted.
yeah, that's a really interesting casting choice.
Because he was also a heavyset guy.
No, just the performance he's giving.
No, I know. He's doing a good job. Whoa.
I just like how deadpan it is. Like, he sounds kind of soulless. Razzie Huntress is hardcore. Yeah, that's how she is in the comics.
A Huntress, I think that would kill him before the arrow did.
Yeah, I wondered
Arrow
about
would.
that. She's hardcore. Well, you're just
And
lucky
was
that
more
worked out
risky
the way
that
you
would
wanted it
kill
to.
the kid
'Cause
too.
that's some heavy steel right there.
Did you say steel?
Yeah, yep.
Like
Those
the
are-
Shaq character?
No, like beams.
Oh. Well, Shaq is always beaming with joy.
That is a sad child.
Probably his dad just got taken away.
Yeah, and I guess the red eyes are hereditary?
Well, he's albino.
Oh. Yeah, Francie
Ooh.
says that also would have killed him. You know what I'm saying? That's not what I want. Wouldn't it have been great if she said that, and then somebody walked over and checked his pulse?
She kissed him on his
A
nut.
mouthless man.
That was really suggestive.
What was ooh about it? There was like nothing she was even kissing.
That was what was ooh about it.
Oh, okay.
It would be like if you made out with Spider-Man's mask.
So yeah, every time I see a singular character episode like that from the show, because I don't know the show very well, I always wonder if they come back and they follow that up with anything. Because a lot of characters kind of get their one episode,
Huntress now.
and then sometimes they'll do more stuff with them. Sorry, what was that?
It is the question just dating Huntress now.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure someone will tell us though. We're gonna find out.
I can't imagine Jeffrey Combs dating.
That's not fair to
Too
Jeffrey
weird for me.
Combs.
No, Jeffrey Combs is a cool guy.
I can imagine Jeffrey Combs dating.
I mean, if you just want to be nice.
I do, but I don't have to.
I mean, you clearly are.
Austin's in a mood
Oh, Batman
tonight,
Beyond's
man.
the only show that's not on.
Well, you
here.
didn't have to be here. I can do this all by myself, man. I don't need you.
That is true. That is true.
I don't need you. Let's go ahead and we're gonna jump out of the order I've got here. Not that anybody would know, but we're gonna go to Ryobi's request and go ahead and do the two-part introduction to Batman Beyond, and we'll take a quick break before we do that.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I'll have to watch it through your screen again because Batman Beyond's the only show on here. I just realized that's not on there.
Okay, were you able to see that well enough?
Yeah, no, I didn't have an issue.
Okay, I mean if that works, okay, that's what we'll do.
Yeah, if like the one after that is something that's on here, I can switch over again. But
Okay. It sucks they don't have that when they've got everything else.
Yeah, it's weird because I think. Oh no, it doesn't even have Beyond Return of the Joker. It's just like a rentable movie.
Oh, okay. So yeah, this is Rebirth, which is the pilot for Batman Beyond, and it's 2 episodes. So let me go ahead and get this on the screen so everybody knows what we're doing. Oh no, the episode title's too big.
Oh.
Okay. Folks, thanks a bunch for being with us so far. Hope you've been enjoying it. Already, I'm learning things about stuff I didn't know before, and we talked too much over that episode. But what I gleaned of it was fun. There was a little bit of dodgy writing here and there, I thought, but overall I enjoyed that. Really,
no, I learned
action-driven.
a lot of stuff.
What was that?
I learned a lot of stuff.
What did you learn?
That I'm a pet and I'm ugly.
Okay, you can't go an hour without referencing Guardians.
Yeah, because it's awesome.
Okay, we're gonna take a break right now, folks, and we'll be back in 3 to 4 minutes. Let me just rig this up so that I can play music. I'll get faster at all of this. And we'll see you in just a little bit.
Groovy.
one, fight!
Hi, folks. Just waiting for Austin to get back, and then we will start our next episode. Hope everybody is having a fun time with our insane 24-hour stream. We've already been here a couple of hours, folks, and we've watched 3 episodes. If you are just now coming in, we have a pretty good crowd right now, and I'm seeing some folks in the comments that weren't here earlier. Take a look at the items in the description so you can see some of the fun things that we are doing tonight. But I'll just mention very quickly, once again, we're doing a top super chatter contest 4 times during the 24-hour stream tonight. You can if you are the top super chatter in the first 6 hours, you'll get to choose a movie for me to re-review on Superhero Rewind. I'm going to do a whole month of those next year, early in the year, one of the earlier months, January, February, and all 4 of the reviews for that night will be picked by folks on this stream.
Oh, sorry, I'm back. I had dog adventures.
Oh my gosh, Austin and his dog adventures.
Yeah, now I have my dog with me.
Oh my goodness. Is that a different dog or the same dog?
Different dog.
Okay, because I just, from your camera, I guess it was black dog, so I didn't know if it was the same dog.
Oh, yeah.
What kind of dog do you have?
I have a black lab, just a mix of black lab and king shepherd. And then my mom's dog, the other one that came in earlier, is a chocolate lab.
Jareth Gearhart there in the comments, where can I find this music? The music I was using for the intermission is a 16-bit wave mix from Axel Stone on YouTube, and that is listed in the description, so you can click on a link there. Side-scrolling hero Austin is obsessed with Smiling Friends, and that is indeed a Smiling Friend shirt.
Yeah, no, Smiling Friends is awesome. So.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't deal with it.
Yeah, the second cap said I watched a bit of the first episode and was like, nope. I knew the exact moment, which is funny because it's like the only joke like that. But I'm like,
is it really? Okay, well, I mean, I might try a little more of it then, because I'll tell you, Austin is like a long con kind of troll. He really is, and like Austin's great. He's hilarious. I love his sense of humor, but every now and again, it's like a bridge too far for me, where I can tell that Austin has thought way too long and hard about how he's going to totally like trap a person, and so I had this thought when I watched like 2 minutes of that episode, turned it off, and I went, I don't know if Austin likes the show at all.
Oh no, that's.
I said, there's every possibility he's been telling people for months to watch Smiling Friends just so they'll get to that scene, turn it off, and then complain to him. Like, I can totally see you doing that. After all, we did an April Fool's stream. It was April Fool's Day, to be fair. But where we watched Batman 89 together, or I thought we did, and I didn't realize he was watching a different movie until we got to the end. That's Austin's amazing long con.
Yeah, well, because I'm guessing the scene that you dropped off was like that weird breastfeeding scene, right?
Yeah, I can do it.
Yeah, yeah, because when I did that, I was like, oh, like that's really funny, especially because like a minute later, that's where you get Mike from Red Letter Media, because he's the guest in that episode.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's great. He's they kind of build it up like, oh, you have to help this kid, like he's feeling down, and they're like, yeah, like we want to go help this kid smile, and they walk in and it's basically Mr. Plinkett there, and he's just holding a gun to his head, and he's just like, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna shoot myself, and it's very Mike, and it's awesome.
Was he just basically doing Plinkett?
No, that's like the exact voice he's doing.
Oh,
yeah.
that's great. Okay,
No,
I'll
there's
watch it
this
for
great,
that.
yeah.
I'll just
Yeah.
skip that part. Robert Wild says Austin is an evil genius. He is. He really is. And, like, if I couldn't deal with it, I wouldn't keep bringing him back. Like, I love Austin, but every now and again he'll do a thing like that. And I'm like, God, like, how did I... And usually it's like, how did I not see it coming? Okay, we're going to go ahead and get into the pilot for Batman Beyond. Jack Napier says it's his favorite show, and he's shocked that we're doing it. And yes, you jumped in at just the right time. And Austin has never seen this show. So I'm going to try to not actually talk too much during this, even though it's a stream and we have to talk some. It's so hard to find that balance. But, like, I want you to watch this, so... we'll be a little more riffy than just constantly talking about what we're seeing.
Yeah, the only thing I know about this is that we start with like elderly Bruce Wayne kind of struggling to do it again, and then that's all I know.
Do you know about the... Well, I don't want to say anything. All right. Robert, it's a great pilot. Jack Napier also says Smiling Friends is a show for people who are deep into internet culture and humor, and I'm not. So I imagine some of that goes over my head if I try to watch that show.
Well, that's the thing is that show's made by a YouTuber, so like there's a lot of like little references, and like they bring in people like Mike from Red Letter Media to voice characters, but they do it in a way that's not like, hey, we brought in Mike to do like a Mike joke. It's we just brought in Mike and he plays a character. So I feel like it's that internet stuff if you know it, but it's also made so that a general audience won't be like, I don't know what's happening.
Okay, so it's not meme baity and that kind of thing.
No, not really. Like, do you know Salad Fingers?
No.
Okay, that was like an old animated thing, and the guy who plays Salad Fingers plays a character in the third episode, and it's like completely different from Salad Fingers, but like they brought in that guy.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and Gilbert Gottfried's in the last episode, and like it was just like a lot of fun stuff like that. They wanted to get Dan Aykroyd, which would have been amazing, but
they couldn't get him.
Yeah, I think Adult Swim said no, but it's really funny when you watch it knowing it was Dan Aykroyd, because he walks around being like, everybody's talking about like unreal dangers like criminals and crime, but the real dangers of the world are ghosts, ghouls, creatures.
When you said they go back to like old internet stuff, did they ever bring in anybody from like the Strong Bad era?
From the what?
Like Strong Bad and those guys, the early like Flash stuff, like way pre YouTube. You know what I mean, like Trogdor and all of that. What was that?
I know
what was
of.
that called? It's on the tip of my tongue. The name of that website.
There is a split-second James Rolfe cameo where like he flashes on screen, but he's not. He's not like a character.
It would be cool if they brought him in though.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they'll do that for season 2. I'm convinced they're gonna bring in Doug Walker in season 2. So,
well, probably
I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah. God, what is the name of that way? Somebody will tell me. I can't think of it right off the top of my head.
Mm-hmm.
I was on Headspace for this conversation.
In one of the main guys from Newground, I think, plays somebody or like has a cameo.
I don't know anything about them.
Yeah, well, because he started on Newgrounds. Doing animations.
Oh, and Side Scrolling Hero mentioned Newgrounds there too. Yeah, no, that's not what I was talking about.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'll think of it an hour from now, I'm sure. I'll think of it like way later when you're not even here anymore.
Yeah, probably. Just message me in the morning when you're like halfway done.
Okay, so anyway, let's get into Batman Beyond, shall we? Here comes the pilot. We're gonna watch both parts.
Here comes the sun. I also brought a big bag of crackers. So I might chomp down on some crackers, but I'll mute myself if I do that.
You should, because I've heard you eating while you're wearing that, and it's glorious. It sounds a little bit like this.
Those Skittles.
All right, here we go. Timestamp 0. Everybody get ready to press play. We're about to do it. Everybody, please press play. Right. Guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put the timer on too. Please press play. Nope, it's not that either. I'll think of it. Everybody, please press play right now. Oh, hold on. I've got my audio flipped wrong. I'll get it. There we go. Homestar Runner. That's what it is. Thank you, Matthew.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is.
Oh, Homestar Runner's great.
What kind of animations was it?
It was, like I said, it was early Flash stuff, and it was real pioneering for a lot of stuff that you know later. I'll send you some old sketches from that at some point.
There's too much of a space in the word ransom. It's more like that guy ransom.
My wife's favorite thing from Homestar Runner was Fahogawagas. Look how bulked up he is. And, you know, we might be in the future, but we still got the red skies.
Yeah, they never really cured that. I guess global warming or something. That or it's like the world's being terraformed, like in Justice League. The
so
movie,
I
not
see Bruce Wayne wearing the suit,
show.
but you have to wonder when Terry gets it later, did he like redesign it to fit Terry, or is it the exact same suit? Because look how huge he is.
Cap, do you wish there was a scene where Terry sees the suit and somebody goes, "It's perfect," and then Terry goes like, "It will be."
No, but I know that's what you want.
It is.
That's very painful. So once again, if you just came in, we're watching the pilot for Batman Beyond, and Austin has never seen this before. So
No, I think I've seen this scene because like this is like a thing I know about.
we're gonna do a lot more of a reaction style commentary than the kind of review analysis sort of thing I tend to do. And I've also talked at length about this before. I did a top 10 list for Batman Beyond: A Superhero Rewind years ago, and this was on it. I don't remember how high. Probably pretty high. This might have actually been number one. I can't remember.
You can't. I already have.
Yeah, just imagine you watch the whole of Batman the Animated Series, and then you immediately go to this, and after all those episodes, you finally see Bruce Wayne pointing a gun at somebody.
It's crazy that this and Superman got to have like the blood trickle down the face.
Yeah. What's weird is it's both realistic and not at all. It's like, he's got a little bit of blood because he got hit real hard, but that mask covered his whole face. Why would it be right there?
Have I ever told you about the Batman drawing I made in grade 8 art class with blood on him?
No. Did you get in trouble?
Oh, I got in like big trouble.
Did you really?
Well, sorry, I didn't get in big trouble because I'm cool, but
Oh, okay.
So we had a project where we had to paint, or not paint, just draw like a big picture of a superhero, and I did Batman, and I had cuts all over his face, and the teacher walked over and she was like, "Is that blood?" And I was like, no, I accidentally used the wrong crayon. It was the wrong color. Look, see how I'm trying to correct it?
It's called self-expression, teacher! Let me express myself with blood!
Yeah.
AMC says, if memory serves, this was your number one. In my mind, it is. This is This is my favorite right now.
I got in trouble for the Batman with blood on his face, but we also had to do one where we had to do a picture of Starry Night, but we had to like change it in some way. And my way was I had Batman on the side watching over a city that was on fire, and that one was okay. So
AMC said, well, it was more, I was going to say cerebral somehow. I don't know. It was, it's more abstract, It's like, I mean, yeah, there's probably people dying down there, but you're not showing it in any gratuity, in any grotesqueness.
Oh, yeah, we're on Coruscant.
Oh, okay. It's 20 years after that, so maybe the sky's not quite as red as it was. I think we still get some red skies.
Oh, they finally cured it?
Robert Wilde, never again. This is a defining Batman moment for me. Well, yes, of course. And I love anything that just gives you that much of a sense of a character motivation and what they want, or a opportunity for change like that. AMC, or was it someone? Yeah, AMC reminded me that Bruce can't retrofit the suit because Terry steals that model. And yes, of course, in the moment I wasn't thinking about that, but it would have been funny if it was really baggy the first time he wore it, and then later it fits.
No, he's like a weird Joker Harley hybrid.
Yeah, so he's a member of a whole gang?
Well, but he's only got one, so he looks like Santa.
Yeah, so there's a gang called the Jokers.
I didn't know about that, because that's in Return of the Joker,
That's right, yeah.
And that's the only thing from
And
Batman
they're
Beyond
all kind
that
of
I've really
inspired by
watched.
the Joker, but they're just kind of a street gang. It's not really about anything.
That's what I say to people that play hacky sack. I just walk up and say, "Get lost, clown."
AMC says the sky was blue and red, but now they just settled on purple.
Do you remember there was that game, and I know it was based on a comic, but I think I saw the game first. Or maybe they made the comic before the game. But there was that like Batman's versus Jokers thing.
Are you talking about that like free FPS thing?
Yeah, and
I downloaded it, but I never played it.
I think I did the same thing. I can't remember what it was called.
It's still on my Steam. I've never played it.
I remember. I think I downloaded
It was called
that
Gotham City Imposters, I think.
Yes, it was Imposters. That's right. I
only know that because I was in my
in
Steam last night and I noticed it. Anyway, I'm sorry. What were you saying?
Oh, I said I think I downloaded that and Punisher No Mercy at the same time. Which is like another kind of forgotten PS game, and I played like a ton of that.
Oh, Jack Napier says that game was fun. I always assumed it was terrible. I'll give it a try now. If you
I
can still play it.
Like I don't want to play as like not bad.
I bet you can't even play it anymore.
Oh, I'm guessing that's probably shut down. That Punisher game I mentioned is just gone now.
Oh. Oh, now the sky's like orange. Well, I'm just going to talk about the sky.
Oh.
How does that guy find anything in his computer when it's all just shapes? What kind of interface is that? He's like, touch the octagon.
What's worse though, Cap? That one or the Jurassic Park one where you have to like roam a city to find files?
Oh no, that's way worse. And everything moves at a snail's pace.
Yeah. Oh, you gotta look for the settings building.
The frame rate is like 3 frames per second. Oh yeah, this crazy like digital disease that people get, it looks horrifying. And this guy reminds me of Hun from Ninja Turtles. Or I should say Hun from Ninja Turtles reminds me of this guy, I guess, because this came first, but
Oh god, he's got the black spot.
yeah. Jack Napier says the shapes are very Kirby-esque.
I was thinking that too. The show does look very Kirby.
I've never had that thought, but now that you say it, it seems kind of obvious.
Which is cool, because that's not something that DC things go to that often.
Robert Wilde says this show actually got away with characters dying in a few episodes. Usually off screen, but still effective.
Whoa.
That's true. Which didn't happen a lot in the other shows. Superman did it at least once.
I
Like,
knew
the really
they did it
famous
once.
moment everybody knows from that, but
That was like a big thing, yeah.
yeah.
I am interested to see
Darkseid.
if Cape Crusader can do stuff like that, like if they kill off a bunch of people.
Well, they were going to make that for Max, and Max has no rules.
Yeah, but I think that because it was Max and Cartoon Network, so I think it would still be like child appropriate.
Oh, maybe so. Although now it's weird because it's not going to be on either of those things, so it could go somewhere where the network won't care, but they've already made a lot of the shows, so they're just going to do it however they were doing it anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Was that actually in the late Mr. Ken? Or is Side-Scrolling Hero just telling me an episode I should... Because that's on the list. We are going to watch that, I think.
Well, if he's the late Mr. Kent, then I guess he's dead.
I think that's a different episode. Characters in Bruce Timm shows tend to have one surprise face.
We got hit with like a Beverly Hills 90210 guitar solo as he ran away.
It's a little dated, but there's a lot of that in the show. They're trying to be futuristic and hipper, so they went, we'll go for like a heavy metal guitar sound for the show. But it's blended a lot really well
with the 90s. If there's anything that will never die, it's rock. So
right. Except, you're wrong about that. Turns out, show. So.
It turns out it died in your decade, actually. That's a little awkward.
No, that's not true. Hard rock was still pretty popular for the first half of the 2000s, whether you liked any of it or not.
Yeah. No, that's more just like a quality thing. I don't like a lot of 90s and 2000s rock.
Yeah, well, it's my era. I grew up there. There's a lot of that stuff that I recognize as too commercial, but then I'm a big fan. Even still, a lot of stuff that came out around 03. Doesn't that red car look like you could just pick it up and fold it like origami?
I was just making these motorcycles look like Tron.
Matthew Bay says the guitar theme was very Lethal Weapon.
Oh yeah, that's true too.
Jack Napier says it's industrial metal in the soundtrack. It was big back then. I was sitting here racking my brain going, what subgenre is that technically?
No, I feel like Blade's going to show up.
I can't say grunge. It's not that. Sorry, what?
So I feel like Blade's going to show up and start killing people while it's raining blood.
And then I won't be able to handle it. I'm going to have to turn it off.
Yeah, you're going to be like, ooh.
Robert says he has an action figure of that main Joker gang guy. I didn't know they made that.
Are you sure it's not just like a Joker guy, but part of his face paint has been wiped off?
Da na 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 na.
So who do you think will play Terry McGinnis in the Matt Reeves spin-off of Batman Beyond?
Well, what you're not understanding about that is that they're taking the Sony take. They're only spinning off villains.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm sure we'll get a Robin spinoff.
I'm just joking and basing that on the announcements we've had so far. It's all villains.
No, for sure. All I want.
They were going to make a Gotham PD show, and then they went, forget that. We'll make that an Arkham show. It's about it's all about the villains.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. I do hope that we do some sort of Gotham Central thing.
I love this is the way they meet.
Yeah, it was right out of a horror movie.
Bruce, in his old age, just knocked a kid on a motorcycle over onto the ground. It's great.
Whoa. Is that where...
Just because he's intimidating even out of a
Dark
batsuit.
Knight got it from?
I'm sorry, what?
Is that where Dark Knight got it from? That guy was like, let's put a smile on that face.
Let's put a smile... Yeah.
Let's put a smile
Probably
on that
not.
face.
That was probably a coincidence, don't you think?
You remind me of my father. I hated my father.
So I have a question for you. The Joker kid that Bruce just hit with a stick, is he wearing a mask or makeup that just doesn't go all the way around his mouth?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I thought.
No, I'm guessing it's makeup.
Frazzy! Batman really likes hanging out in random parks. This isn't a random park. This is right outside of his house. This is Wayne Manor.
Yeah, why is he hanging out outside of his house, though? He's got a cane. He can barely walk.
I don't think he's hanging out. I think he has cameras, and he saw a commotion happening outside.
He saw a domestic. He was like, I gotta go deal with this.
Bruce Wayne in his 80s only wears all black all the time. He's like the Bruce Wayne action figure from 1989.
Yeah, he's kind of got it like a bit of a turtleneck.
Yeah, I also like that he did that same move that Batman does in the chemical plant in
The
that movie,
like,
except he had to do it with a stick this time.
yeah, I remember when I was a kid. I remember like other kids in school being like, "That's Batman's signature move."
See, I was excited that I got to show you this after you went and got your big black dog, because we got East the Bat Hound.
Yeah, it's sleeping now. It's right there.
Aw. Yeah, I'm gonna get my dog in the morning probably.
Heck yeah.
Bring him down for
And
a
your
while.
cats. And you can be like, here's a baby.
Yeah, I thought I would exactly. I wanted to pander to the audience with like cuteness factor.
You should have just had all three of those things in like every single thumbnail from now on.
Yeah, well, I even thought about just getting a picture of my 15-month-old twin girls with the dogs and the cat, and just have that be the picture for an entire episode. You don't even see us. It's just
make that every single thumbnail, just like uniform thumbnail. It's all the same. And it's just that picture.
don't give DJ any ideas. He's already gotten really good at the clickbait thumbnails because he thinks it's funny. Like,
no, it is.
I think he's making fun of channels that do that. Did you notice a couple Captain Logan shows ago he finally did one with an arrow?
Oh, I missed that. But he does that stuff on his own channel, and I love it. It's really funny. He's got great thumbnails.
Because you can tell it's tongue-in-cheek. There's something about it where you can tell he's not taking it seriously.
No, exactly. Because a lot of them were like him holding things, and he's like...
It was about the Harrison Ford casting. So he had...
Oh, yes.
He had the two actors side by side, but he'd photoshopped one on top of the original, and they put a giant arrow.
Yeah, I didn't think about it, but now that you say that, like, yeah, that is true. Now he just needs the big circle.
John, are you joking or is it true? John Kelling says he got a cat and her name is Dick Grayson. Her name is Dick Grayson.
I mean, at least you didn't name the cat after like H.P. Lovecraft's cat or something. Like that's a better cat name.
And Wayne Manor, I feel like the design of the house is a little bit different than it was in the animated series, but it still has the bat ears on the house. I always felt like people should be able to tell who Batman is because his house looks like Batman.
Mm-hmm. No, that is true.
AMC says, this will be a hot take, but Terry McGinnis is my favorite comic book character, bar none. I don't think you're alone.
Does he count, though?
Well, he does now. I mean, there's lots of Batman Beyond comics. Like,
yeah, that's true.
He counts as much as Harley Quinn does.
Yeah,
He's got his own books.
I don't count Harley Quinn.
Well, you don't have to, but I'm just saying.
I'm just joking.
They've got their own books, regardless of quality. And there are some really good Batman Beyond, in canon with comic books.
Yeah, I think it's just more so that when I think of Batman Beyond, it's kind of just the show. So I don't even really think of Batman Beyond as a comic book.
Yeah, well, and I followed those books for quite a long time. I've even reviewed the beginning of
That's the Hush
stuff,
one,
but I never
right?
finished it. Say it again.
That's the Hush one that you reviewed, right?
Well, that was the miniseries that brought it into continuity. But I was gonna say like the last thing I dealt with was the first couple of trades, I think, of Jurgens, and he's got a long run on that board.
Okay.
But there was quite a bit during New 52, and right before it, and then during it, where they did that triple feature book that was Batman Beyond, Superman Beyond, and Justice League Beyond, which was not great. But the stuff before that was quite good. The Adam Beechen stuff I liked a lot. Well, some of that.
Yeah, Dan and I were talking about Jurgens earlier and how he's kind of hit or miss.
He's super hit or miss, yeah.
Because we're talking about like his Thor. Dan says he really likes, and both him and I like really didn't like his New 52 Green Arrow.
I didn't read any of that.
It's not good. He's the one that starts it, I think. New 52 Green Arrow.
Is his little brother comically small?
Yeah.
For his like mental development.
Yeah, probably. But I mean, whenever we do kids in animation, they always act older than they actually are.
Yeah, because he sounds like a 10-year-old, but
Yeah, he's just a midget.
yeah, he seems like he's 4 at his height next to Terry McGinnis.
It's the son of Mxyplex.
The son becomes the father, and the father becomes Mxyplex.
Superman, I have a shot.
We're gonna watch that today too.
I hope that I'm on.
Somebody requested that. We can front load it.
Because I definitely want to see that. I love me some Gilbert Godfrey.
Well, why do you gotta discriminate? I mean, if he is a little person, fine, but he's not. You know he's not. He's just a little. He's a kid they made too small.
I mean, yeah, my sister's like 5'3", and I constantly make fun of her for being short. So maybe it's like that.
Yeah, there's some dated music in this, but I don't mind it. I've got a MacGuffin disc. It's important.
I got the CD, man. We can put things on discs with lasers now, Mr. Wayne.
Did you just call me Batman?
Did you just call me Bob?
And then this riff is real 80s, right? Like,
oh, Ace is just like, okay, fine, I'll back off.
okay, there's too much
Why
going
does
on with
Ace
this
just
house.
always live at the gate? Why can't he be inside?
Yeah, and then that's the end of the first part. Like, we're not really concerned with this pilot in, making the episode standalone. Like, you gotta watch them both together. Like, it's one episode cut into 2. So go ahead and get the second one rigged up, guys. I'll give you just a few minutes or just a few seconds if you need them. If you're watching this on Max, it just jumps straight to the next one, of course.
Smoke them if you got them.
But but if anybody's using a disc and has to jump around to menus, there's too much going on with that house, Austin. Like, it's got the bat ears, but then in front of that, it looks like a W.
Yeah, what does that mean? What would the W stand for?
It stands for Wonka.
Wumbo?
Yeah, somebody's gonna get the keys to Batman's chocolate factory.
Oh, that should be an episode in this show. Like, oh, you know what? That should be a Matt Reeves spin-off show. Is that like 5 villains, like they win the bat tickets. They get to go there.
Cause I've got the bat-shaped tickets.
Yeah. See, if Patty Jenkins were doing Batman, the Batman 2 would just randomly be that, and everyone would be like, why?
Why? That's a really
Why was
strange
this your
choice.
plot?
Why'd you do that? Sounds better but it'd be 2.5 hours.
Yeah, exactly. And you'd have like a character that's basically just like the heavy like henchman, like, you know, the like Odd Job and Goldfinger or something, but they have an entire like half-hour subplot.
Real quick before we start the next one, I want to remind everybody about the Super Chatter thing that we're doing tonight. Right now, we've only gotten a couple so far, and right now...
I think Spencer's winning, right?
Spencer is winning, yeah, with a $4.99 Super Chat. So feel free to jump on that. If you'd like to pick a rewind for me to do in revisiting something I did years ago. Is everybody ready? Let's get right into the second part of this pilot.
Agree.
What?
AMC.
What now?
Sorry.
Sometimes you just start laughing and I have no idea. What?
Because I'm reading the chat. Sorry.
Oh, no problem.
No, just
I thought
AMC,
you were
the
laughing
director.
about the way I was saying something, and I was like, I'm just getting us into the episode. What's so funny?
No, I just looked at chat. Sorry. I'm just a laughy person. I laugh a lot.
That's true. That's okay. It's good to be positive.
Yeah.
I couldn't
No,
think
if
of the
there's
word because I'm
anything about
not.
me, I'd
Okay,
say I'm positive.
just kidding. Everybody, here we go. Please press play right now.
It was your mouse.
On the passenger says, but instead of taking them through a factory, he just beats them up. And John's not ready. He's not wearing pants.
Oh no.
Put on some pants, John.
You'll have to speak up. I just got out of the shower. Oh no, sorry. You got to speak up. I'm wearing a towel.
Get out of bed, John.
Get out of bed.
Get out of bed. Get off my lawn.
Get off my lawn. Yes.
Was it a little too easy that he was able to get into the Batcave, or is that just an obligatory tradition with kids that go to Bruce Wayne's house that have a chip on their shoulder?
For what, sorry?
For Terry McGinnis, he's in Wayne Manor for 15 seconds and he's already found the Batcave.
Yeah. Well, Alfred probably showed it to him.
Alfred's dead.
Do we know that? He's still
Spoiler alert.
alive in Dark Knight Returns.
He'd be like 120 years old.
I wish Alfred was just a head on like a spider body in this show.
Well, we already kind of had that though. You
With
wouldn't want to do that
Mr.
too many
Freeze,
times.
but, like, it would be better with Alfred though, let's be honest.
I'm glad that they didn't go. I'm talking seriously now, but I'm glad that we didn't get gratuitous enough to be like, let's do like a robot Alfred.
Oh yeah, good call.
Something like that. I mean, we should probably mention this real quick. One of the reasons the show is so beloved is because it's as good as it is in a thing nobody at the time wanted. This sounded like such a bad idea. Let's do a new Batman, and he's in the future this time. And it just sounded creatively bankrupt, because it was an executive that went to Bruce Timm and his team and was like, I think you just kind of haphazardly, I think you guys should do, I don't know, like a future Batman. And he's like, that sounds dumb. We don't want to do that. Yeah, no, you're doing that. So they had to figure out a way to make it work.
Well, and I think a big reason why people like this is that it's Spider-Man, but with the Batman aesthetics.
Yeah, exactly. It really blends
So
both worlds. Because a lot of us are fans of both, but there's such different characters that are about such different things.
Well, I feel like there's a lot of people, and like I don't think this is a wrong take, but there's a lot of people that like Batman, but not for the character.
Yeah, for
But
the world.
Spider-Man, most people like him for the character.
Because
just
for a
like
lot
you
of
just take
people,
a
one of
character
these
that
is
you like.
more relatable than the other.
Yeah, of course.
See Bruce Wayne's horrible yellow eyes? I love that choice.
He's got jaundice. You can't make fun of that.
I can and I will.
Batman is scurvy.
I think he's just old.
Yeah, when you get old, your eyes just naturally yellow.
Well, no, it's because he didn't take care of himself, and the show makes a big deal out of that. I like that a
yeah.
lot.
I mean, he
it's-
gets punched in the face a lot, so yeah.
Yeah. Well, and you notice, like, he's real hunched over, and that's why he's got to walk with a cane, and the cane's not for show. Like, he needs it.
Yeah. Yes, he's not like a Yoda.
Yeah, it's taking cues a little bit from Kingdom Come without going as far as, his needing machinery to keep his parts together.
And then he got to play Kingdom Come Batman.
Yeah, sure. He got to play something based on that was horrible and horrifying. And
Well,
you and
he's
I
like
have
the
watched
only-
that together.
Yeah, and he's like the only good thing in that special.
He's kind of making fun of it, I think.
No, he shows up and he's like, "Yeah, this is funny." Like I feel like he gets why I like Batwoman. So I'm just like, yes, and everybody, like without fail, went like, "Boo!" Like this is how you used him, and it's like, guys, it's the CW. Like, I'm glad that it was the.
I gave him too much credit. I thought they might be a little bit smarter than that time. And to be fair, like I've seen more of that stuff than you have, and one of the best things in that continuity is one of their early big crossover events that was actually pretty solid, and I thought they might go back to that.
Well, I have always felt like good CW is like bad everything else. So it's like when the CW is good, like it's still not something I really like. So it's just kind of like, like I will take stuff like Batwoman over like Arrow, because Batwoman I think is more interesting to watch. Like I get so much more entertainment out of how bad that show is.
Yeah, we come at it from way different places. I mean, I'm too formed
Oh,
by
absolutely.
Smallville in the first place, and so there's a particular standard of quality that's probably too low, you know. And then,
No, it's understandable
like Arrow, I
because
was
I didn't grow up on
invested
that
in
stuff.
initially, and Flash as well.
No, Arrow was the first CW thing I ever saw, and I was like 16, 17. Like it's
Oh my
probably
God, you're
coming
so
out.
young. I can't deal with it.
I mean, that show started when I was like 15, but I didn't see it till later. I watched the first season on DVD, and I was like, this was fine. I never need to see this again.
I had already been doing the channel for 4 years at that point.
Yeah, no, I remember watching, because I didn't watch that show, but I watched all of your guys' discussions on them.
Ooh, I
And then
love
my
the...
uncle was really big into the CW universe, and I remember I went to visit him, and it was when season 3 was coming out, and I watched the first few episodes where Adam gets like the Iron Man suit, and I got to see that fight scene where he fights Green Arrow, and it's like one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen, and I love it.
Sorry, I loved Terry's I don't know what I'm doing face there like a minute ago, where he's
Yeah.
like about to run into a building or something. He's like, ah.
Ah. Christopher Walken should have been Terry.
I've always really appreciated the impossible things in some of this animation where it's, you know, it's just like the original show. I mean, it's a serious show that doesn't take itself too seriously, so still will do the comic book stuff. Like the mask makes no sense. Like,
Oh, it makes absolutely no sense.
but it's so
great.
stylish,
Yeah.
and I love the simplicity of it. I also think that's one of the, even if people didn't articulate it, I think one
Oh,
of the
damn,
things
that was
probably,
pretty dark.
One of the things that probably attracts Spider-Man fans is just that it's a costume that covers head to toe, and as a teenager at the same time, like there's a lot of things that kind of subconsciously or naturally remind you of Spider-Man, even if you're not really like thinking about it.
No, in a weird way, this is more like 616 Spider-Man in 2099 as opposed to an adaptation of 2099.
That's such a good point.
And it's so weird that Marvel didn't capitalize on that. But I know they did Unlimited, but it's not really the same
They
thing.
tried.
Yeah.
That was not the thing to do. But
No, but
2099 would have
Unlimited
been
does have
weird
the
to try to.
greatest ending of all time.
Yeah, I'm sorry. 2099 would have been weird to try to adapt for children.
Mhm.
I mean, you could have done it, I guess, but
Yeah, I guess it's just kind of one of those things like Daredevil, where it just never would have really worked.
I don't know. There's some really bleak social commentary in that, both with like big business and government stuff. But then this show also has that.
Hmm. Well, these shows could go a lot farther than those 90s Marvel shows.
Yeah. Yeah, and they were able to because of the situation at Warner Brothers when Batman started, because they were giving Spielberg anything he wanted, and that's why any of this was allowed to be made, and the way it was, and with the lack of time restrictions that they had over on the Marvel side, and with nothing like the censorship they had.
Yeah, no, the power of Spielberg got a lot of things done.
Good
Whoa.
one.
I wouldn't have gone out there with my gun on that little line.
I would have gone with not a one-liner there, I think.
Hey, at least he didn't go like it's like, oh, good time for Halloween, and then Batman Beyond goes, "You're right, not," and jumps up.
I don't remember putting this together before, but it's obvious now that I'm looking at it. These suits are like the early prototype for Shriek. Like, I guess you haven't seen the show, but I guess Shriek must have taken one of those outfits and modified it when he made a Shriek suit, because they look a lot like it, except they've got a point.
So it's kind of like the Electro thing,
bottom
I guess.
of the head. Yeah,
And Amazing too. I mean,
he's my favorite villain in the show.
Those suits are one of the big things that remind me of Kirby in this.
Oh yeah, sure.
I kind of wish that his name was Corey McGinnis, though. I would have liked the show a little bit more. You're just an old man. I'm Batman now.
Sometimes I wish with certain projects we're doing, Austin, that it was like a week before the last thing we talked about, you know?
Yeah. I just wish that I existed in a world a week ago, and I hadn't seen that yet.
AMC says, well, Shriek also comes from Wayne Powers. Yeah, and I knew that, but I just hadn't put it together with these outfits for these soldier guys. So part of me is like, why did Bruce wait this long to shut the suit down? And then I'm like, well, I guess like a part of him probably wants the kid to come out okay, but then he also like is shutting it down just when he's in
he's
his
in
most
the worst
vulnerable.
spot.
So now it looks kind of sadistic.
My weakness is being punched. Don't do that.
And this is a really cold Bruce Wayne, who will, you know,
he's got stumped.
In several episodes, of course, you know, show his compassion again, but like he's in a dark place right now.
I like that he's just watching this kid get beat up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's cold, and it really looks
the
like
Bat Hound is like, dude, come on.
That's what I was gonna say. It really looks like he only comes to his senses because of his dog. Look how far he lets it go. I mean, I have expected the dog to jump up there and hit the button.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, AMC Spellbinder is great too. Yeah, why did we have to watch this after Halloween ends? Why did you have to notice parallels with this and that movie? And then at the end, they're just going to fight for no reason?
Batman's going to stomp his head in. Or that's not what happens in that. He's going to snap his neck.
No, what's going to happen is Bruce Wayne's going to pretend to commit suicide? For no reason, and call the cops and try to tell them that... I don't want to talk about that movie anymore.
Well,
speaking of that, here's a super chat from Robert Wild. I'm sorry, what was that, Austin?
Terry McGinnis was being bullied by a gang of jokers. It was like a group of bullies that he could go after now.
Oh.
He's become Batman.
That's a good point. There's so many parallels you can find.
Yeah. Forget Christine was Halloween Ends ripping off Batman Beyond.
Batman Beyond?
Batman Beyond is the worst cartoon since Superman Unlimited.
That's not even a show.
Oh.
Why are there two Plinkets talking to each other?
I don't know, but Noah on the Discord and I have done many conversations that are just Plinkett talking to Plinkett.
Talking to Plinkett?
Yeah, and you just have two conversations where it's like, hey, did you see this? Oh. No.
Robert, thanks for the super chat, buddy. He says, I just wish Dick Grayson appeared in Batman Beyond. Yeah, it was a missed opportunity to never do anything with him, and I love how tragic and twisted the whole thing is with Tim Drake when you get to the movie. But we don't do anything with Dick Grayson in Batman Beyond until the comics.
Oh, that reminds me. It was the thing I was going to say earlier. When we do the Batman 2, I want Killer Croc to be the one that kills Dick Grayson's parents, because that's who does it to Jason Todd in the comics. I feel like that.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, because Jason Todd initially is like just a knockoff of Dick Grayson's to the point where they have the Flying Todds, where it's like a trapeze artist group that Dick meets.
I didn't know that, but I thought his parents were killed by Two-Face, and they ripped that
No.
off for Batman Forever. But I just read comics where that's what it is.
Unless it gets retconned.
It must, Austin, because I'm talking like circa like 87. It's an arc or two after year 2, because I was reading a little bit of detective from the 70s, and I read year 2, and then the same team goes back into present day, of course, and I read like one of the first things I ever have with Jason Todd that wasn't Death in the Family, and it's a Two-Face story, and he's wanting to go after Two-Face because he killed his parents, and I'm like, oh, this is where they got that in Batman Forever, and why people say that character is a fusion of Dick Grayson and Jason Todd. I never fully understood that, except for just the impulsive revenge thing where he's willing to do more violence than Batman. But what I read was it's Two-Face, so I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know about the Killer Croc thing.
It's Croc. That's interesting.
Ren Davis, wasn't Dick a villain or something in the Batman Beyond comics? God, it's been too long. I mean, it's been a decade since I read that stuff. I thought...
When Dick's a villain in Dark Knight Strikes Again, so maybe they were looking at that?
I don't know. I think it is in Hush Beyond, and maybe they made Dick Grayson their... I can't remember anymore. It's just been too long. This disease freaks me out.
What are you eating down there?
It's actually oddly kind of gruesome for animation. Even though it's, this weird abstract thing, like you don't even really know what is happening, but it looks digital. It's like a computer chip affected you with something.
Yeah, it is definitely strange.
That's what it is. I knew there was a clone thing, Vrazzy, and I was trying to put it together. Like, something Dick Grayson, something clone. Okay, Dick Grayson had a clone, and that was Hush in Hush Beyond. That's what it was.
Weird.
Oh, he's got his electrified brass knuckles. Ow. And he's got blood, too, somehow through a mask. Or I thought I saw a shot where there was a little bit of blood on his face. Now it's not there.
Yeah, I didn't see that. This guy's like Shocker.
Oh, man. He's Batman. He's self-declared Batman. The guy had that moment.
Him.
And I love the argument this show makes for ultimately... He counts just as much as Bruce does and comes at it from a totally different place. It's great. And he never feels like a Robin. Like, it really works. Is that George Takei?
He just straight up killed that man.
Well, it was self-defense. He had electrified brass knuckles. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. He couldn't save him, I guess. But he doesn't mean he killed him, even though he did.
He doesn't have to save him. So he did. Burn it.
Yeah, I'm gonna give a gun to somebody, tell them to shoot a person, and then when they kill them in court, I'll be like, well, I didn't have to save them, but that doesn't mean that I killed them.
Bruce Wayne's like, I really like how you kind of ambiguously killed that guy but didn't actually really kill him. That's how I would have done it. You're hired.
You have no idea how many times I killed Joker that way.
Okay, so I'm going to go out on a limb and say hooligans is not really a Bruce Wayne word, and he's just like putting on an act for Terry's mother, and he was like, what's the thing an old person would say? Hooligans.
You know what? Forget 616 Spider-Man. This is MCU Spider-Man in 2099.
What do you mean?
Well, because you have like Bruce Wayne as Iron Man, and like they're a closer relationship, I guess, here than Spider-Man and Iron Man.
Yeah.
But like you have like that kind of connection.
But it's nice how proactive he is, where like he kind of forces himself in, and then he proves to Bruce that he ought to give him that job. It's much different than Iron Man just calling up a teenager and saying, "Hey, you beat up some guys on the street, and you got
but that's what
superpowers."
happens in Homecoming. Spider-Man like messes with the suit so he can like run off and do his own thing.
Well, that's true, but it doesn't start from that place like it does here.
Mm-hmm.
So I still like this a little bit better than that. Where it starts in Civil War is a little contrived, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have like a giant issue with it in Civil War.
I don't know. I just think Tony Stark, like grabbing a teenager, putting him in harm's way, and then going, "Oh, holy crap! Maybe this teenager is going to get killed."
Yeah, no,
I mean, think of that.
Definitely like muddled, but like it also is definitely not what his plan was going into that. Like he does that because that's the only.
See, now you're turned into a scary skeleton man who glows in the dark.
Oh my god!
Yep.
He's glow in the dark.
Yeah, that's Blight, who sounds like a Captain Planet villain, because that was also the name of a Captain Planet villain.
Oh, was that Jeff Goldblum?
Jeff Goldblum was in Captain Planet?
Yeah, like every villain in that is somebody.
I didn't know. Who is he in that? No, Blight, I think. Wasn't it Dr. Blight? Wasn't that the female villain? I can't remember. It's been too
So
long.
it's probably Meg Ryan then.
I may be wrong about that, but yeah. I mean, I know about all the Star Trek cast in that show, but some of the rest of the voice actors, I guess I didn't realize. God, who was Goldblum in that?
Goldblum's like a weird, like, monster-looking guy, I think.
I really want to do a marathon on that at some point. Not one of these, but a mini marathon one night for that. But like, it's hard to get.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we've talked about that before, but it's like not super accessible.
Oh, have we? At the point where we've had the
like
Captain
that.
Planet conversation, it means we spend way too much time together.
I'd love to do that. It's got Meg Ryan in it. Meg frickin' Ryan.
Look, we're not announcing that yet, okay? Just don't get excited.
I don't know. Jason's pretty excited to do Meg Ryan Mania.
No, don't say it out loud. Don't announce it.
Oh, sorry. Don't speak it, don't say it.
Oh,
Don't think it, don't say
don't
it.
speak. I'm looking for the Mxypixilated episode.
Oh, is that what we're doing next?
Yeah, well, you wanted to do that. I thought we'd go ahead and knock it out. Somebody
Groovy.
requested it. I'm not seeing it on the list here, even though I know I wrote it down somewhere because I remember doing it. Where is it?
Is it called Mxypixilated?
It is, yeah. But it's
Okay, I
just-
wasn't sure if that was like another one.
Yeah, it is.
Is he only in one episode?
Oh, I know why I couldn't find it because this was no. He's in at least a couple, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my apologies. So this was requested by. I put this in a different section. We haven't done any of these yet, but we had 4, and we got to start knocking these out. We had 4 top super chatters on the Captain Logan show that each got to pick 3 episodes, and one of them was Jar Jar Edward Bador, and he picked Mxypixilated. That's in season 2 of Superman, and it's the 8th episode of that season. And so we'll go ahead and...
Okay, I got it loaded up on here too, so...
Oh, cool. So you won't need me to screen share?
Yep, no, I am good. I can go back to looking at your beautiful face, sir.
Well, that makes me uncomfortable. I think I might screen share anyway.
Oh.
Oh. You're stuck in that voice, like...
I just love doing it. Like, once you start doing it, you can't stop doing it.
Dude,
It's
I have
one
the
of
same
those
thing.
voices.
Yep, I've had that forever.
Yeah, if we get like if somebody throws out another voice that I can get stuck on, then I'll get stuck on that.
I'll go to that. Otherwise, you're getting Plinkett for a while, folks.
Yeah.
That's how it's going to be. All right, let me pull this up on HBO Max. Give everybody a couple minutes to do it. Is everybody having fun? We've got a real nice crowd still. Thanks a bunch, everybody, for joining us for this craziness. Well, once again, I know we talked a lot, but what did you think of what you saw of the pilot of Batman Beyond?
It was pretty good. There's definitely some like dated dialogue and stuff, but overall it was pretty good.
I don't think anything they did ever gets as timeless as Batman was, and then Superman is real close to that too, right?
Well, I've only seen the origin for Superman, so that wasn't especially dated.
Well, and I remember you liking that. Okay.
No, I did like it because I was like, oh, I need to pick up the Blu-ray, and then I still have it.
We did that for a mini marathon.
No, it was that was a really fun one.
That's a great pilot, and it's my favorite version of Brainiac.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I just love tying him, like having him be part of Krypton and tying him into the destruction of that. It's wonderful. Okay.
Yeah, that's like an unfortunate thing with the Superman news recently is that I just want like just throw everything out, start over, because like let's build some cool stuff. Like we could do that again. I don't know. Like,
no, so many people are, and like they're entitled to this, and I'm glad they're getting it if that's what they really want. But so many people are so excited about Cavill coming back, and even before this, like constantly in the Captain Logan show, I would see comments when we're talking about movie Superman, like all I want is to see Cavill, finally get his time in the sun, and I'm like, yeah, but at what cost? Like how long are we going to be stuck with the baggage of the DCEU? And maybe it'll finally turn around, and it'll be more good projects than bad, and we'll be able to kind of forget about what didn't work. But boy, do I want to just axe it all and start over.
No, because I feel like no matter what they do, whether it's good or not, there is like 8,000 pounds of baggage holding their Superman down, and there's just so much where it's like, oh, it'd be cool if you could do this, but you can't really now because like you have things that already pre-exist that suck.
That's why I said when we covered it this week that this is one of the few exceptions I have to the like recasting rule where like I don't like to necessarily see the same actor play a different version of a character. Like, recast it when you go somewhere else. Use a different score and theme when you go to something else. But in this particular case, yeah, I'd be, if it's got to be Cavill again, still start over. I really feel that way about it.
I just want like the Batman for Superman. Like
I want the Superman.
Director that really loves Superman that comes in and like wants to do it and has ideas,
and then they can have their own Superman shared universe where they have like a Parasite show.
We can have the Mxypixilated movie.
Yeah, and they could have like the Metallo HBO Max series.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's like the Affleck thing. Like I'm so done. Like just wipe all of that away. I don't care. And you're not going to be able to win me over on it. So, like... And I mean, I say that, like, the Suicide Squad won me over on, like, their version of Rick Flag. But, like... I don't think it has the same amount of baggage.
No, but it's still part of that whole universe, so it's still awkward.
No, it is definitely still awkward. But I just mean, like... It's not, like... Like, the take in Suicide Squad for Rick Flag isn't bad, it's just that movie's bad, and the Suicide Squad just takes it and makes it good. Their version of Batman and Superman are so just not what I care about. Like, there's no way you could turn it around.
Yeah.
And Superman, I will give them, is like the hardest character to adapt at this point, because no matter what, you can never have an actor that's as good as Reeves. So it's like, I get that, but like, I don't know. We can do better than what we're getting.
So do you just flat out not like Cavill? Like
I don't care about Cavill in the role. Like
Oh, I see. Sure.
And
I do like him a lot as a modern choice, and I just don't think
part
we've
of
got
that
to
is
see what he would even want to do with it. Like yes, you're right about Reeves obviously being quintessential, but like I think Cavill could have won you over with it if he had the right material.
No, and that's absolutely possible. He absolutely could have, but it's just unfortunate that he didn't give that.
AMC, that is a good point. We do have Hulkman, and that's true, and he's great, but a lot of people aren't going to care to watch that show.
Well, what's interesting with him is that he's not the person that you would think of. Like, we talked about that when we reviewed the pilot, which is like Reeves is like Superman, just like taken off the page, like like visually and just like how he talks and like just everything about him. Hulkman, like you look at that guy and you're like, oh, like that, like you cast that guy as Superman, And then you see his performance, and it's like, oh no, but he like embodies that character, so it works. I feel like in a way, Cavill, at least how he's been presented, is the reverse, where it's like this guy kind of looks like Superman, but he's not really Superman. Like,
AMC says, I don't get why people are hung up on Cavill. Yeah, he very much looks the part. Austin says, kinda, but he barely even spoke in Man of Steel. I just don't get the love for those DCEU versions.
Man of Steel is like one of the most obnoxious movies I've ever seen, because it's like an hour of just CGI punching like this, and it's just like characters flying everywhere, and it's like really hard to watch, and it gives me a headache, and I'm like, no, stop.
See, I loved it initially because I latched onto some ideas.
I liked it initially too. Like, it's a movie that I watched the first time. I was like,
an execution issue, and there's a lot of communication issue with that, of course. And yeah, I even complained at the time. Still, monosyllabic Superman. How does he have less to say than Superman and Superman Returns? It's crazy.
No, Superman Returns and Man of Steel are both movies I walked out of the theater going, that was pretty good, and I've never been able to have that experience with again.
Yep.
You know, Superman Returns is the first movie I saw in IMAX. I was like 10 years old, and I was like, this movie's brilliant.
We need to go ahead and get into this episode. Spooky John Kelling, $5 super chat. So, John, you are tied right now for a top super chatter with Spencer. Thanks so much. Who do you think has better future slang, Batman Beyond or Spider-Man 2099? That's a fun question.
I don't know either well enough to answer that, but okay. I'll let you go ahead.
So 2099 says shock for everything. If you're gonna have a swear word, it's gonna be something as like shocking, or shock this, that kind of thing. And Batman Beyond, it's been a while, and they like Drag is one. We heard that in the pilot, but then the big one, it's on the tip of my tongue. I think I like Batman Beyond with it a little bit better. Maybe just because the shock thing was too overused. And I guess I appreciated Beyond like making up a word. But like both things happen with slang, certainly. Mm-hmm. So I think they're on par. I mean, I think they both did it pretty well.
I up your ante in that it's Dark Knight Returns, because I quote the slang in Dark Knight Returns like on a near daily basis, where you'll be like, oh, you know, look at this, and I'll be like, yeah, man, that don't shiv.
I like it. I like it better than what Battlestar Galactica did with frack, where it's like
Transformers does a lot of stuff like that, and I always find it kind of cringy.
Yeah, because what it sounds like is not like trying to extrapolate to the future so much as like TV censorship, where it's like, well, we can't say the F word, so we'll just like tweak it. We'll add like a letter, and then.
Yeah, I have that too with like Ninja Turtle stuff that is like
Shway, that's it. Yeah, thanks, Busted Sim. It's just in the moment. We're jumping around to so many shows I couldn't think of it. Yeah, the big one in Batman Beyond is Shway, which
I don't even like the sound of that.
Yeah, ooh. I don't either. Where it's like that's so Shway, like groovy or something. And what I don't like about it is that it sounds okay. I'm really giving it 2099 now, I guess, because you had Slag. That's okay. There's a couple of other little ones, but yeah, Shway sounds like a thing that could have come up in the 60s and didn't, thank goodness, right?
Shway don't shiv. I don't like that at all.
It don't shiv.
Yeah. Yes, I also say
Matthew says Austin says slice and dice. You know what's funny? I have a 4-year-old that goes around and says slice and dice, and not because he read that book. I don't know where it came from.
That's really funny.
Don't go all Billy Slice and Dice.
No, I don't know why. And I've probably done it on the show, like if you've noticed, but like I do say like the shiv thing a lot, and the slice and dicers to a lesser degree.
Oh man, Robert! Sorry, everybody's jumping on this conversation now. We got to watch this episode. Robert, I'm so sick of everyone from the future saying Shway on the Flash. Did they do that?
Ooh.
Did they bring that into Flash? I didn't know that. Yikes.
That show's still on?
Oh, Ren's not happy with me. He says, you're giving it to 2099? What the shock, you son of a glitch! That's awesome.
This is why Dark Knight Returns wins. Both of them suck.
Okay. Let's get into this. We're doing Mxypixilated. I got it out. We got some Gilbert Gottfried action, folks.
Yes. And I'm wearing the proper shirt because Smiling Friends is his last performance.
Oh, you said that earlier, didn't you? Is that his last performance?
It is. And the story behind how they got it is really funny because, like, COVID, right? So, like, they had to do it over, like, Skype or whatever, over Zoom. And he had, like, a crappy old mic. And apparently, like, he was just screaming into his mic and all of the audio levels are peaking.
I bet. It was
But they were
clipping at the
just like,
tops.
but they were like, we're just like these like little show creators, and he's Gilbert Gottfried. Like, I can't say like no to him. And apparently his he was getting like email notifications too, so there's like a ding noise while he was talking.
And that's all in the episode?
So they put music over it to cover it, but apparently if you listen really closely, you can hear it. But I've never been able to pick it up.
Oh, that's great. John says it's when Nora came from the future, she started using future slang very shway. Oh no, no, don't do that. No, Nora Allen, not Mr. Freeze's Nora.
Yeah.
Oh no,
That's rough.
Okay, let's watch Superman. This will be a good.
That just
palate
makes you
cleanser.
want to slice and dice.
Everybody at timestamp 0. I hope you are. Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now. I'm not going to be doing that in 14 hours.
Does Sam Hamm's script have any of that Dark Knight Returns slang? Because like both of his scripts go really into Dark
That's
Knight
a
Returns.
good question.
Stuff.
I don't remember. But
And,
there easily could have been with some of that Robin on the Street stuff.
Well, and the Sons of Batman are in his scripture too.
I can't believe some of you guys stuck with Flash that long to get to Shway. Like, I couldn't do it. I mean, I did come back and watch half a season again before, whatever season that was, 5 or 6, whatever it was, before Crisis, and thought the writing was better than it was when I left, but, like, it was a really low bar, but I was liking it better than I thought I would. And then after what they did with Crisis, and so much of the drama in that was a total waste of time, I was like, yeah, I'm not going back to that show.
That's on season 8 now, right? Like, that's the final season?
It's last season, yeah, I think so. Is it 7? 7 or 8?
I thought it was 8, but I don't know. I think I've said before, I've never seen a full season of that show. I watched the last half of season 1 and first half of season 2.
So we've got Gilbert Gottfried screaming through this entire episode, and it's glorious.
Yes.
I mean, the first line of the episode is, "My dick!"
One of the weird... Whoa, that car behind him has lips.
It's so great. It has lips?
Yeah, it had, like, little lips. Oh, I guess because he, like, made that car.
Yeah.
Or no, because he just poofed it away. I don't know.
Yeah, well, he's got magic powers, and he brings stuff in and gets rid of it, and he's
Yeah,
a fifth-dimensional being.
What's really cool is that they went back to the Golden Age Mxypixilated design.
AMC says Flash is going on season 9.
Wow. Okay.
Yikes. Why not just round it out and tie with Smallville?
Because the actor didn't want to come back.
I'm sorry, but you were making a point.
Oh no, it's really cool with Mxypix that they went back to the Golden Age design. Like, it's not even the design that he had in the comics at this point.
Yeah, I also want to point out that this is, of course, it's hard to talk over this. There's just so much fun stuff that he does. I've seen this episode a fair number of times, I think. Maybe 4 or 5. But this is written by Dini, and Dini does the Mxypix stuff for this show, and then he also does the Batmite stuff for Brave and the Bold.
Oh, okay.
He does them both. He does both the Imps, and they're both some of the best episodes of those shows.
Yeah, I remember liking Batmite and Brave and the Bold, but it's been a long time since.
It's one of the best finales of anything, because like it's making fun of why the show is ending, and it gets kind of a real ending, and it's fourth wall breaking in all the right ways. Yeah, because it's Batmite being a big fan of Batman. Talking about how the world is like too dark for that show. It's great.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I want to see that Scooby-Doo crossover they did, because
It's
Scooby-Doo
great.
meets Batman is like one of the greatest things ever made. So I hope it's at least to some quality of that.
I like that movie a lot. I can't speak to it much now. I haven't seen it in a while, but
Hmm.
I liked it when I saw it.
Well, I've heard those like Scooby-Doo movies were in like a really good place like around that time. So I mean that's one of those things that probably peaks and valleys. Like they'll have like a few good years and then get weaker again. And
I just thought it was cool that we finally got, even with Scooby Doo, that we finally got a Brave and the Bold movie like so long after that show ended. I never thought that would happen, and that's
No,
the
that's
appropriate way
crazy.
to do it, right? Like you team it up with something else because they did like non superhero crossovers or non like regular DC superhero crossovers in that show. There's a Space
Oh,
Ghost
really?
opening. Yeah, one of the coolest teasers in that show is a Space Ghost teaser.
I didn't know that.
And I
That's really
think there's a
cool.
Scooby Doo one too, which is part of why they did that. I may be
Okay.
wrong about that. I've never seen that whole show.
Yeah.
I've got all of it now. I need to finally. It's on Max too. I need to finally watch all that too. I'm gonna have to spend my whole life just watching cartoons.
Yeah, it's cool they did that Scooby-Doo like meets show where like every episode was one of those, and they did Weird Al for one. Like there was
Yeah.
some really weird stuff that you wouldn't think of as like a go-to.
No, that show was cool too, but I'm not sure if we're talking about the same. Like they did a movie, right?
Yeah, no, I know I'm saying, but it's also cool that they did that show.
Oh yes, cool. Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. My
No, it's
attention is
okay.
in like 15 different places. Side-scrolling hero.
I hate when my dad starts doing this. Like you walk in and you're trying to talk, and then your mom starts doing it too. It's so annoying.
I I love these shows' ability to be both hilarious and kind of disturbing at the same time.
Mhm.
But yeah, side-scrolling hero mentioned Batman and Abe Lincoln. That's one of the better openings. To
That is
Brave
one of
and the
my
Bold.
favorite Gilbert Godfrey lines so far. Is the chickens are always funny.
And he's given a real performance too.
No, he is. He is. He absolutely is.
Like he's totally getting this. It fits
No,
him
and it's not his
perfectly.
exact like Gilbert Godfrey voice, because obviously that's not his real voice, but um, it's like slightly off of that.
He's pitching it up a little bit.
Yeah.
But also, what I mean when I say he's giving a performance is it's not like later in his life when people would send him a script that he would just kind of scream the words and not know what any of it was about. Like, there's intention behind everything he's saying. Like,
Yeah.
but this is not that long after he did Iago, and that's a really good performance too.
Oh, absolutely.
He put them in the pig. That's such the obvious thing to do with the kids, and I love it. Like, with the pitchfork.
I remember once my sister was like, "You know whose voice I really love?" And I was like, "Whose?" And she's like, "The parrot from Aladdin. Like, I feel like I could just listen to that a lot." And I was like, "It's not something you hear a lot, but yeah, sure."
I really just want to put on a record and listen to the parrot from Iago.
Yeah,
Or
like,
the
just
parrot from Aladdin.
You know, some people like go to bed to whale sounds. I feel like I could go to bed to the parrot from Aladdin. You know?
I feel like I could lay down and close my eyes and drift off very, very lightly to. I'm about to have a heart attack and die of not surprise!
Jafar!
Jafar!
That's one of the worst things about the remake is they completely cut Iago out.
Oh man, we need to stop talking and just listen to this. It's so good when he goes,
No.
Superman!
No, this is wonderful. I love this.
So much fun. And I love that, like, he's just an annoyance to Superman, but he's kind of menacing too, because there's really not anything Superman can do against this, and that's why Superman famously hates magic. It's real fairy tale-y. And then, like, was Superman being clever when he did that? Like, I think he
Yeah,
did that
you
on purpose.
hit him with a Bugs Bunny.
You know, that's a good point, too. Dini is kind of... I never thought of this. He is bringing back what he was doing, like the chops that he had for Tiny Toons in the Superman episode, right?
Oh, absolutely. Oh.
Like, those are some tools he hasn't really had to use that much with these shows. That I guess to some degree he goes to for certain, gags and things, but especially just the Warner Brothers goofy slapstick stuff.
Mm-hmm. No, because he's just a cartoon character.
Yeah. Well, we're basically casting Superman as the straight man in like a Bugs Bunny cartoon where it's basically like the Daffy Duck thing where he's like
yeah, it's the duck season, rabbit season.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, absolutely. When are we gonna get Mxypixilated in a movie? That would have to be a gun thing, right? Like, that's the only way we get Mxypixilated in a movie.
I just don't want him to be CG.
Oh, you would have to be CG.
Then I don't want him. There's only one way I'm okay with Mxypixilated being animated, and that's if it's 2D on top of live action, because I think that could be great, right? Like, you have a 5-dimensional being that appears as a flat 2D character.
That'd be funny.
I think that's a cool idea.
You know what? Part of me thinks...
Am I crazy? That's what they should do.
Because Gunn released like a list of people that he almost put in the Suicide Squad, and part of me thinks that Mxypixilated was on it. I'm gonna look this up.
Oh, man. That would be fascinating. But Mxypixilated on the Suicide Squad doesn't make any
cool characters
damn
in
sense.
that list.
Sorry, what was it?
No, what did you say?
I just said it doesn't make any sense that he could be on that TV studio and powerful.
Yeah, no, there's some of the characters that he had on there are really cool. Like, he almost had Man-Bat in that movie.
Wow, that would have been awesome.
You know the rainbow monster from Batman, like in that famous cover where he's like turning them multicolored? That was almost in that movie. I think that would have been awesome.
He has a hot lady sidekick.
That is true. What is this, a 90s Batman movie?
No, it's a 90s Superman show.
Oh.
Around the same time as 90s Batman movies.
I need to destroy Superman, Miss Tessmacher.
You have a pretty good Gilbert Godfrey there.
Oh, thanks. It's like not even really like tried or like it's like a half-assed one.
People in the comments are talking about CW terrible live-action versions of Mxypixilated because I never saw the one in Supergirl, so I can't speak to that. I didn't even know about that until somebody mentioned it. But the one in Smallville is awful, and not even that character really. And then the only one that I've liked is the one from Lois and Clark.
Oh, okay.
Which I haven't seen in a long time, admittedly, but that was Howie Mandel, and I thought that was good casting.
This is some Mad Love energy where Harley's like, "Don't you want to rev up your Harley?"
Oh, that is what we're doing here.
Paul Dini, you sexual pervert.
Come pay attention to me. And not in like a let's play a board game kind of way.
I just remember there's a really good bit when he was on Celebrity Apprentice, and they get him to be like the stand-up comedian.
Look at the Swiss Army knife.
Oh yeah.
I saw some of the clips from that.
Yeah, and there's a bit where he's like doing stand-up in front of a bunch of really snooty rich people, and he's like, "Every time I look at my 2 kids, it's a reminder that a woman had sex with me."
And everybody's just like stone-faced.
Everybody's just like, I can't believe he said that.
He said it out loud.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, then he looks at one guy and he goes, "If it could happen to me, it could happen to you, sir."
I think it's hilarious how much time passes in this episode.
Yeah.
So, like, episodes have happened in between this. Like, Superman is dealing with this, or like knows it's gonna come back and he's gonna have to deal with it in other episodes.
Yeah, we've gone through like the entire show at this point.
It's almost a year. Oh my god, that was a.
I can't
Super
find
Friends.
this list, so I don't know if.
Yeah,
you
what
said
were you
that.
doing?
I was looking up that list to see if Mxypixilated was one of the characters considered for the Suicide Squad.
Oh, I forgot all about that.
I could
That was a
not
while
find
ago
it.
now.
Yeah, I know. I know Batmite was because Gunn loves Batmite, but I don't know.
You
if
can't have
Mxypixilated was.
both.
No, and you can't have
You'd have
both.
to
But
pick
there's
one.
definitely characters that are like you would just swap them out.
I don't want a Batmite in a world where we took Superman or Batman too seriously. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Mxypixilated I could live with, whatever, but like, yeah, you're gonna parody of Batman in your universe where your Batman was kind of a parody.
Well, it's even funny when you get to Peacemaker.
I like
that they
Batflick. I
just
like the
act like
casting.
they exist.
Like, nobody come after me, but I'm just saying
No, it's even funny when you get to Peacemaker and that show just acts like they live in a regular DC universe. Like, it's just like the way people talk about it. It's just like,
But I mean,
Yeah,
people are even talking
sure.
about that already by like the first Suicide Squad movie, where it's like the Superman you guys are talking about, I did not exist. I did not see that guy.
no, like even more so where it's just like the way people talk about characters, like way more than that.
Yeah. Oh yes, I do.
Well, they talk about Batmite in that too, but
They talk about what?
they do like name drop Batmite. They talk about Batmite
That's
in that show.
crazy.
Yeah, because Peacemaker's like, "What the hell's Batmite?" And then the one guy's like, "Oh, he's like an imp that's Batman's biggest fan." Like, come on now.
Wow. Yeah, everybody I know says that show's great. I just can't get excited about looking at it. One of these days,
No, for sure.
after I've
That's
seen
not
all
me
these
trying to be like,
cartoons I need to
that
watch.
cat.
I'm sorry, what?
So, no, I know, and that's not me trying to be like, you have to watch that cat.
Oh, I know. I love Mxypixilated with his face on an airplane. That feels
awesome.
real 1930s cartoon throwback to me.
Absolutely.
And I meant to mention this at the beginning, but like there's some, and obviously there's a lot of this in the show already, but there's a shot with Superman at the beginning where like he's cringing to stop a vehicle or something that's so Fleischer in the face.
It also would have been funny if he was just riding around on a doghouse.
That's true. That's a good call.
But this is great too.
Well, and isn't it impressive that he's like you said the Golden Age design, but like we're going back to the Golden Age idea of Mxypixilated and just writing it into this modern show, and somehow it's working. Partly because it's such a love letter to cartoons, I guess.
Absolutely.
But Superman's playing it straight, like because he and the rest of the world are not getting too roped up in the cartoon nature of it. It totally works. I mean, it's like if the Fifth Dimension was just cartoon land, and then it encroaches on this world.
But it's funny when you get like a more serious cartoon and then you have like a Looney Tunes character show up in that, and then you have like the distinction between them.
Well, and that's what I love about Brave and the Bold again, is that it flips it the other way sometimes, where like it's a silly cartoon that can occasionally get really serious and have some pathos to it. Which I think is neat for the same reason. I don't know about Mxypixilated calling him Super all the time. Like that's kind of a weird.
Weird choice.
It's just a weird way to insult. So, oh, Super.
That would be what they call Matt Reeves' version, because like Gordon calls Batman just man, so it'd be like Super.
Super. I don't think he calls him man because part of his
Whoa,
name...
Superman just snapped his neck.
Good job,
He's
Superman.
got
Way to
an
use your
even higher
brains.
pitched voice now.
Oh, yeah, somebody let us know if they ever brought him back, because I just can't remember. I have seen every episode of this show, but it's been a decade. And for some reason, this show doesn't stick with me like a lot of Batman does. Probably just because I haven't seen it enough, and I didn't see it as much of it when it was on. But like I've always talked about the quality of the show and how it did an even better job than Batman of maintaining that, and yet like a lot of these episodes just don't stick with me. Maybe partly because they did the best they could with Superman's Rogues Gallery, but it's still his Rogues Gallery. Like it's still not the best Rogues Gallery overall.
Well, I remember, I think when we did this watch party, you said that it's more consistently better, or like good, than Batman, but Batman's the one that sticks with you more. Lois Lane should have said, "Meh, what's up, Smallville?" when she had that carrot. And I stand by that.
I'm okay with their not doing that.
Mxyplex is like, this attractive woman's trying to make out with him, and he's like, "No, I'm trying to play with my Superman."
Now that I've turned him into a monkey, we can make out some more.
Give me some sugar, baby.
All right, well, we knocked that one out. Which is a ton of fun. John Kelling, they brought Mxyplex back at least one more time because he kind of teamed up with Bizarro. I don't even remember that. Busted Sim, there's also a less striking, more simple art style that doesn't grab as much. I get what you're saying that. I love the look of the show for Superman. Like, I don't think it's the visuals. Like, I think it's just the stories. Like, and they're really good, but like, I don't want to say more throwaway, but there's...
Well, Batman just inherently is more visually interesting than Superman, but... So, like, I can understand that where you look at that show and you go like, oh, this just appeals to me a little bit more. That's nothing against Superman. Like, Superman's great and he's great in his own right.
Yeah.
But, like, there's just that kind of dark look, I think, is just more visually appealing.
Well, and I guess I have the same thing a lot of people do with Superman, where, sure, because I've done this for a long time, I've read a lot of good Superman stories and I could rattle off a few from comics, but, like, when I think of Batman, I think about particular stories I like, and with Superman, with the exception of Death of Superman, just because I grew up with that real hard, that's one of the reasons I was into comics in the first place. When I think of Superman, I think of the look and the set of principles and all of that, right? Like, I do to some degree kind of think psychology with both of them, but with Batman, it's a more, for me anyway, relatable psychology where, like, I want to be driven like Batman. It's maybe not attainable to go as far as Batman does, but with Superman, it's like, yeah, I want to have that morality, but somehow, this is just me personally, but like somehow I've just always related to that character more, and in some ways kind of looked up to him more, where it's like, I want to be the ideal of Superman, but like, I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's, so maybe some of it is as you're saying, Austin, because I haven't thought about that, is just like how Batman I gravitate to more inherently anyway. But Superman was also much more of kind of a traditional action cartoon, going back to the kind of Fleischer thing, and like they told some serious stories. Don't get me wrong, but Batman I think had just more of that in general, which is why I hesitate to say throwaway, but I can't think of another way to say it.
Just different kind of stories.
Robert, while I have seen the initial concept art for Superman, he says it looked a lot more like Batman the Animated Series initially. A part of me wishes they'd gone with that, just because when you put them together finally, it was really weird seeing those two character models trying to mesh, and so then Justice League finally had to come up with one look for all of those characters.
Well, it's weird because Superman goes, okay, we're going to do this, and then it's Batman that has to be made to look like Superman. And that was unfortunate.
I agree. No, you're right, because it's more simplified. And...
No, and both shows look good for what they are, like you said. But Batman shouldn't have been made to look more like that.
No, and the ears got too tall, and he got too slender, and...
Yeah, and they removed the yellow circle. And like, that's lame.
Oh, I thought you meant in Justice League.
Oh, no, I was talking about the last season
Batman.
of Batman.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, it was made to look more like this.
No, for some reason, Justice League is like a middle ground where... And it's probably, I think...
He's still too
the fact that I... No, that's true. But what I'm saying is I think that because there's that last season of Batman... It's like, okay, but Justice League's better than that, so I can look at them and go, like, yeah, it's not as good as the animated series, but it's still good. If that last season of Batman didn't look like that, then I would probably be harsher on how it looks in Justice League.
Yeah, that's totally fair. Okay, let's pick another episode and get it set up, but then go ahead and take another quick break. I want to go to... Well, actually, hold on. I need to make sure I'm not forgetting the folks that won Super Chats. See, I was going to just go through an order, and now I'm thinking I should have done that so that I'm not, like, conflicted here.
Yeah, you got all the time in the world to watch any episode, so...
Kinda... But it's weird because, like, it's 24 hours is a long time, but there's a lot of stuff that's requested here, so I want to make sure and get them all knocked out.
Well, okay, also hurts we're stopping, like, to talk about random nonsense for 20 minutes.
That's because I got you here.
Yeah, I know. When in doubt, it's always my fault.
That's what we do.
I'm a rambler, I'm sorry.
I probably don't want to go, because I've never seen Static Shock. I probably don't want to start with a Season 3 episode, so maybe we should do that later.
Yeah, let me check, because I forgot to look if Static Shock is
It's probably not there.
It is not.
I would be shocked if it was. I'd be static shocked if it was.
No, so I guess... Well, I have Batman, Superman... in both Justice Leagues.
This is one that was requested.
Not that, like, I can't look it up off your screen, but
yeah, we can do that again. This is one that was requested by a ton of people, and Nicholas Robinson asked for it with a top super chat. So I think we'll go ahead and do Justice League Unlimited again. This is season 1, episode 2, and this is for the Man Who Has Everything, which is based on the classic Alan Moore story, I think.
Oh, okay. Cool.
If this is the one I'm thinking of. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's the one. So, yeah, let's go ahead and pull that up.
Oh, and it's got Mongol in it.
Yeah. That's part of why they did that, I think, was because they were starting to do things with that character, and he's... I think in the... I've reviewed that, but it's been a long time.
And Mongol is in the Suicide Squad, so there's a... tie-in from what we were talking about.
Or what I was in the Suicide? I don't even remember that. Is he?
Yeah, they gender swap it, but it's.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, they've got a. Yeah, because it's like I think Rick Flag is like a weird pronunciation where he calls her Mongal. He's like Mongal, check that out.
No, you know they did that on purpose. That's really funny,
probably.
No, that's
she's the one that jumps on the helicopter and then it like falls and
no, that's gun writing. He's making fun of gender swap things that do stupid names like that. That's so on purpose. There's no way it's not.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really think about that, but that probably.
I'm sticking by it.
I know he got like a lot of crap because he gender swapped Cosmo for Guardians 3, but he. The reasoning for it I thought was pretty interesting, where it was like instead of like he took like inspiration from the dog that inspired Cosmo, and I thought that was kind of interesting.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, it was like a female dog that was shot into space.
I'll have to watch that movie again at some point.
Guardians 3?
No, I just meant when we were talking about
The Suicide
the
Squad.
Suicide Squad, yeah.
We got to do a commentary.
That was a weird watch, man. But yeah, do you know about the story with the, like, I think it's a starro or a plant thing that gets on his. It's not a starro. It's a.
Well, you're probably thinking that famous cover, right, where it's like the Justice League with the Starro faces.
Yeah, but there's like a plant that gets on Superman's face, and then he like dreams of another life.
I actually think I've seen this episode.
Oh, interesting.
I remember when I was like a little kid, it was one of the only Justice League episodes I've seen, and it was my uncle put it on. He had it saved on his PS2, and we watched it. And it was
sorry, real quick. This is why I was shocked when you said Mongol was in that movie. Mongal is actually a comic character. That's his sister. So like, that's him going that obscure.
Oh, okay. Because when it came out, people were like, "Oh, they gender swapped it." So I didn't know enough about that character, so I just went, "Okay."
I mean, I didn't know about that, but I don't remember seeing that movie thinking, "Oh, weird, they gender swapped Mongol."
Mm-hmm. Well, it's just there for like half a second.
Okay, so everybody go ahead and rig this episode up. We're gonna take a 3 to 4 minute break here, and we'll be right back, everybody. Hope you're having a good time, and we'll see you very, very soon. After I get my audio switched back. Okay.
Gosh dang it.
Hello, folks. We're going to get started again here in just a minute. Oh, there's Austin. He's already here. Hello, sir. He's eating something. He's eating crackers. And he's still got himself muted so that he's not like... I can wait for you if you're not ready to be on camera. I can go back over here. And then, oh, okay.
I was just in the middle of eating a cracker, so it was like, uh-oh.
Are you ready to see Superman get an unfortunate gift?
I was going to say an unfortunate makeover. Now that would be an episode.
That didn't happen.
That should be the second Mxypixilated episode.
I think if that did happen, it's not likely it would get picked for the stream, or it would get picked for entirely different reasons.
I would pick that.
That's true. That's true.
Remember when I picked that Make America's Grot Again episode, and then it ended up being the worst thing ever because that was only in the first 5 minutes, and the rest of the episode.
The joke was on you, sir. He's talking about when we did this feels like a million years ago now when we did the Legends of Tomorrow mini marathon. Why did we do that? Why did we do that to ourselves?
I don't know, but I don't know if you remember this, but that was right after we did, or it was either right before or right after we did the game show, the first episode of that.
Yeah.
And the thing that I won at the end was a Batwoman stream, and I was like, you were like, should we do it this week? And I was like, no, we just did Legends of Tomorrow.
Did we never do it?
We've never done it yet, so we still got to do that at some point.
I'm sorry, we'll totally do it. It would be really funny, because I'm going to try to bring the game show back next month if we can find the time, and it would be really funny if we did another game show before you finally get that stream.
Before we did that?
I forgot all about that! You blew my mind,
dude!
Day.
No, I was thinking about it the other day. I was like, oh yeah, we never did that. That was like the thing, those in the rules or whatever.
I guess there's a reason that everyone says I'm their worst friend.
Well, I say that all the time,
yeah,
but that has nothing to do with that.
I'm realizing that now. Oh, okay. Are you going to tell me what it is, or?
You wouldn't get it.
AMC. That was the best possible response. Let's go ahead and watch this episode, guys. It's for the man who has everything. It's, as you see on your screen there, Justice League Unlimited. It's funny, we went to a late episode of that. Now we're going to just the second episode of Unlimited.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I love the bit at the end of the pilot where they just have 1,000,001 superheroes all standing around in the satellite like, I don't know why I'm here. It's great. All right, everybody ready? Here we go. Make sure you've got your video to timestamp 0, however you're watching it. Get ready to press play. We're going to do it right now. Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now.
See, now I'm wondering if my mom has any cheese to go with these crackers. These crackers are very dry.
Well, you're going to have to wait 21 minutes at least to go find that, I think.
I don't know. I have a laptop and I'm watching it on an iPad. I can feasibly move with both.
We watched you do it earlier when you were dealing with dogs.
Yeah, when all I could hear was slurp, slurp, slurp in the background.
No, you're thinking of the Green Arrow episode.
Well, it was during that episode.
Isn't that messed up? You had to listen to it in 2 places.
Yeah.
Like, this
and my mom
gross.
was still awake when we did the first intermission, so she was talking about it, and I was like, he was drinking from the toilet, and she was like, yeah.
AMC says really I did it for Sarah Lance. I didn't do it for Sarah Lance. She stopped becoming that character as soon as she got brought back from the dead. She was more that character while dead. Now it's sad.
Remember that bowling episode?
Remember I was going to say that. Remember bowling?
Remember there was people having sex in a tent, and it was like really uncomfortable?
I love how this episode looks right away.
I think I'm going to say you loved that part.
That
but
green...
yeah, no,
well, I'm going to talk about that. Let's watch this episode, shall we?
No, I think this is definitely the episode I watched when I was a kid that my uncle had saved on his PS2.
How do you save an episode of Justice League on your PS2?
I don't know. I can ask him.
You should, because I don't even know how that works. Robert Wild, this is a pretty faithful adaptation. It is. I remember... I know there's a couple of major changes, but I can't remember what exactly. It's been too long since I read that. It says it mostly just downplays the political stuff and obviously removes Jason Todd from the story. Yeah, it's been too long.
Yeah, I remember that exact image. We had that thing on him because I was like, whoa, what is that? I don't care about Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman. And then I looked away.
Oh, okay.
I was one of those kids.
Well,
I was
that's
like,
a
I
real
don't
classic
like
image now, too. Like, you wouldn't even have to see this to have seen that someplace. I don't mean you in particular. I'm just saying.
Hmm. I wonder if we would have tried anything like that in the Suicide Squad, because Superman was almost in that movie, and one of the big famous images is Superman with the Starro face.
Yeah. Well, and again, this isn't Starro, but that would
No,
that
I
would have been a
know,
way to
like,
do it. Yeah,
that type of
absolutely.
thing. Absolutely, yeah. You're right. I don't like that they're showing clips from the
I
episode.
don't like it. I always look away with the show, and they do it the whole way through all 3 seasons. Did you see Wonder Woman with her big gun?
No, I looked away during that.
Well, I did just suggest that you do that. I realized, but
Hmm.
I couldn't help.
Yeah,
I
you were
couldn't
like,
help it.
"Don't look at this." So I looked away, and then you were like, "Whoa, did you see that?"
Well, I happened to then look up and saw, like, oh, Wonder Woman's got this big gun.
Oh, Jam
I didn't realize
DeMatteis
DeMatteis wrote this. Yeah.
So Mongo will be like a victim of child abuse then, right?
Oh, and Gibbons and Gibbons drew that story. I didn't realize that either.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. That's some good deductive reasoning there, Batman. Meanwhile, inside Superman's head, but also on Krypton.
Meanwhile, at the Legion of Superman's thoughts,
Do they call that thing Kalex in the show?
I don't know.
Oh no,
It's
it's Brainiac. I got my
I
answer.
thought his name was Herbie.
That's a different thing.
Oh.
They have that in
Oh, yeah, I'm thinking
Superhero
of the Love
Squad.
Bug.
That's a Marvel thing.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the Love Bug.
Oh, that's even a whole other thing. Robert says we're having major buffering again. Hopefully that goes away. But it's been few and far between. Hopefully we'll be all right.
This show really, I guess this continuity really loves its redheads. This Mxyplex had like his redheaded girlfriend, and now Superman has his.
Yeah. That's true, but these are like even different people working on these episodes.
Hmm. Yeah, but everyone involved is a pervert, so.
All right, well, he said that now. And I'm moving right along.
And now for something completely different.
Oh, that was a pretty good generic Beatles voice. Could have been any of the Beatles voice. Good job.
Oh, I was even going for Beatles, but thank you. I was once at a restaurant, and one of my friends was like, "Oh, can you do a Beatles voice?" And I did it. And then he was like, "Okay, now can you do all 4 Beatles?" And I was like, "Well, I have one specific Beatles voice, but I'll see if I can like switch it up enough to hit all 4." And then he liked it well enough, so it was good.
Well, good job. Wow,
Thank you.
Wonder Woman just fits. He can almost put his whole hand around her waist. Like, that's a big hand, Mongol. Or it's Justice League. They've all got really small waists.
Yeah, it's probably that. I hope it's not going to be this. But I hope
Earlier
he's
we were
like...
talking about jaundice. He just said it's a jaundiced account.
I wish Mongol was like Darkseid in the Super Friends cartoon, though, where he just walks around going, "I will marry Wonder Woman."
I don't remember if Mongol shows up in Superman at all before this show, because it's a little weird to do Darkseid and then later you got, and here's Mongol and here's all these other characters.
Mm-hmm.
This is another one of those voices that feels a little anachronistic, but somehow that makes it work. Where like it's not the voice you expect to come out of him, that makes it kind of eerier.
It's another one of those like, I know this voice, but who is it?
Yeah, we can look it up.
Yeah.
But I like that all of the big brutish characters don't always have like real deep bass voices. Like not everybody's, Michael Dorn and Tony Todd. And like I love those guys, but sometimes it's kind of cool when you got a guy that looks like this, but he's got a voice that sounds like it could just come from some guy sitting at a desk, and that makes it creepier. Like,
Mm-hmm. It's my thing with Venom, where I don't need Venom to always sound like I don't know, like the movie version. Like, 'cause a lot of people do like monster voices like that. I'm like, I don't know. I don't
That's
necessarily
true.
need that.
I guess I'm just so used to Venom always having like a sinister, growly voice that I just expect it. I guess I don't mind it, but
Well, my favorite Venom is the PS1 game Venom.
oh, see, and I haven't even played that, so
That game's awesome.
it sounds like you've heard something that informs this opinion that I have not.
No, if you can emulate that, Cap, I highly recommend it. That is probably like one of the most influential Spider-Man games, because like every game is going back to it. Like even the PS4 game.
I feel I'll try to get to play that at some point. I felt so dumb though when you said that because you said emulate it, and I thought you meant like not the game but that voice. Like, boy, if you could learn how to do that voice, that is a good Venom voice. Figure out how to sound like that.
That's funny. That game and the sequel to it has one of like the best inclusions for a Marvel game that no one has ever done again, which is what if mode, where you play through the story again, but there's just things that are slightly different.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and like you'll meet different characters and stuff.
What a
and,
cool idea.
They'll put in just like random jokes. It's such a cool, like, fun little thing.
I need to get that. That sounds neat. This was I'm looking at the wiki. This was first appearance of Wonder Woman's Invisible Jet. There was a okay. So there's a feature film they were supposed to make called Justice League Worlds Collide, and that's where it was originally supposed to go. But then that project didn't happen, so they put it here.
Yeah,
or so they just never gave us the origin of it, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, while you're saying that too, Robert Wild said it's Eric Roberts that plays Mongol. So Cap.
Who is that? I'm just now looking that up.
It's Maroni.
Maroni.
From Dark Knight.
Interesting.
He was also a talking cat.
He was a talking cat in what?
In a movie called A Talking Cat.
Oh, I've never heard of that.
It's awesome.
Robert
and he gives like the most I don't care.
That's not good.
He's also the villain in the DOA movie, Dead or Alive.
You shiv?
Do you slice and dice?
So again, I haven't read the comic story in a long time, but I feel like there's a part of me that almost wishes this episode opened with like Superman just living this other life for a while before we go back to Mongol and see what starts the whole thing, just so that we can kind of be with him and appreciate that for a minute. Because it seems like I haven't seen this in a long time. As much of this episode is outside of his head.
Now I get to see that gun that she has.
Yeah, she had that big
he was
gun.
even doing the Wonder Woman bracelet move.
Yeah, it's great. But see, I didn't get to be surprised by that gun because I made the mistake of looking back at the screen.
Yeah, now I won't be surprised that Batman's gonna like start ripping it off. Is Superman gonna find out that he can't read in this world?
Maybe that's partly why they didn't do that. And also probably just going with the way the comics laid out, if it opens that way. I don't know, it's just been too long. It's hard to speak to any of this now.
Yeah, and this and his like big Superman thing are, I think, the only two DC Alan Moore things I haven't read. I think. Is From Hell DC? Like, is that Vertigo?
I think it is.
Okay, so that too. Because I've always wanted to read From Hell, but never have.
John Kelling reminds me that Worlds Collide later is what got adapted into Crisis on Two Earths. I couldn't remember if it was that or another thing, but yeah, they took their initial draft for that and turned it into that movie.
Oh, okay. I've still never seen that.
Robert says Jor-El was a much bigger focus in the comic. Okay, I thought so. The lines on his face, obviously just to make him look older, and he doesn't look like that in the pilot, by the way, but the lines on his face really remind me of the look they went for in... And they keep disappearing when he moves his head, too. But the look they went for in Superman Doomsday. Remember where everybody had, like, those extra lines all over their faces?
I've also never seen Superman Doomsday.
Anybody else watching remember that? Where they had all the extra lines in their faces? Then it just made everyone look like they're in their 50s.
Superman Doomsday is the worst Death of Superman adaptation until Death of Superman.
That's true. Man, I wish you hadn't said that. Now I can't make that joke. Buzzes Sim, Battlestar Galactica also did the here's some clips in the intro thing. Oh, it did, didn't it? God, I haven't seen that in a long time either. I hate that. Like, I'm going to watch the show.
Mm-hmm.
It's not as bad as, you know, today on Power Rangers or whatever, but... Batman, he can't hear you.
You don't know that. He clearly can.
Oh, actually he can, because he just looked around and was like, hey, wait a minute, I just heard Batman in the sky. Is that God?
No, it's Batman in the sky with diamonds, Cap. Pay attention.
No, you were supposed to say that in a Beatles voice.
Oh. Oh, look up there. It's Batman in the sky with diamonds. There you go.
Good job, Austin. You sound like the entire cast of Yellow Submarine. You know why? Because that was one guy doing all four voices.
There's a really good Simpsons joke where Lisa's like got some like whatever drugs and she's flying and the yellow submarine's coming at her and they're like, oh look, it's Lisa in the sky, no diamonds though. It's pretty great.
You know, I'd never drawn, and I feel dumb for this, but I think it's just because when I finally looked at this episode a few years ago, I had read the comic. I've never drawn the comparison you did to Perchance to Dream, and I wonder if you watched this having not read the Moore comic.
If you think that's what they're doing?
If you might think, oh, we're kind of just doing that episode again. We're kind of just ripping it off for a Superman story in Justice League. It might have been nice if at some point Batman, at the end of this, was like, yeah, something like this happened to me once, too. Because, I mean, they're somewhat different things, but it's the same sort of situation in that he's got kind of his perfect life where he didn't lose, you know, his planet, his past, his parents, and that's the same thing with Batman, where like he gets to be with his parents in that dream world. Except, I guess the big difference is that world is a lot more hunky-dory, and the one in Perchance to Dream is a little disturbing. It's a little messed up. Oh, now Batman's doing it.
Yeah, okay. See, if this were Joss Whedon script, Batman would get it, and then he would cut it off and be like, no thanks. I've done this before. And that would be their Perchance to Dream thing.
See, that's the way not to do it. Robert Wild, $2 super chat. This episode deeply moved me when I was a kid. I didn't see it until much, much later.
Yeah, I can absolutely understand this. Or understand that you'd have that reaction. Like, obviously I'm an adult and we're talking over it, so it's not as crazy.
We're not having an emotional reaction because we're trying to create an entertainment. This is a dumb way to do that, but we're doing it.
But, like, especially, like, that they showed Krypton exploding there. That was really cool. I really liked that.
I really like the idea that when the plant grabs Batman, he doesn't have the Perchance to Dream thing again. Because again, it is a different thing. So when it tries to give him what he wants now is to be Batman. I mean, that's fantastic.
It would be funny if it goes to Batman's world. It's just him punching Joker in the head repeatedly.
I could say, I mean, there's a few different interpretations of Batman's perfect world that I might accept. Like another one would be I was Batman and I took out all the criminal element and now the world is somehow a utopia. But the idea that Batman knows in his heart of hearts that that's not possible and he works at it anyway is what this is getting at. And I think that that's a lot more believable and interesting.
What I want is in Freddy vs. Jason, there's a part where Freddy goes into Jason's brain, and it's like this void where it's just Jason holding a dead teenage girl, and he's like walking by, and there's just dead teenagers everywhere, and that's just like all that's in his brain. I just want that for Batman, but he's dragging a criminal along into Arkham.
Matthew Bates, this episode gets me every time.
Mongol's very Kirby too in design.
Yeah. I don't know who created that though. Is that a Kirby creation?
I don't know.
Is that
That's why
part
I
of...
hesitated.
I was gonna say I don't know if that's part of the Fourth World stuff in the first place or not.
I don't know anything about Mongol. I didn't even know that Mongol and Mongal were actually different characters.
Oh no, that's a Len Wein and Starlin thing.
Oh, okay.
In 1980. So yeah, it dates that stuff.
I gotta read some more DC Starlin. I really liked his Batman run. That's a run that has mixed reactions, but I think it's really good.
I also like the idea that Batman remembers his past in black and white.
Yeah, it's more cinematic in his dreams. I don't like that image of Batman smiling, though. I don't like that.
That's creepy, but I think that's in the comic.
Yeah.
Boy,
it's also a little funny.
That's oh no, this is what's okay. I was actually reading that wrong. I was remembering this wrong. I didn't realize that his perfect thing was.
No, because I thought it was that Thomas Wayne like beats up the mugger. Oh no, because she's pulling it out. I thought it was Thomas Wayne saving them, and then you said the Batman thing, so I was like, oh, I guess.
No, I was just remembering it wrong. This is what I don't like about this kind of thing, doing this blind, is like everybody's going to realize all the stuff I don't remember anymore. But like, you don't like keep so much in here like all the time. And
hey, Cap, have you seen Unlimited before?
That shot,
you know, that show is in your show now.
That shot when Mongol comes up and it comes back down on Superman's chest, that is cool looking, man.
No, that was really cool.
John Kelling, what would your Black Mercy perfect dream be? I forgot that's what that was called. God, it's all coming back to me. And thanks for the super chat, John. What do you think, Austin? What is yours? I don't know right off. I gotta think for a second.
I don't know. Because it's just like your perfect reality, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm having a hard time not saying like more or less because you know I have a wonderful family. I wouldn't change anything about that. Like more or less the life I'm leading now, except I make like maybe a little bit more money on the channel, and superhero movies are good. I think that's that's probably what it is. Or I'm a lot more published, and I'm able to somehow like I think my perfect life is just I've got a lot more hours in my day.
Success.
Like I can do this, and I'm writing books, and I have creative control of my books, and superhero movies are good. I think that's probably what mine is.
That's a good one.
What's yours, Austin?
I was almost hit by a train today, so I'm gonna say if I was hit by the train.
Were you really?
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that.
No, it's okay. Yeah, so I was driving, and you had like like the flashing lights and like the guardrails come down over railway crossings. So like that was on, and I was like 4 cars behind it. So I'm just kind of waiting. There's no train going by, right? So I'm like, that's weird, but whatever. Lights go off, railings come up, cars start going. My front bumper just gets on the track. Lights turn on, guardrails come down. I look to my right, and the train's like 3 car lengths away from my car, and all I could hear is the like as this train's coming at me. But I was moving fast enough that it was, just boom, over and gone. But it was like in that initial moment, like whoa, and like it was pretty close.
Okay,
so that was something. That was my near-death experience today.
Wow, just today though. We don't have time for the one from yesterday. So
exactly.
So when we watched that Justice League episode earlier, where they drive toward a train, were you like already getting PTSD? Like,
yeah, I think I said I don't think you just didn't hear me, but I was like, oh, that's weird. Like I almost got hit by a train today.
I missed that entirely. No, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
We've had some audio stuff today.
No, it's all good. The worst part about me being almost hit by a train is that like 10 minutes before that, I was on the phone with a friend, and when we get to the end of the call, he goes, "Hey, I gotta go pump gas in my car. Like, I'll talk to you later." And I just go, "Yeah, pump it, baby," and then hang up. That was almost my last words to anyone in life.
Oh no!
And I was like, so when I got over the tracks, I was like, damn it. That would have been a really good way to go out. Like, just get swept by a train.
Oh, I thought you were regretting it, but of course not. Not you.
No, I was like, honestly, like, part of me is kind of regretting that I didn't get hit by the train, because that would have been, like, a really funny way to go out. And I'm telling my mom this, and she's just, like, looking at me like, that's not funny. You can't say that. And I'm like, yeah.
You don't
say
that!
True, though.
It's kind of funny.
It is really funny, but the worst part about it, and it's the part that made me go, okay, like I don't regret not being hit by a train now, is I called my friend afterwards again, and I told him about it, and he was like, oh, I didn't even remember you said that. So I was like, no one would have known that those were my last words. Like that's lame.
You can't have that.
Yeah.
Your priorities are so different from mine. Okay, we're going to watch an episode now that was... Oh, I got to make sure that I mention who requested each of these. Goodness. Hold on. I might not even mention the last one. I apologize if that's the case. No, I think I did. This one, I think, is from... I'm sorry, give me a second.
Yeah, no worries. Busted Sim says this is why Cap is everyone's worst friend. He no sells death experiences.
No, I didn't hear him. Okay, I mean, some of it might be distractions, and some of it might be that that I was having audio issues with Austin. That's been happening a lot tonight. Okay, so Goofster, I think, is who asked for this. Goofster123, who also won a top super chatter, I think, last week. But I'm gonna go to Austin Superman again. This is season 2,
okay,
episode 22, and we're gonna watch an episode I like a lot called Nighttime.
I mean, it's the perfect time.
With a K. We've been doing a lot of the last couple episodes have been Superman things, so I kind of wanted to do this.
Which episode number did you say it was again? Season 2?
Episode 22, and that's according to HBO Max.
Okay, so this is the late Mr. Ken, so I'll just look for one called Nighttime.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. HBO has it... Okay, I don't know where I got that number from. HBO has it listed as season 3, episode 2.
Yep, that's how I have it here, too.
Okay, I'll go ahead and change it on the screen here that way, then.
Gosh darn it.
I don't know where I got that from.
Apparently there's an episode, or a character in this episode called Roxy Rocket.
Roxy
that
Rocket.
That sounds like a specific type of name that I won't say.
That's true.
But catch my drift.
Is this also a Paul Dini script?
Are you a pervert, Paul?
See, I didn't go that far. I didn't go that far.
The penguin's in this episode.
Have you seen this one?
No, the only Superman stuff I've seen is the ones I watched with you.
Pardon me, you did say that. So I have this weird thing with this episode where, and you'll understand why. I always forget if this is a Superman episode or a New Batman Adventures episode because it's basically a New Batman Adventures episode where Superman's the guest star, but it's in his show, and we haven't done any New Batman yet, so we're gonna get those character models here. But then later on, we're gonna do several episodes from that show.
That's unfortunate.
Busted Sim, what's that? You nearly died? That's great. Anyways, tidbit about the show. Look, priorities, okay? What are we here for?
I mean, everybody I've told that to has been like, "That's so awful,"
I'm
and
glad
I
you're
was
not
like,
dead.
and I'm like, "No, it wasn't. Like, it's really funny. Like, if I had died in that moment, that would have been funny."
God, you think about things so differently than the rest of us.
I just look at it like, those are my final words. Like, that's just the perfect way to go.
All right, here we go, guys. Make sure at timestamp 0, we're watching, apparently, season 3, episode 2. It's nighttime. Looks like I had a couple of things maybe switched around. And get ready to press play when I say now. Here we go, folks. Everybody, please press play right now.
Oh yeah, I was gonna get cheese. I'm gonna go look while we're watching this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Cheese.
You know what? You could have gotten cheese while you were telling your near-death experience story.
I could have, but that's okay.
That would have been a good time to do that.
Extreme close up.
This show, I don't think ever changes its intro. I could be wrong about
It's
that.
a pretty good intro. It's not like as good as Batman, but
and it is clips from the show, but
no, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. It's just I prefer the approach that Batman took.
I'm not sure if they did any original animation for this intro or if it's all from the show, but something about the way it's edited or in some of the choices they make, there's bits of it that don't feel as much that way. But then it's like, here's Lobo, and
yeah. Haha, yes.
Robert Wild says, success, we got the cheese. Cheese grommet.
Oh, she really is Roxy Rocket.
Yeah.
And another redhead. What's going on?
Yeah, they're really into redheads. Robert Wild, Roxy Rocket episode in Batman is nonstop innuendo. Yeah, I haven't seen that in forever. But yeah, this is not her only episode. Lowbridge! I love that phrase and I say it all the time. I don't know why. Because cheese. Now I wish I was wearing that shirt. And you can get that shirt on sale right now at our t-shirt shop at TeePublic. I'm sorry, what was that, Austin?
I said I have that shirt, but I don't have the new TeePublic one. I have the old Redbubble one.
Oh, did you get that? You're probably the only one that did.
I had, like, every Redbubble Geekvolution shirt.
Oh, my God. How embarrassing.
I know, right? That's why I have no friends.
John says, imagine Austin dies on his way to the kitchen to get cheese.
That was also a thing I thought of. I was like, how awkward would that be? Cap's like waiting to start the show, and he's messaging me like, Austin, are you late? Like, what's going on?
What's happening?
And then I was like, I wonder how long it would take before Cap just goes, whatever, I'm going to just start.
And then we'd do 24 hours, and I'd find out, like, during the stream, or it would be even worse if it was, like, later.
Yeah.
Yeah, Austin got killed by a train while you were watching Batman.
That's your dark villain origin. Dem bums.
What you gonna do?
That was a choice.
It really was. Okay, so you're like me and you don't really care for the character models in the show too much?
Yeah.
Or I say the
I've
show
never really
in the
cared.
Batman side, because that's what they're using right now with Tim Drake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not all. Their Robin is like, I think, kind of too small. Like, it's weird.
So in their defense,
I'm very particular about Robin, though. Sorry, go ahead.
no, you're fine. In their defense, though, a lot of this was mandated, kind of like the Batman Beyond thing. So
Yeah.
they were asked to do another season of this show, but they had all these caveats like it needs to appeal more to children, it needs to be about the Bat family, it's got to be more about the kids' sidekicks, and I think they maybe wanted a younger Robin. Like, so they kind of gave Bruce Timm and Dini and Burnett and everybody, they kind of gave the network what they wanted, but then made things as dark as they could possibly get away with, because you could tell this is not really the show they wanted to be making.
This cheese is moldy.
Oh, that sucks.
I got so much cheese.
So they tell some of the more unnerving stories that season, which I think is why a lot of people like it. It's kind of that Batman Beyond thing, right? Where it's anachronistic. It's like, here's the thing these people didn't want to make, so they made it their way, and then it was better than it had any right to be. But the difference is Batman Beyond was its own show, and this is Superman, but the new Batman Adventures was an overhaul, a makeover of a show I already really liked, and would have just wanted more of that. So
no, that's absolutely the issue, is that it's the fourth season of a pre-established show, and the designs are now worse, except for Scarecrow.
Hayden Spring is making fun of me for still having a Yahoo email. I've just never changed it. I could be. I check it more than anything else. I could be using my Gmail Geekvolution email, and then nobody would be making fun of me. But I don't look at it often enough, so now I'm self-conscious about it.
Everybody just laugh at Cap.
They do that anyway.
Everybody in the chat.
That's why they're here.
Chat for Cap.
They call me Crapton Logan behind my bag.
Yeah, wasn't I there to help coin that?
I think you were. Yeah. Oh, we've got Anorexic Gordon again.
Oh, I hate Anorexic Gordon. Now I'm super questioning of everything I find in this fridge.
Are we gonna watch you go through food this whole time?
No, I'm almost done, I promise.
Robert, this Robin design had to have inspired how Robin looked in Teen Titans. Oh yeah, definitely, but that's definitely
Absolutely.
in a different continuity. Of course, well, and I think that confused people at the start, that it was its own continuity, because it felt like, oh, Robin got his own spin-off. Oh, it's a totally different thing. And then you watch that show and you go, yeah, with the style they wanted to go with, it would have been kind of a hard pill to swallow.
Mm-hmm.
To put it
No,
in
I
this more
agree.
sober continuity. And that was past my time. I could not get into that show when I finally tried to watch it.
That was a big show in my childhood. I watched a ton of that.
Buzzes him. See, Austin nearly dies from moldy cheese, but Cap has to finish his anecdote. Worst friend ever. Okay, but you know what happens going the other way? Then a bunch of people leave comments that are like, "Wow, Cap's not saying anything. He's just letting Austin take over the stream and not talking about this Batman show that we all came here to watch."
Oh, I thought you were going to say the other way would be you eat moldy cheese and I just laugh at you.
No, that's every other stream.
I'm so disappointed about that. That sucks. I was so ready for that.
Whether you don't get to eat your cheese?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man.
It's okay. I'll get over it. I'll go back to my dry crackers.
Okay, but now that we've dealt with that, I need you to start talking about something to do with the show, so that I don't get crap for changing the subject back to the subject of the stream.
There's Bruce Wayne. Remember that guy?
Yum. So you're so fired after this,
Hey, it's past my bedtime. Give me a break.
Give me a break.
Ow. Sorry.
Okay, we've got a $5 super chat from Basil Use of Stupidonia. I don't understand that, but thank you for the super chat.
Yeah, great username, sir.
First, Austin almost gets hit by a train. Then his cheese gets moldy. Terrible luck, but a cool story.
Yeah, right?
It's a brand new story. Like, he's still... Most people would be too close to it, but not Austin.
No, this is like...
He found the humor in it as he was almost dying.
Yeah, no, that was like almost got him, you know? It's like, and the story is still going.
I don't remember the Iceberg Lounge really in this show.
They do it when we switch animation styles.
Okay.
This penguin design's better. I'll give them that.
Is it?
Yes. I don't
agree with you, sir.
Oh, okay.
No, I like the original penguin design fine. This
That's
is
fair.
I mean, this isn't bad. It's just kind of golden age for no reason. Like, it's a little weird to stick that in there with everything else that's more modern. I don't know.
I think that's what I like about it, is that he looks more like what I think the penguin should look like, as opposed to, like, the not DeVito penguin in the
new Riddler
original
is
one.
terrible.
All of these other villains look worse, though.
Yeah. Well, and Bane's
Maybe not Bane.
insane.
The Riddler looks the worst.
Yep. Again, kind of anorexic. I don't know why he's bald.
And his costume's not designed enough. And Mad Hatter looks like a mouse.
Yeah, I mean, Tetch is kind of the same thing they had, just made simpler and smaller like everything else, I guess. They didn't really have a take on that and changing it to this animation style. But I don't want to just talk about that.
No, that's exactly right. Like, it's just the same design, but in this art style. Which is maybe worse? I don't know. I did have a toys from this part of the show, though. I didn't have anything from the original run, but I had this Batman and I had this Robin.
Plus, it's him. Austin nearly dies and Cap threatens to fire him. Wow.
You guys see what I have to deal with?
Okay, but you guys see what I have to deal with, to be fair. I mean, if he wasn't all worried about the fact that he almost died, I don't know.
The what, sorry?
Nah, I didn't say anything important.
Oh, okay.
So, lucky that that's not actually Batman.
That is true. It's lucky that Superman didn't hit either of them.
That's true. There's some convenience here and there.
Yeah, kill Bane, Superman. Just snap his neck.
This is such a fun situation, though. We're not even talking about this episode. This is a fun situation.
I'm talking about this episode.
Yeah, you are now. Where Superman is limited in not using his powers, so that nobody knows he's Superman, of course. So he's gonna let himself get hit with a big statue. And then I can't decide if he's pissed because he just, dislikes Batman's rogues gallery, or if he's pissed because he he's like not able to use his powers. He's like, this is irritating.
No, Superman just became the most relatable character in the show because he also hates Bane. So, like, yeah, I love Superman.
Oh, Stephen Murphy, I heard about that. He says,
yeah,
rest
that's
in peace,
unfortunate.
Henry Silva, the voice of Bane, just died recently.
And he's not a bad choice for Bane. Like, I think his voice is pretty good. Their take isn't great.
I like it too. He's just, it was,
Well, and does his voice change, or is that the voice of Bane in the first episode? I can't remember.
I would have to look it up. I'm not sure. It sounds different because he's having to be crazier with it. You don't have the understated version because he's usually hyped up on Venom when you see him after that.
Well, yeah, and part of why I don't remember is that the take of Bane changes.
Yeah.
From that initial run to this.
It's just really uninspired. And this is coming from somebody that really likes comic book Bane, and I know you don't care for the character in the first place, but
Mm-hmm. All I'm saying is I need justice for Killer Croc, and I need Killer Croc to eat Bane.
all I'm saying is I've never cared about Killer Croc, and I never will.
All I'm saying is I quit. It's hang up button.
That'd be a day you almost get killed, and then you're like, yeah, and I'm also done doing this stupid thing.
I had a near-death experience, and I realized I shouldn't be doing this anymore.
Man, I've gotten that story from so many co-hosts that used to work with me too. Like,
It's like almost like 90% at this point.
yeah, no, it's everybody actually.
I know Dan was talking about his near-death experience to me the other day.
Oh, is that why he's not on the channel that much anymore?
Yeah, exactly. No, he was reading Spider-Man, and then he got like a paper cut on his jugular, so like he almost died. And then
I did a video with him, and I was like, "Stop talking about your paper cut. We have things to do."
Well, he was currently bleeding on the show. I think that was the worst part for him because it happened on the air, and you were just like, "Stop bleeding. We're trying to review this book. Come on."
Yeah, no, I shut his camera down.
Exactly.
Somebody had to look at that.
You were like, "Look, if you're just gonna make gargled noises, I'm gonna have to mute you."
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Do you think that they used Superman's character model for his jaw under the cowl, or do you think they're cheating?
I was thinking about that earlier, and I think they're cheating, but
I think they are
didn't get a
too.
good look. But part of that is that both models are close enough that, it's hard to say. No, they're definitely cheating.
Like, every time I see, I've seen this a few times, and every time I see this episode, I still, even though I know the premise, and that's why I turn it on, every now and again I have to remind myself, oh yeah, that's Superman, because he looks like Batman in the jaw.
I guess he's got, like, the little cleft chin.
That's true, they did do that. Oh yeah, and here comes Brainiac.
Oh, so Brainiac built the Moonraker rocket.
That makes that movie better, doesn't it?
Well, I'm talking about the book version, but...
okay, but it still would make the movie better.
I mean, anything would make that movie better.
You know what, though? I liked it better than I probably should have, because that's one of those things that have been hyped up for me so much over the years growing up. Like, Moonraker was such a terrible movie, and, like, worst Bond movie or whatever, and I watched it, and I was like...
It's not the worst.
It's watchable. Bond. It's funny. Like... I think it's funny bad before it's anything.
That's fair. I also think that's a movie that has a better first half than the second half. But no, this reminds me of the Moonraker book where they have the rocket. The Moonraker, I think part of the issue too, Cap, is that's like one of, if not the best books. It's like the fact that that's fair. What the movie is.
I don't have that perspective.
No, for sure.
I mean, all I ever had was Moonraker equals terrible Bond thing.
No, absolutely.
Because it has that reputation.
And it's not the worst one. The worst one is absolutely A View to a Kill. But Moonraker's definitely up there for me.
You really expect him to walk out in underwear, don't you? And then
I was really worried. I'm not gonna lie, I was worried. I mean, you see his skin on his chest when it's burning off.
I don't know why. I always think it's fun to see Superman fight without a cape for a minute.
Oh, yeah.
I guess just because it doesn't happen that often. And, like, I don't have that as much with Batman. Like, animated series is really cool about getting his cape shredded, and he has to take his cowl off in places and stuff and fight. And I don't know, there's like, it's not as cool to me. I guess Superman is just, the look is so much based on that cape that when he takes it off, there's almost something just provocative about him having to, like it feels like the stakes are bigger for somehow, where it's like, he's got to fight with his cape now. Like, stuff's going down.
So I'm going to throw out, I think it's that Superman's design, even though him and Batman have similar designs, I feel like Superman's doesn't look as empty without the cape. but also I love Batman with a shredded cape, like where there's like holes
Yeah.
and stuff in
No,
it.
that's cool.
Not without a cape, but I like it when there's like he's got like a battle damaged cape.
But I like
think that
Superman
sounds
with a
cool.
shredded cape sometimes too.
No,
Like,
that it can be cool for
that's
both.
also cool. But maybe with me, it's because of like black costume and stuff. Because sometimes we'll do a black costume without a cape.
Wait, isn't that normally how it is, or do we sometimes do it with one?
I think in the comics he initially has a cape with it, but I can't. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he doesn't actually.
Yeah, I always thought that he didn't, but I don't know. I haven't read that, so.
Revenant Gabriel, how many hours into this whole thing? Better if you had a timer for that instead of the episode. Well, we've got to. I mean, I guess I could have done two. I didn't think of that, but we've got to have an episode timer so that people can sync with us. Because people asked me for that for years, and I finally started doing it. But we started at 10 p.m. just after 10 my time, so we're 4.5 hours in.
You can tell we're in quite a bit because that guy's name is Revan Gabriel, and you were like Revenant. So you can.
No, I
tell
thought there
it's
was an
getting
N in it earlier. You're right. It doesn't have it. I thought it said Revenin.
So it's exactly that late. Revan Gabriel.
You know, I actually appreciate you giving me that much credit because that sounds like a mistake I might have made at the beginning. Honestly, like my eyes suck. Last night on the Captain Logan show, I saw stagnate and read it as Stargate, and it was a completely different question.
I mean, I can't say anything. My mom, for my little brother's hockey team, she got the voice of the Toronto hockey team. I guess he's on Cameo. So
Let's see how close this Wayne Manor is. Oh, we didn't get to.
I can't tell. I can't see Superman's cape in the sky. That's in Gotham. That's really weird.
Because it's too red.
Yeah, so she paid for a cameo for this guy to read out my brother's hockey team, and it like came out super slurred, so she had to get like a second one done, and then it also came out messed up, so I had to like edit them together to have like a good take.
Now everybody's just making fun of me and being mean to me. Robert Wild, Cap likes battle damage to the Day Ghost because he's made multiple attacks on his life today. You know what, though? Joke's on you, Robert, because you came on a video the other day, and if you think that I'm so homicidal, I don't know why you did that. Like,
Cap's just like, joke's on you. You're not coming back.
Or if you do, you should fear for your life, apparently. Because he also said, look, that's not a threat. Look at what he said. Robert Wild, Cap has tried to murder his co-host many times. You're not the first one, Austin. Now he just thinks I'm Janeway from Voyager.
Oh no, Hayden Spring. Jason's gonna teleport into my house and beat me up. If Jason beat me up, I would probably just kill myself right then and there. That's more embarrassing.
Okay, let's do one more before we take another break, Austin.
Let's do it.
Are you good?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel bad about your cheese situation.
I am so distraught about the cheese thing.
See, you're not even distraught about almost losing your life. That would have been funny, but cheese, no, you don't mess with my cheese.
Because I'm like, damn it. Like, I almost got food before this, and now I'm like hungry, so I'm just eating crackers. And I know nothing around's going to be open, so I can't even go out. But it's okay. I will power on.
He's going to power on through it.
Yeah, that's the power of love. Don't need money. Don't need cheese.
Trying to decide what I want to go ahead and do with you here. I was thinking about going ahead and going on a Static Shock, but you can't look at that show, so you'd have to do a screen share thing. But same thing with Batman Beyond, right?
Yeah. The only one that the only ones this has are both Justice League's Batman and Superman.
Okay. Let's go to we'll go back to Justice League Unlimited. I know we've been kind of bouncing back and forth between that and Superman, but we'll get into some of the other things.
Yeah, we've been bouncing back and forth between. I guess we started with some Batman. We started with 2 Batmans. Although we've now done 2 Supermans, 2 Batmans, and 2 Unlimiteds.
Well, we'll go ahead and do another Unlimited. There's a lot of Justice League on this list. We'll do another Unlimited, and then maybe we'll go to some new Batman adventures after that. Okay, so we're gonna do, and once again, I did not see who asked for this. Hang on. You're right. I'm already getting a little bit tired. I'm gonna have to break out my caffeine here in a little bit. I do believe. Bear with me, folks.
I'm waiting for the part where we get loopy, because I'm also getting tired, but I'm not at that loopy tired.
I'm not either. No, I'm not there yet. I'm at that place where my brain seems okay, or I think it is. You know what I mean? Where like I feel pretty there and with it, but like my mouth's not cooperating and my hands are a little. You know what I mean? Edward Bador asked for, that's Jar Jar Ed again, asked for This Little Piggy, which is and several people asked for that one, and I don't know what that is, so I'm curious. Season 1, Episode 5
I got it.
of Justice League Unlimited.
I think the funniest like loopy tired thing I've ever seen is on the Discord. We did a extended Lord of the Rings watch party where we watched all 3 together.
Oh God.
And
that just sounds, I mean, I like those movies fine, but I couldn't do them all together like that.
It's about 12 hours.
Ugh.
And the day of like when we're gonna do it, my dad texted me. He's like, "Hey, like, come over here in the morning." So I was like, "Oh, like crap, guys. Sorry. Like, I will stay for at least the first one. But like I won't be able to finish it now." So they're like, "Okay, no worries." So I ended up staying for the first 2, and then went to bed. And when I woke up, they were finishing the last 20 minutes of 3. And I get in the call, and everybody's completely out of it. Nobody is making any sense. They're just saying things. And I've now slept 4 hours. So I'm just like, whoa, like, you guys are nuts.
So it probably felt like walking into a room full of drunks.
No, exactly. Because it was like from 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. You know, so they were like out of it. It was very funny.
Well, I'm sure I'm going to be in that place sometime tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny because I'm going to have different co-hosts all day long, and each person's going to come in and deal with a version of me they've not seen before, I think.
Yeah, you're going to get somebody that you like haven't talked to that much, like you know, like a little bit, but you're going to come out being like, I just said these things with my mouth. And they're going to be like, whoa, I made the mistake of coming here.
Or I just start, like, randomly screaming at people for no reason. Like, why aren't you talking more? Say things!
They start talking, and then you just go, hey, why aren't you saying anything yet? Talk more. You're going to turn into Fry in the episode of Futurama where he drinks 100 cups of coffee.
Why don't you tell us about your near-death experience?
Why won't you die?
Matthew Bay says this is the one where Wonder Woman gets turned into a pig. I forgot about that. Why do people want us to watch this one?
I don't know. That's weird.
Robert, while I slept too long. We just reviewed Army of Darkness the other day, and that's what he's referring to. Robert, while this is a Dini episode because Zatanna is in it. Oh, yes, of course.
I think people just like when people turn into pigs, because that's like Spirited Away. And people like that movie, and it's people turning into pigs, so.
Is that what that movie's about?
Yeah.
I thought I saw that once when it was around when it was out, but I don't remember that.
Yeah,
I guess it didn't stick with me.
We had to watch it in middle school, and it was one of the scariest things I remember seeing, like, that young. It was, like, these people turning into pigs, and it was, like, really horrific. And then I didn't get to see the end, so I don't know if there's a happy ending. I just know that they became pigs, and like that's scary. So from my viewing experience, it was like Pinocchio with the donkeys, where the little kids are turned into donkeys and forced into slavery, and then you never see them again, and it's really horrifying.
Oh my god. All right, let's see how this is. People in the comments are talking about this being a great episode, so we'll see. Here we go. Everybody get it to timestamp 0. Make sure you're watching season 1, episode 5 of Justice League Unlimited. And boy, this is gonna be a day, isn't it? I can just feel it right now. Okay, everybody, please.
I feel that energy. I've had a day.
Austin, are you ready, sir?
I feel like Dr. Jekyll. I'm like, it's been quite the day.
I feel like I picked the worst possible weekend for you.
I mean, every weekend's a bad weekend for me in my life. Let's go.
I feel like I should be depressed, but then you're so, like, positive. Okay, everybody,
Yeah.
sort of. Everybody, please press play right now. You know, in a really depressing, self-deprecating sort of way.
Yeah, the right way. Oh, I've seen this clip a
way.
billion times.
Meanwhile, at the Natural History Museum.
Yeah, I've seen this clip a million times because there's a meme about how like thirsty Wonder Woman is for Batman, and he just ignores her. And like, yeah, it's funny.
Oh, it didn't occur to me that that's why she's posed like that.
And Batman's like, nope.
But aren't they actually an item at some point in this?
I think so. I've always thought that they were supposed to be love interests in this show.
Somebody earlier was talking about how if you watch this whole show, it makes a really good case for that. And I don't dislike that on principle. I mean, I think Wonder Woman potentially makes sense with either Batman or Superman. I've liked that romance as well, so I'm open to it. I just haven't seen enough of the show. They must be in Gotham, right? Oh, that's the Iceberg Lounge, yeah.
Yeah.
But I was just going to say, just based on the sky, we know that.
No, you won't be able to see part of Wonder Woman's top when she's in the sky.
Is that Catwoman?
Oh, yeah, it's a gimp.
Wow, that's weird.
Whoa.
She's got a snake.
That made me jump.
Oh, it's Cersei, okay.
That's how you know it's lit.
It's weird that Batman jumps down there and immediately is like, oh, it's just a common thief. It's like, well, she looks sort of like Catwoman, except she doesn't have cat ears or anything.
That's why Batman's rejecting Wonder Woman's moves. He's like, I see my common thief.
I'm more interested in this common thief. You don't steal enough things from me, Wonder Woman.
Okay, can I just say, Batman has a type, okay? Because his two love interests are Catwoman and Wonder Woman. Catwoman once became a cat person, and Wonder Woman's about to become a pig.
Oh, that's messed up. That's a good point.
He's got a little thing going.
Also, I don't know if Wonder Woman is giving the natural reaction to being grabbed by a huge hand.
But just like...
It was really creepy going between those two faces, too.
Oh, that shot of Batman was really
That's awesome! Yeah, you're a little ahead of me. I love that.
Oddly shaped.
I love cartoony Batman, like the many faces of Batman. Boy, this is already a crazy episode. I'm strapping in. I'm excited. This is weird.
What if this was just the second Justice League movie? Like, Gal Gadot just becomes a pig for the movie.
Robert Wild, did I mention Dini wrote this episode? I mean, you don't need any of the credits on here to tell who worked on this episode. Like,
no, absolutely not.
Stop showing me what happens.
No, none of the women in this episode have pants, and they're all into Batman. God, I'm slurring my words now.
Well, Zatanna has. Well, she doesn't have pants. She has fishnets, I guess. Or does she even have that?
I thought she just had a skirt. I guess, I don't know.
Sometimes she has fishnets, I think, but maybe in this she doesn't. I don't remember.
I can't remember.
I
Oh
haven't
God.
I haven't like studied that real hard, you know. Oh, that's a man's head.
Oh yeah, she's got like.
It's hose, isn't it?
Yeah, she's got her hose.
This is what's passing for insightful dialogue on Geekvolution today, folks. How did she do that?
She only said one line so far, but is she the voice of Black Cat from? Yes, she is.
From Spider-Man?
Yeah. Yeah, she's Felicia Hardy.
Crazy, I didn't know that. Felicia. We've done those.
I got that off of like 1 3-word line.
That's amazing. Good job. Whoa, it's another giant hand.
Oh my God. This is Paul Dini right here. That was a choice.
Okay, but I feel like at some point, people in the audience have to start going, no, we must just live in a world with actual magic, right? Like,
even like Superman exists.
Yeah.
Well, it's like in like Marvel where they'll be like, oh, the God of Thunder comes down and he fights aliens. What's that? Your fist glows? That's not real. You made that up.
That's not possible.
That's not even possible. Now, excuse me while I talk about Captain America.
But it feels like there's a direct correlation sometimes between people reacting not naturally that way, like you're saying, and also the fact that the world has to more or less look like the one we live in, because it would take way too much, creativity to try to imagine what the world
would
as
actually
it
look
really
like.
would be if all those things existed, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever seen this episode. Maybe I've just heard people mention the whole Wonder Woman's a pig thing. I don't know if I've seen this.
Yeah, I've just heard about it. Oh, Batman's petting her.
That's weird.
It is weird.
But then, if somebody you knew suddenly turned into an animal, you'd probably have a hard time deciding what exactly to do with that. Like, okay, you're an animal now.
No, if they're a pig, I'd be like, dinner.
Well, that's a good point. I'm not petting pigs anyway.
Yeah. Who pets a pig?
Like, if it was a... Yeah, I thought you meant just because it was Wonder Woman. I guess it's weird even in the first place.
Yeah.
And then, like, you can't go wash your hands. You're wearing gloves.
I mean, that's also good, because you don't really need to wash your hands. But she's also not like a muddy pig. Oh my god, now it's just Temple of Doom.
Yeah, or Roger Rabbit.
Oh yeah, I guess it's probably more of that, but...
That's almost the exact dress. Now, one thing you've got to give Paul Dini is she's not a redhead. She's a purple head?
She's a purple head. That sounds like a slur.
It does.
You purple head!
Yeah, or the name of a really crappy street gang.
That's also like a weird band.
Hey, give it up for the purple heads!
Coming up next, it's the Purple Heads. With a brand new single, The Greek Pig.
They permanently painted their heads purple and they play their own instruments, folks.
Somebody throws a pig up on stage and the lead singer bites its head off like Ozzy Osbourne. That pig suddenly got very small when Batman was holding it.
It's also weird if you go back and you watch the Zatanna episode from Batman, and then you come and look at this and it feels like almost a parody or something.
Oh, I was just thinking, is Constantine in the show?
I don't think so.
I wouldn't have thought so because of, like, material, but...
Yeah.
Just looking at magic
pigs
stuff.
are pretty soft. Yeah, but I wouldn't pet one. I don't think.
Yeah.
You know, there's one thing Batman and Superman really have in common, and that's they hate magic.
And Bane.
Yeah. But Bane's not a magic guy.
No, but they both still hate him.
Yeah, that's true. So that's another thing they have in common.
You know what else?
This
they
is
have
our
in
intellectual
common?
banter. Sorry, what?
You know what else they have in common?
What's that?
They both kind of liked breakfast at Tiffany's. But that's not the one thing they've
It's
got.
not the one thing they've got. No, there's a couple of others.
Yeah.
One of us should write a follow-up song to that where it's the exact opposite situation where the speaker vehemently hates breakfast at Tiffany's. And the only thing he has in common with his girlfriend is she also detests and loathes that movie.
I think it's like it's like a full reversal where it's like they say we have everything in common. And then I said, what about breakfast at
And we're coming together instead of drifting apart.
Yeah.
Ah!
She
That's weird.
said, I liked it, but you didn't really. That's the one thing we don't got.
So is the idea that Wonder Woman turns into
I
a pig
don't like
and then
this guy.
we find out that all men are pigs? Is that the whole idea?
I don't know, but I don't like this man. I don't like anything about this.
No, he's a super... I can't remember his name right now. He's a super obscure character that they kind of patted themselves on the back for even having the audacity to translate the screen to adapt.
There's Red Tornado.
And there's Red Tornado. That was great.
I don't know if that was genuinely that great or if it was
No,
just
it was. That's really funny. And now they're all trying to find Wonder Woman, who's pig and missing. This is, I don't know. Is this a bridge too far? This is too absurd for me. Like,
It's questionable. It's questionable. Red Tornado is also one of probably not the worst, but one of the worst CW designs. That's not even CW at that point, because that was
what are we talking about?
For Red Tornado, because that was the first one you saw that we were laughing at. He's in Supergirl season 1.
Oh yeah. Sorry, for a minute I was like, where was Red Tornado? Oh yeah, he was in that show.
But it's not technically CW then.
No,
But he looks awful.
it becomes that in the next season. Yeah, first season is hit and miss. There's some really good looking stuff in that, and some pretty dreadful stuff in that.
Mhm. No, he's just wearing like a red leather jacket.
It's got a good looking pilot. Robert Wild, hey look, there's that shot of Red Tornado that's in like every intro.
Yeah. That is weird.
I really like what's done with Red Tornado in
Brave and the Bold.
Brave and the Bold, yeah.
That was the first time I remember seeing him in anything, and I thought he was pretty cool. Him and Blue Beetle I really liked in that show as a kid.
He was in a lot of episodes.
He was in a lot of episodes. They really liked Blue Beetle.
Yeah. They used Aquaman a lot. They used Blue Beetle a lot. And then villain-wise, they just wouldn't stop using Grodd. I got so tired of that.
That is true. They use Grodd too much. I guess that's weird. Like, yeah, he's probably like the main villain of that show in a way.
Oh,
it's kind of
yeah.
like how.
Sorry, you're right, Grim Death Griffin. Red Tornado is really good in Young Justice. I forgot about that. I need to go through that show again, particularly the first season, because everybody touts that up as like one of, if not the best DC cartoons or, you know, superhero cartoons in general. And it's really good. I binged it once and it's been years and I don't remember a lot of it anymore.
Yeah, I've seen all but the last 3 episodes of season 1, and it was really good. But for whatever reason, I never finished it. I was watching with my uncle, and then we weren't able to finish it.
It's weird watching regular Batman episodes and then going to places where Batman has to deal with magical things.
Yeah, Batman's
myth-
talking to
Greek
Medusa.
mythology.
Like, I feel like I'm hallucinating right now.
It's like, yeah, what am I? What is this a TV show that's
Yeah.
related to another TV show that I like?
This is like a joke. It's like Batman, Zatanna, and a blonde woman walk into a cave to talk to Medusa.
And where's the punchline?
Who's on first?
Batman and Zatanna get in a boat.
That's just the punchline. You don't even need a setup or rest of a statement for that. That's good. Why does she smoke that much?
McCaffrey, a pilot where Clark sends Jimmy to give Kara a cape because he can't come himself. I'm not talking about how that pilot's written. I'm just saying I thought the production values were decent for TV.
Yeah, I only saw the first half of that season. Hey, Cap, remember that clip I sent you of Supergirl where she gets pants and she has like a nano suit and she goes, "Finally, pants!"
Yeah. I don't think I could ever bring myself to watch any more of that show. Like,
oh man, that was really funny when we.
I think I had a physical reaction to that when you showed me that.
That was one of my favorite things when we did Crisis. Was that you were like, she doesn't have great material, but I really like that actress. And I was like, I don't know, like her and Batwoman, I think, have questionable acting choices even beyond bad writing. And as we're watching it, you're just like, yeah, no, you're right. Like they are just making weird faces through most of this.
This is just weird.
This is weird.
Oh no, he's gonna shoot Wonder Woman, the pig. We should have just tried to binge as many episodes as we could in a row of characters that are being something else. Because like
Something else.
something else. We got Superman in a Batman costume, and the next episode we have Wonder Woman is a pig.
Oh, that's true. And we had a man was a wolf at the start.
Oh, that's true. And I mean, we could come up with more if we wanted to play him. You know, we could do Man Bat.
Sid was a squid.
Sid was not a squid. Sid had
No, but he was a
nickname.
liar.
It's true. God, it's been so long now. I forgot we watched that. AMC Comics, like, did she not design her own costume with Supergirl? Well, Supergirl didn't even want to be called Supergirl, but she just went along with it for no reason.
I don't know if Supergirl's sentient in that show.
Oh my God, did you see her go flat?
She just did like Wizard of Oz thing, except instead of like bending in, it like sucked in. That was cool.
This feels like Paul Dini going to his traditional cartoon roots in a not as good way as the Mxypixilated episode. Like, this probably would have actually watched a little better to me before we saw that.
Yeah, this episode's weird.
Yeah. No disrespect to the few people that asked me to watch this, but I'm not taking on this episode. It's very strange. And like, you can win us over on goofiness. We just had that with Mxypixilated. Like, this just isn't for me. Yeah, Robert Wilde. I said the same thing about Jessica Rabbit earlier. Ow.
Ow. Barrels.
I'm outraged.
Outraged.
That'll do,
Swine.
Pig. Of course. Somebody had to say that'll do, Pig.
Oh, yeah.
They got that in there. And this
That'll
would have
do,
been,
Pig.
I guess, a few years after that now.
See, now I just wish Walken was in this episode. He could have said "That'll do, pig" the way he yells, "This isn't over, bears" in the Country Bears movie. I don't know. Huh?
I don't know anything about that.
Oh, he's the main villain, and he's being dragged out of town hall, and he goes, "This is not over, bears." It's beautiful. He's playing you, you stupid purple head.
You're such a purple head.
Now our head's like blending into the floor because the floor is purple.
Why did he close his eyes like that? Oh no!
No.
This is this is unfortunate. Nope, we've taken it too far.
I can't listen to this. Oh, Oh,
None of these people are moving.
this is like a YouTube parody.
Okay.
I wish that train hit me. Straight up.
Because now you're watching an episode that feels like it's like CW Jump the Shark.
Yeah, this is an episode made by Purple Heads.
The difference is this is like a one-off thing. They'll make more good things after this.
But I can't live knowing that I've now seen this.
Robert Wilde loves the scene. I don't understand. I just don't want to see Batman, this version of Batman, do that. Like,
I don't want to hear Kevin Conroy sing. That has nothing to do with Batman. I just don't want to hear Kevin Conroy sing.
you know, I'm gonna go this far. People are gonna leave and never want to talk to me again when I say this, but like, because I get that people think this is really funny. Austin, I'm seeing kind of the shades of how we got from this eventually to Batman and Harley Quinn. Like, there's something about this that's reminding me of that movie.
I was thinking about that too and how fetishy it is.
Yeah, that's part of it. Singing, you're terrible at it. Oh. And singing.
The new phrase for Jump in the Shark should be "turn the pig." This episode turned the pig.
That's great. I like that a lot.
Oh, I don't want to see these two.
Austin's not coming back. I don't even have to fire him. He's gonna quit.
I don't like it.
Oh, that's a sad bet. Whoa, why are there's so many crazy facial expressions from Batman?
He made
this
a
episode?
tick face at the end.
My goodness, that was weird. Like, I gotta stay up for 24 hours. I feel like I've just been in a fever dream.
Yeah.
Oh, that was wacky.
That was some wacky tobacco.
Okay, well, I'm glad that I already planned a break next, because I need one. AMC, know a large chunk of the fan base loves this moment. Okay, I guess.
I mean, a large chunk of the population also likes huffing glue, so, like, I don't know. Some people are just wrong.
Maybe I just didn't watch it in the right context, but, like, I don't think there's a version of me that would really appreciate that. I don't know. That went too far.
Yeah, it turned the pig.
Sorry we didn't like your episode. Who asked for that? Goofster, I think. No, that was Ed. Sorry, Ed.
I was
We
gonna
watched
say,
it. We did
Goofster
it.
gets a pass because he also requested About Time, and we both were surprised by that.
Oh,
so.
was that him? Yeah,
Yeah.
that thing's amazing. Okay, let me find a Batman episode.
Yay.
Speaking of spindly legs, because I think this is that one, we're gonna do Cold Comfort.
Oh, I don't remember that offhand.
I'm pretty sure that's the one where Mr. Freeze winds up on spindly legs with his head on spindly legs, but we'll see
In Batman?
if I'm right. Oh yeah, that's the so you have the New Adventures of Batman that does that, and then in Batman Beyond, his head has been preserved in like a jar, like a Futurama type jar.
Oh, okay. So I knew about that in Batman Beyond.
No, there's a
So,
there's a continuity
the
to
reason
it.
why is that it's in the last season, and that's not something I go back to. I always drop off when I hit that when I'm rewatching it. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
no, I
"Oh."
don't regularly watch this season either, but for some reason that's the episode I've seen the most.
Oh, okay.
And I also always remember that because it's crazy.
It is pretty crazy.
It's just weird, but I like it. Chewbacca's lover asked for this one. So thanks to him, I don't know if he's here right now.
Is Chewbacca's lover the wife from the holiday special? Because you have Chewbacca's
obviously.
wife, his son, and his like dad. And one of them's named Itchy. I don't remember which is Itchy.
Is
I guess he's Itchy Baka.
Scratchy?
Yeah, his wife is Scratchy Baka.
Yeah, I've seen that one time. I didn't commit any of the names to memory.
I just know that one of them is Itchy. That's the only thing I know. I've never even seen that all the way through.
Oh, we
I
reviewed it
never will.
once on the channel.
I remember you guys reviewed it. That was a long time ago now. Wasn't that during 0 Hour?
Yeah,
The show you guys were doing?
That was we did this whole summer series with 0 Hour where we reviewed a lot of while the superhero shows weren't on, we reviewed a lot of old stuff.
Yeah, I remember that.
And we did that. Yep. That was crazy talk.
See, I just flexed a little Geekvolution knowledge.
You really did. Well done. Okay, so that's the episode. We're gonna watch it as soon as we get back from break. We'll take another 3 to 4 minute break, and we'll be back. Austin, are you still good for right now, or?
Yep.
You really look like you want to go to bed.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
All right, man. Well, thanks for
I'll take
sticking
a
with
nap
me.
during Black Adam tomorrow. I'll be fine.
Oh no, I don't know when I'm gonna see that. You know what's
Dan's
funny?
fine.
Oh, did he?
He went opening night. He texted me and he was like, or he just went in Discord and he was like, going to see Black Adam. And then I talked to him a little bit after he got out.
Did he hate it?
He said he thought it was a Sony Marvel movie as DC, but we'll see.
We'll see. Yeah. You know what's funny? I haven't gotten like one message or a question on a live show or anything about like when we're doing that or anything. Like that's really unusual.
I feel like
Is it gonna bomb?
I don't know. It's so that movie's really weird. So I don't have the thing where I looked at it and I was like, this doesn't look like a real movie. But it's like that movie always feels like it's just coming out later. Like it's just like a I don't have a date in my head for when that's supposed to be out. It's just it's coming out later. So it's like the fact that it's out now is weird to me because it just always feels like it's coming later.
Yeah.
And I don't really know why.
Kind of felt like it was
it's
never
probably
gonna come.
technically,
Yeah.
but-
No, AMC, I've got a different episode listed for you because at least a couple people asked for this one. But you're in here. Okay, like I said, we're going to take a break. And thanks again, everybody, for hanging out with us. We've still got a good group of people. It's 3 a.m.
Yeah, I got someone's down.
Yeah, but your dog's been asleep for a while, yeah?
No, because during the last break I let her out. She had to go.
Oh,
it was like
I
the
see.
perfect time because she was getting up and I could tell she was antsy, and I was like, "Oh, perfect intermission time."
Well, good job. Way to go.
I mean, that was on you. You picked the perfect time, so.
Oh, well, you're welcome. I'll pretend like I did it on purpose somehow. No, I
Yeah,
just meant that
exactly.
you took the opportunity because you didn't do that with your cheese, and then the cheese didn't work out anyway.
Yeah, but I thought of the cheese afterwards, so.
Darn it.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I'm literally the second we leave, I'm gonna just like mouth a bunch of these crackers.
Guys, we started at, like I said, just after 10. I think we started our first episode about 10:30 because we had to do the introduction and everything. And we've already watched 9 episodes. I don't think we're in too bad a shape.
Nope.
We might have watched 11 by now if it weren't for Austin having to tell a story about almost getting hit by a train, and then our spending 20 minutes complaining about something.
There was something in the middle. I don't remember what it was
What
anymore.
was it? We had a whole... God, we went on for a while about some... Was it... Oh, it was the Henry Cavill thing.
It was the Henry Cavill thing. You're right.
That's what it was. I remember now. I was there.
You're gonna have to tell me that I was there. I don't remember.
All right, we'll see you in 3 to 4 minutes, guys. Welcome back, everybody. I am just waiting for Austin, but I thought I'd jump in by myself while I'm waiting and say, oh, here he is. Austin, you could wait a second because I'm gonna talk about boring things for a minute. But he's still eating. But I just want to mention real quick that we have about 40 minutes left for not the whole thing, for the, it's gonna be a lot longer than that, for the, first 20, what am I even talking about? I'm so out of it already. I'm gonna hopefully get a second one here in a second.
The first part of the show, the first segment.
Let me start again. Austin, distracted me by showing up already. No, I'm just kidding. We are doing Super Chat goals all night long. The top Super Chatter for each 6 hours gets to pick a Rewind Revisited, and the first one is going to be done at 4 a.m. And right now we have a 3-way tie, I think. And it is... Yeah, we've got... we've got 2 people at $5, and Robert Wild is just at 4. So Spencer and... Basilius of Stupidonia is also at $5. Both of those guys, and he, I think, has already bid us farewell and gone ahead and left. And I haven't seen Spencer in a while either. So if anybody wants to overtake it from them, they can. But I'll flip a coin if that doesn't end up happening, and one of them will get to pick the first Rewind Revisited for the month that I do that next month. And also, once again, guys, I'm doing a Blu-ray drawing. I'm going to give away a box set for the whole series, the Batman Blu-ray box set, which is awesome. I finally got my hands on one a couple weeks back. And if you already have that, don't worry, because if you don't have Batman Beyond or Superman, I can send you that instead. And that's just going to be a basic draw out of a hat kind of drawing. So send me an email at the email in the description. And people have already made fun of me for that being a Yahoo address, but I assure you, it is my actual email. So anyway,
Yahoo.
Yahoo!
Remember the Yahoo streaming service?
Oh my god, yeah, I forgot about that, but now that you say that...
Yep.
Remember
they
when...
put all of their baskets into Community, and they sunk.
Yeah, That was really early, which is so weird because a lot of these streaming services have brought back series for like one more season or like, several years or decades later and stuff. But like that was one of the first streaming shows, if memory serves, like originals.
No, they did that thing where they brought it back. It's
No, I know, but what I'm saying is I think
sorry.
that was, but I think that was one of the first like original streaming shows, even though they brought it back like right around House of Cards and all of that. Like, I think it was that early.
It's like I feel like it's like the year before Netflix brings back Arrested Development.
Yeah.
But it's just funny that you would, because Community is a good show, but
I've seen the pilot and maybe an episode or two. I thought it was okay, but it wasn't. I'm weird with comedies, though. I'm so picky.
Oh, for sure. For sure. That gets better with season 2. But anyways, that show is always one of those ones like Arrested Development where it's a critical darling, but didn't get the views. And Yahoo was like, oh, this will save our streaming service. And dumped all their eggs into a season 6 of that.
Remember when PlayStation had one?
I remember people talking about it, but I didn't. Because wasn't there that was it like Powers or something?
Yeah, they did 2 seasons of Powers.
Yeah, I remember people talking about it, but I never like looked at it or.
I don't know how they thought enough people, because like PlayStation was the console winner for that generation, of course. But like, how did they think enough people would have would have that system and watch that show and care about an adult superhero show? And that was before those got huge with Amazon stuff, obviously.
Yeah. Well, it's so weird too, because like. I don't remember what I was going to say now, but there's something.
But it's weird.
Very weird.
It's very weird. It's not like Wonder Woman as a pig weird.
Yeah. Oh, I know what I was going to say.
It's not Batman singing karaoke weird.
Yeah. See, I don't think I ever like saw Netflix until like 2016, like 2015, like 2015, I think.
Oh, when I was super early adopter, like I've talked about, yeah.
Yeah, so it was like I was very late on that. Like the first Netflix thing I really watched was Daredevil. And I think I'd seen the first episode of Arrested Development before then. I think my dad got it in 2014. But that was not a great revival.
Okay, let's go ahead and get into this, guys. Now we're going to watch, this will be the 10th episode of the stream so far. We're going to watch Cold Comfort from Season 3, according to HBO Max, of Batman Animated Series. It's kind of weird. I always think of this as Season 4 because it was released in 4 box sets on DVD originally, and I think it was kind of aired in 4 years. I don't know, like... I guess technically it's only 3 seasons because the first season that was ordered was like 65 episodes.
It's like Transformers in that way, where Transformers Season 1's like 10 episodes, and then Transformers Season 2 is like 65, I think.
Oh, strange. So it's, yeah.
Well, the weirdest one
I didn't know that.
The weirdest one is...
Because I just had the big series box set for Transformers, so I don't know where anything begins and ends. Like,
oh, yeah, no, it's so weird with that. The weirdest, though, is that our anger management show that Charlie Sheen did after he got fired from 2.5 Men. Because it's like Season 1 is like 10 episodes, and then Season 2 is 90. So altogether, it's 100 episodes. And it's never been fully released in home media because no one cares. But it hit a certain point where they had to play 2 episodes every week. Because they had
too many episodes. Like, that's enough for syndication. It was only on for 2 seasons. It's crazy.
Yeah. No, it's nuts. I think that's part of why they did it, but I don't know. I can't remember.
So anyway, this is New Batman Adventures. Whether you count it as Season 3 or 4, it doesn't matter. It's New Batman Adventures, and it is the 3rd episode of that show. Get your episode to timestamp 0 and get ready to press play when I say now. Here we go, Austin.
Wait, hold on.
We're about to make another quality commentary at 3 in the morning, 3:30 in the morning. Are you ready?
Do you think Mr. Freeze will become a pig? Okay, I'm ready.
No, I know what happens in this because I've seen it, or at least I remember the head on spindly legs part.
I'm interested to see that. That'll be cool.
Did they make that an action figure? I think maybe they did.
They had to have. I feel like that's one of those big ones where you can have like a big Mr. Freeze head.
Yeah, and then when they did it with Baxter Stockman in '03 Ninja Turtles, I felt like they were ripping this off a little bit.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Not that this is the only thing that ever did that, but...
Yeah.
Anyway, everybody ready? Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now.
We got bugs again. Let's do a 24-hour show on old Looney Tunes shorts.
Oh my god. I mean, you'd be able to watch everything.
Yeah, it'd be awesome.
Possibly twice. Probably not twice. But I don't actually know how many hours that would end up being.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's do a 12-hour stream on all of Looney Tunes.
See, this is weird. Like, because this is
Why
not
is
the art style
yeah.
of the show you're about to watch, but there's not an intro that goes with it.
No, this is like if you went to a restaurant and they're like, here's your appetizer, sir, and they gave you like a nice steak, and then they're like, here's your meal, and then they beat you up. And it's just like, oh, we went downhill.
I don't go that far. There's good episodes of this show, but you just mean visually.
Yeah, just visually.
I think you should see, if you haven't, have you seen the Batman Superman Adventures intro? Because I like that one a lot, and I love the theme.
I have at some point, but it's been a while. I don't remember.
I saw that a lot when it was on, when you know, it'd be potpourri. You didn't know if you were getting a Batman or Superman episode.
No, my Halloween show I've been doing originally, it was storyboarded and everything, but we didn't have enough time to film it. But we were going to do an intro like that.
I didn't know you storyboarded those.
Just that part. We're like hit or miss on whether we storyboard things.
I was going to say, because I've seen like maybe 3 of those now, and I saw one where you did an action thing that I was thinking, like, this must have been at least partially storyboarded.
No,
anyway, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. No, the only thing we storyboarded was the intro, but it was...
oh, wow. I was wrong.
It was going to be like this, where it was like a little short story that was like 40 seconds, and then it just didn't work out, so whatever, it's all good.
I mean, I like the intro you guys went up with. It's fun.
Yeah, I thought he kind of pulled it together better, so he was going to do just clips from the show, and I was like, don't do that. We have 5 seconds. Let's just get some random shots of at least this thing. We can maybe hobble that together a little bit.
Yeah, so there's a bit where you're like, look, we've got a skeleton. Ooh.
That's because that's my favorite thing. We got that for one video, and it's now in every single video because we loved it so much.
See, once again, he's so cold. Oh, bone chilling. You know, that's an ice pun that we didn't get into.
Oh,
Batman and Robin. It's a good one. Especially because they just knocked over a dinosaur. And that curator was really sad about it. Did you see the tears streaming down her face?
Dinosaur. It doesn't make any sense.
I don't care what it is. It's just wrong.
For God's sakes, Jim, eat something. I want Batman to sing in this episode, though, just so that Mr. Freeze can be like, sing, sing.
And then he gets in a microphone and he goes, you're as cold as ice.
Willing to sacrifice, Batman.
Your impressions are on point tonight. Why is he still the mayor?
Why hasn't this man been killed yet?
You know, that's going to be another spin-off of Matt Reeves. This is going to
The
be
Mayor Show? Mayor
Hill Show? And every episode is Clock King trying to murder him, but he just can't get him killed.
He's like, that rascally Clock King.
Robert, I'm with you. I don't mind this Mr. Freeze design either. I think it's fine.
No, it's fine. Both of their Mr. Freeze designs are just overall good. You know what? He's
just ruining everyone's fun.
Yeah. I feel like this is the Mr. Freeze thing where we just made the same thing but in this art style, but it works better. Like it feels like this just kind of fits it more.
Yeah. And he's still kind of thin, but it works. I guess that's not a problem that this had as much as Justice League, but there's still a little bit of that where it's like... Although Batman's pretty kind of thick in the midsection in this show, I think.
Yeah, that is true. Did you ever play the games based on this show, Cap?
I played the Rise of Sun Tzu.
Oh, okay.
Which was
so
a
you're the
beat 'em
opposite
up.
of me.
Which was a beat 'em up based on this show on the GameCube.
Yeah, I wanted that game so bad as a kid.
My
but...
wife loved that game.
Yeah, that was one of those games that I really wanted.
What was the other one? Oh, Vengeance?
Vengeance I played a lot.
Is that like... That's not the notoriously bad one.
No, that's Dark Tomorrow, which I also really wanted as a kid because it was a Batman game.
Yeah.
And I hit that point where I suddenly liked Batman.
No, I played Vengeance too, but a little while after the fact.
Yeah. One of the things I always thought was interesting with Vengeance was that when you knocked out thugs, you have to handcuff them, or else they get back up and will fight you if you like walk back over them. I always thought that was kind of interesting. And the Ultimate Spider-Man game does a thing like that too. So I don't know. Apparently, I just like that.
We all know you just love that game. You're not the only person I've heard talk about that, though.
It's so good.
Man, what is it with them in Redhead? Oh wait.
Yeah, it's like every woman in this show is the series is just my sister. It's weird.
Your sister's a redhead?
Yeah.
I just thought I would establish that, or I didn't necessarily understand that reference.
No, I have this weird thing with redheads where it's like I inherently don't find redheads attractive because when I see them, it's such a distinct hairstyle that I just see my sister.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
'cause I'm related to this person.
Yeah, it's weird. I think it's because it's such like a hairstyle or a hair color you don't see often. So it's, I don't know. I can't really explain
Austin,
it.
can I ask you a really self-indulgent question?
This is my favorite. Go for it.
How much of Spooktober, like maybe just the intro or like the concept in the first place, has anything to do with Spawnium?
Oh, that's funny you asked that because I specifically put in the day thing at the beginning as a reference to.
That's why I was
SpongeBob.
asking, because we day 1, day 2, day 4. I was like, this is Doomsvents. Like,
No, I specifically put that in as a reference. There is one specific day that I was like that I had in my mind. I was like, I'm gonna do this because it's like a specific Vince one that I have in my head where he like turns around and like I did it like that, and I was like. That's going to be like my Spania reference. Although it gets crazier as it goes along. It's just like the first few where it's like day whatever.
okay, so you don't do that every time like we did? Well, I guess eventually we stopped too, but...
No, so I do it every time, but it gets to like a point where it gets like more out there.
Or we stopped doing it as Doomsvents, because eventually, like, he gets killed and that one's weird, and then it turns into just, me doing it. But anyway, again, this is self-indulgent, but I just wanted to ask you about that.
Well, and the last one is the skeleton.
Because if that was a coincidence, I was going to be shocked, because I know you've seen that show.
Yeah. No, that was an intentional reference. That was the thing I almost told you about beforehand, and then I was like, if he sees it, I'll say it.
This training thing is cool.
It is pretty cool. Oh, I forgot that we made them a thing.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
They never went... I don't think they ever went real far with it, where it's just... You could tell that he kind of had the hots for her, but like, I don't know, it's weird.
It's also weird because she's like half his height.
Yeah, there's that too.
Like, there's just like an inherent, because you can't really tell how old a cartoon character is, but when they're that much smaller, there's like that inherent like younger quality to it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that's why Tara McGinnis's kid brother looks like he's 4, but he talks like a 12-year-old.
Well, that's what Robin has in this.
Or a 10-year-old.
season.
Yeah, he does. I don't know the first thing about the American justice system either.
I like
it's fine.
all the setup and just heard like, you don't know anything about the American justice system.
You're an idiot. If this was
Look,
Batman
Robin.
66, he'd be like, go practice your Latin.
I know you're only 3, Robin, but you don't know anything about how this country runs.
AMC says no, Ultimate Spider-Man is fantastic, and he says it's still his favorite Spider-Man game.
Yeah, that's my favorite Spider-Man game. It's great.
Stephen Murphy, I feel like this is where Nora should have finally been a character and played a part in the plot in some way. Otherwise, this kind of just frees going through the motions.
That is like inherently the issue with their version of Mr. Freeze and like what we've done with
it's
him
kind of
moving
one
forward.
note. Like eventually, but I remember
You have
this.
one story.
Yeah,
That's why I think.
but that's what I like about how it's handled in Batman Beyond, where it's like, what does he even do after he?
No,
she's
that's
gone?
interesting. I feel like he is perfect for a movie because you get your one story and then he can like die at the end, and he gets like his big.
He can die, or he can get cured and rehabilitated. You could end that any way you want to do. It could be a happy ending, a sad ending. Like,
Yeah, I see, and I think I go to die because I always think of that as like a tragic thing.
no, I do too. But I'm just saying that there's
you
different
could,
possibilities.
Oh, absolutely.
Ooh, I really like that silhouette shot of
That is.
Batgirl there.
That
That's
was good.
cool.
I do like her costume. Like her
I like it a
costume,
lot.
is
I've always
deceased
dug
as
the
a
yellow
puppet.
under the cape.
Her initial like first run costume isn't very good.
We're not gonna retake that line, okay?
This one's for Alfred.
AMC, Cap and/or Austin, have you ever played Superman: Shadow of Apocalypse? In my opinion, it's far and away the best Superman game, and there's not a lot
I
of
don't.
competition there. But no, I've never played that.
I've
that
never even
was
heard
on.
of that.
Was that a PS1 thing or a PS2 thing?
Yeah, I've never even heard of that. The only Superman game I've ever played is I had the demo for Superman Returns.
Superman Returns, I started at one point and never got very far into. It just had camera issues. I thought it looked okay.
No, I really liked the demo. I just never got the game. Like I always thought it was cool that the city has a health bar instead of Superman. I always thought that was a neat idea.
Yeah, that's a cool idea. I forgot all about that. Yeah, PS2 and GameCube was Shadow of Apocalypse. And that was based on animated series, which needed a game that could redeem Superman 64.
64. You know what's weird is the DCAU Aquaman got a game, and you also swim through rings.
Yeah. Yeah, I knew about that. Look, it's the 415th different Bat computer.
Whoa. He upgrades his computer more than everybody else upgrades their computer. Because, it's outdated when you take it out of the box.
Well, it's all about the pentiums for Batman, and
Whoa. Did you see that Easter egg on his computer?
no.
Oh, it said Etch-a-Sketch on the side.
As soon as you said that, I was like, "This is a joke, isn't it?" Okay.
Robin's apparently frozen. I don't know what he's doing.
What is he doing? And then Alfred's back at the Eternal Youth Spa.
Let's watch that episode next.
We can do it if you want to.
Let's do it. Yeah, that episode.
It's crazy.
No, it's insane. And
Everybody
there's
turns into trees. And it's
And-
really disturbing.
And there's an episode, or sorry, there's somebody made a music video of this show of What's Going On by Four Non Blondes, and like all the footage is from that episode, and it's awesome. I love it.
I'll just never forget that. That episode kind of bothered me a little bit when I was a kid. And the Eternal Youth Spa.
That's like the only good Poison Ivy episode, and I don't know if it's actually a good episode.
I don't know if it is either, but
Their Poison Ivy's not great.
and that was one.
I mean, I don't really like
I
Poison Ivy.
agree.
in
Well,
general.
she has a really disturbing episode toward the end of the run before you get to this version of the show.
Oh, which one's that?
I'm trying to remember. I remember it being really freaky, but I can't remember what exactly happens in it. There's some just like crazy mad science stuff in that episode. It's real like kind of Little Shop of Horrors, but I can't remember what exactly happens in it. AMC, not that I'm in favor of the Bruce-Barbara relationship, but in Bruce's defense, Gordon is said to be the same age as his father if he had lived. And if the idea is supposed to be that they're closer in age, then that's maybe more okay, except just the idea that you would, like, train his daughter to fight crime and put her in harm's way, and he doesn't know about it and all of that. And then the fear of that with her in Over the Edge makes it even ickier.
Okay, so I have 2 points for why it's wrong.
Yeah.
One, in the early run, she's like in college or something, or like high school. Like you see her in school.
Well, and I thought she was the same age as Dick Grayson because they dated.
And I think she's supposed to be the same age as Dick Grayson.
Oh, here he comes! Here he comes!
Oh yeah. And 2, women are gross. So.
Was that your second thing?
Yeah, that was my second point.
I love Batman's face there. Did you see that? He was like,
yeah, he was like,
that is the.
He's not very concerned now. Nor is Barbara. But...
Remember that other episode where I was like, I don't think Wonder Woman is responding like a normal person would when she got grabbed by a giant hand. That was the correct response. You might as well say, "This is quite ironic."
You know what would have been better though is if he was a scorpion.
I thought you were gonna say a giant frickin' spider. And I love that he can still just use his suit.
I am cold, Batman, and I am also a scorpion.
He's more insect than man now.
My wife, she does not like scorpions, Batman. I cannot unfreeze her. I am alone.
But I love that he's so much completely less human now. Like, he has no chance at getting back together with his wife, and it just doesn't even matter to him anymore that he's just ahead, because, like, life's not worth living, so why does it matter if I have, like, my body and nerve endings or anything?
Yeah, well, I've always liked their take that he's got a very robotic voice.
Dagon Spear, that doesn't make it wrong for her to have been in college and Barbara became Batgirl on her own cap. Well, yeah, and I kind of forgot that she like completely starts up without him, but like she's working with him now, and he's endorsing what she's doing.
Oh, he's endorsing it.
But you're right. I mean, there is a situation where that could be even more messed up. Certainly.
It's just kind of uncomfortable because it's his kid's sidekick. Oh my god, Barbara just killed that woman.
Here's the thing. Oh man, I always love it when we do that shadow over Batman's face just before he kicks somebody.
Oh yeah,
that's a classic Batman shot. But Austin, let me ask you a question. If it was the original character models and we made it really clear that some time has passed and that she's like well out of college now and stuff, I don't know if it would bother you as much. I think the issue is mostly that they went with younger character models and everybody looks like they're 16 in the show.
See, I don't know because I also just feel like she's still a lot younger than Batman. Even then.
I have, in the context of this, it's always been kind of a weird idea to me, especially because eventually we also kind of put him together with Wonder Woman. But
it seems like we don't really know who Batman should be with, but we also want to set him up with somebody, and it just kind of becomes a female hero person, set him up with that.
Yeah.
And I think part of it is also like it just doesn't fit my view of Batman.
But what I was gonna say is that looked so good.
That was really good. I liked that.
His reflection in the cracked glass, that's neat. But I was just gonna say, it is one of those things that I feel like somebody could make me okay with. They just didn't. You know, like, I don't go as far as a lot of other people that go just inherently, that should never happen. I don't know. Like, I haven't I haven't been made to buy it, but like maybe something could. I don't know.
Well, he just got strange loved.
That that was the perfect description of that. Robert, while I'm not usually super offended by age gaps between adults, but it's Gordon and the history with the characters that makes the Bruce-Barbara relationship icky to me. And that's the thing that even over the age thing, that I think is the biggest hurdle in making you buy that. I feel like if you did, you would just have to change status quo so much that if you did a version in comics or something. So yeah, there's such a good sense of continuity from this to Batman Beyond, where you've got the suit that gets encased in ice at the end. It's like, oh, where's the head? And then eventually we're going to go back to the head. And they didn't want to do just a bunch of old Batman villains in that show. And whenever they went back to a thing, they were like really careful. They had a story to tell and there was a reason to do it. So that was great. But you should see that one at some point. I mean, we could just go right to it, but then I'd have to screen share, and you're not able to do that. So we'll go to a different show.
Well, we gotta go to.
Because you want to watch the Eternal Youth Spot.
We gotta watch Eternal Youth Center.
But I was just gonna say, you could let characters like continue to change and grow and stuff, and do a version where Batman and Gordon finally talk about the fact that he is Bruce Wayne, and he just becomes in the know with all of that. And I think once you do that, it is then a lot more possible to do a story where I would buy Gordon giving Batman his blessing and that whole thing actually working out and making sense. But I think that's the part of it you'd have to get over.
I don't know. I have a general rule that you don't sleep with your friend's daughter, but you know what's weird? So I'm looking at the list here, and I already knew that they aired Cat in the Claw Part 1 first, and then Part 2 came like way later. But they did both parts of Feet of Clay before, like in between those two parts. That's so strange.
Well, they broadcast them that way.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
No, it was
That's how they
bizarre.
Heart of Ice is the third episode they aired, according to this. That's interesting.
Now, HBO Max actually changed the order and put Cat in the Claw Part 1, Part 2 next to each other finally. When HBO Max launched, they had it as the original aired order.
Yeah.
Okay, Eternal Youth, that's the name of the episode, is Season 1, Episode 16, a Batman animated series. And we're getting indulgent now and watching an episode that's weird because we want to laugh with it. Or at it.
I don't know if we're laughing with it.
I think we're laughing at it, yeah. This is one of those where, like you said, I don't know if it's a good episode or not. It's just weird.
Yeah, I didn't get to watch The Underdwellers, but I get to watch this one, so I'm happy.
Somehow I knew when I brought that up, you'd be like, let's watch that one. I just knew it. Oh, okay, Connor is ready to come into the call, so we'll let him watch this one with us, too.
Let's do it.
Give me just a second to get all of this set up.
No, do it now.
Okay, I just need a minute, okay? Just hang on, everybody.
Oh, I'm gone.
I will get him in as soon as I get this
Set
up.
So, I always watch the original 4 Batman movies when I'm sick. Like, it's just like a weird thing. Like,
oh, cool! Really?
Yeah. Then I'll just be like, oh, I'll watch those 4 movies because like I'm bedridden. I got so amped the last time I was sick, and I got to the opening titles of Returns, and like the Penguin's casket or whatever, the baby casket's going into the sewer, and then it's just like ha ha ha. And I was like, yes. Yes. I'm so pumped.
Oh my god. That's a great story.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm just full of good stories.
Are you full of tinier men?
Is that a euphemism? I'm full of tinier men. What?
I can't remember if we watched that episode when we did the mini marathon of the Tick or not. There's the maybe you haven't seen that. I'm not sure.
Oh, Connor also messaged me.
He's like, "Tell Cap I'm here." God
Yeah,
bless
he was
America.
like, "Tell Cap that he's a terrible person."
Is that what he said? Did he say it in that voice? How could you tell over text?
Because he sent it in italics.
Is that the italics voice though?
Yeah, it's. Hello.
Okay,
I'm
everybody, make sure
Italic.
you're rigging up this episode, Eternal Youth. I'm gonna bring in Mr. Connor Nielsen.
Were italics? Well, italics should just be the name of people from Italy, I think. You're like, oh, look at those italics over
What?
there. That was the perfect response to that. I don't even. Am I even like in frame? Like, do I need to move?
No. Right now I've got just me. 'Cause
No,
I'm setting
I
up this
know,
Skype
but like
call.
I'm like leaving.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Okay.
I mean, you got a lot of space above your head. I wasn't gonna mention anything, but
Oh, here. Well, is it better now?
oh hey, look, there's yeah, that is better. There's Connor Nielsen.
Oh, I gotta zoom in again. Oh, I'm in the middle, so I gotta see my stupid fat face again.
How you doing, Connor?
I'm doing very well. How you guys holding up?
We're okay. I feel like I'm starting to get another win. Like, boy, half an hour ago, I didn't know what the hell I was saying.
Yeah, it gets to be
That's
like
correct.
that.
Oh god, I can't zoom this in properly.
Guys, we have about 7 more minutes where if you're so inclined, you can put in a super chat and try to win top super chatter for the first 6 hours. And once again, if you do that, you'll get to pick a movie that I have reviewed before on Superhero Rewind to review again. Maybe better this time. Who knows? Right now, we have a tie between Connor's brother Spencer and Basilis of Stupid Dodonia. That's two.
I think Cap just made fun of some guy for being of like another race.
No, I don't know how to say his name. What it's
He's from
Stupidonia. I'm pretty
Macedonia,
sure
and you're just
there's not a
like,
place
this
called
guy.
Stupid. He wrote Stupid and Onia. I don't think you can make fun of that too much. Like,
He's a stupid Bonian, and you're making fun of his culture.
anyway, you have every opportunity there to pick something for me to review, and we're gonna let 4 people do that for a whole month that I'm doing next year. So look forward to it, and I'm excited to find out what people pick. Connor, we're doing a bizarre episode of Batman because I referenced it, and then Austin really wanted to do it. So I don't know if you saw any of the stream, but it's Eternal Youth. It's Batman season 1 episode 16. We're gonna go to the Eternal Youth spa.
Ooh, this one I remember this one.
See, Connor gets it. He's like, yes.
It's so weird. It's like Alfred gets a date, and then they turn into trees.
And it gets weirdly perverted, but they're all like 80.
Robert, in what way have I been showing my true colors today? Robert thinks I'm a horrible person, apparently.
Well, somebody earlier, like maybe 10 minutes ago, said Austin became Jello, and I don't know what that means, but I feel it.
He's like, I don't disagree.
Yeah, I can't even inherently disagree.
Connor, were you able to bring it up?
Yeah, I am all good to go.
Matthew
Matthew
Bays.
Bays stole
Man,
it.
he just shot way ahead of everybody. He wants to pick something for me to, or he just wants to say hi to Connor that badly.
Hey, what up,
Because it's a
Matthew?
$20 super chat.
What up,
All he said was
buddy?
hi, Connor.
What up,
Come
buddy?
on, Matthew Bays. You should have been like, I don't normally like Connor, but hi, Connor.
That's exactly what he should have said. Thanks so very much, man. And Thomas Lowe says, I'm showing my Two-Face persona.
I
I don't know what
that...
they're talking about right now. I
Big
mean,
bad
earlier,
calf?
when Austin, when you were talking about your near-death experience, and I could not care less, I get that. Like, I understand that.
Austin's like, dude, I almost died, and Cap's like, what does this have to do with me?
No,
It was
Cap-
more like, what does
Cap
this have to do
was
with
like,
Batman?
Austin,
We're
talk
watching
about
a show right
watching
now.
the show. And then he got mad at me because I tried to get cheese, but it was moldy.
He wasted everybody's time with the cheese. I'm having to like talk over this episode. I don't even remember which one that
I've had a
was.
sad life today. Okay.
What was amazing? Let me tell Connor about this real quick before we start this episode. What was
I know what you're gonna say.
What was amazing is that before I knew as very much about the aforementioned near-death experience, where Austin almost got hit by a train today.
That was today? Okay, ooh, this is great, okay.
Yeah, but the part where he's sad is that it was too funny to not kill him. Essentially,
Yeah, so before I almost got hit by a train, Connor, I was on the phone, and when we like finished the call, my friend goes, "Hey, I gotta go pump gas," and I was like, "Oh yeah, pump it, baby," and then hung up. So I was like, if I died, that would have been my last words to anyone. Like that's what I would have been remembered for. So it would have been really funny if I died right then. And that would just be it.
so then I didn't know all this yet. He told us the whole story later. We're watching an episode of Justice League Unlimited, and Black Canary and Green Arrow like drive into a cavern that's got train tracks, and then a train comes at them. And then later, when I pulled it all together, I was like, "Oh, you must have had PTSD during the scene. It just happened today. Like, what are the odds?" To be fair, there are a lot of trains in the Timverse, but to like
Absolutely.
to almost get hit by one.
Trains are not the safest way to travel, okay? Those are planes.
Well, didn't Dumb Ways to Die come from your country?
Was that... No, it was from England.
No, it was Australian. Now
Oh,
that
it
I'm
was
remembering
Australian?
it, yeah, it wasn't. Yeah,
It's the number one dumb way to die, like a marsupial just comes out of nowhere and kills you, and you're like, well, that's it. You're done for.
Have you ever seen that?
Australia
Have you ever
fought a
seen that
war with
video
their
though? Dumb
wildlife
Ways to
in the
Die.
last-
No, I'm not.
Oh, that's great. I'll send you that.
Yeah, you gotta
It's a
watch
catchy
that.
song and it will stick in your head for weeks.
Oh, I thought it was like a TV show called Dumb Ways to Die.
No, but I would watch
Oh,
the crap
are
out
you
of a
thinking
show
of
called
1,000
that.
Ways to Die?
Yeah, that's what I'm
The
thinking.
Ron
of,
Perlman
1,000 Ways to
show?
Die.
No, it was a public service announcement because people in Australia apparently kept stepping into trains and getting killed. So they were like, "Dumb ways to die, so many dumb ways." And it's this cute cartoon with all these stupid ways to get killed. And then, okay, that's my alarm for the first top super chatters. So, real quick, Matthew Bass has won that. So good job, sir. And you feel free to let me know what you want me to review next year when I get to that month. It's going to be early January, February. So it has to be a movie that I've reviewed on Rewind before, but before the unscripted format, and I can't have talked about it twice already. That's the only criteria. Anyway, but real quick, you're watching this video and it's insanely entertaining. And it's shockingly bloody. Well, it's not actually bloody because it's like fruit. So that's how they get away with it, because it's like personified fruit.
Oh, are they supposed to be fruit?
I think so. It's been too long
They're
since
like
I've seen
little
it.
bean people, but there's a lot of blood in it.
And then you get to the end of it, and like you have no idea who made it and what it is, and then it turns out it's just a public service announcement. And they're like, Australia wants you to not step in front of trains and die.
Well, the best part is that it goes, "Be safe around trains." A message from Metro.
That's what it was. That's what it was. It's been too long since I've seen it.
It's so good.
Okay, let's watch this episode, guys. So now I am clearing the slate for Super Chats. Super Chats! And so
Superman?
now it's totally open for the second batch of 6 hours. Anybody that puts in a super chat is in the running to get to pick another review that I do. Okay, here we go, guys. Get a timestamp 0 and get ready to press play when I say now. I'm just about to do it. Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now.
Dun-dun-dun.
Connor's like, got his old West gun. He's like,
Here we go.
he's like at high noon there with his remote control. Good job, Matthew. Congratulations. If you know what you want already, feel free to put it in the comments there. If not, you can just email it to me at the email in the description that everyone's making fun of me for. That's this night.
Yahoo.
I forgot how good this opening credits bit is. Oh, it's so cool.
It's so good. It's so good we made it Lego.
I think this honestly might be like a huge influence on just why I like Art Deco. I think it's called Diesel Punk is like the aesthetic or something. I don't know. It's probably Batman the Animated Series.
I don't know, but it looks good.
I thought you meant just the intro.
Oh, I mean, the intro is probably
That might be enough
big
to do
part
it.
of
Yeah.
Yeah, like the silhouettes and like the angles and like the.
See, you think that's just a tree, but it might be a person.
Well, it was like a hand. It was
Yeah.
So when I was a little kid, like when I went to Hollywood Video one of the last times, they still had those VHS tapes from Batman the Animated Series that had 2 episodes per tape. And they had the Poison Ivy one, and I'd never seen that one. And they had this episode on there. That's how I'm familiar with this. I think the other one was House
Was it a
and Garden.
Poison Ivy collection?
Yeah, it was like so.
Because they
do you
did
remember
several
those?
of those. There was like a Two-Face one, and
Yeah.
I had a lot of the Spider-Man ones.
It was a VHS tape that just had like Poison Ivy on it, and it had
Yeah.
2 episodes with her in it, and it was this one and House and Garden, which
Yep.
are like thematically very relevant beyond just Poison Ivy, but weird plant people.
well, isn't House and Garden the other super disturbing one? I was
Yes.
that's in the later episodes. I was trying to remember what exactly happens in that. I just remembered it was freaky.
She like grows plant people
That's-
that are like to be like her
that's what it is.
husband and like
Oh,
children.
that's right.
I remember thinking that one was cool. When I was a little kid, my grandma had the Batman tape, and that one included Dreams in Darkness and Beware the Grey Ghost, which are 2 of the best episodes of this show.
Yep.
And so, like, I've always had a fondness for those ones. And then we also had the
Yeah.
Penguin one because my grandma liked the Penguin.
Well,
I
the
was
nice thing
thinking
about
of
having
their
those on
Poison
tape is that
Ivy.
they hold up and you actually wanted to watch them over and over again.
Yeah, I mean that's how I discovered this show. Was my grandma just had those tapes.
With their Poison Ivy, I always think of that first Poison Ivy episode where she's dating Two-Face. That's not a great one.
But now this isn't the first Poison Ivy episode.
No, it's not. No, the first one's that one where she's dating Harvey, and she's like poisoning him. It's before the Two-Face two-parter.
Yeah, it's cool that we did stuff with Dent before he actually became Two-Face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like we don't do a ton with him, but it is cool that they do anything.
That's kind of like what happens to Tony Stark in the first Iron Man.
He gets frozen.
Yeah. Yeah, you remember that? You remember that scene where he's like paralyzed and he can't move?
Oh, in that part, I
Oh,
thought you were
yeah.
talking about like when he gets hit by the rocket at the beginning.
Nope. I'm talking about the scene that's relevant to the one we're watching.
Well, I didn't think of that one. There's a lot of scenes in that movie. It's
I was
like-
gonna say this isn't established. Like you were saying that we cut to an
It's the part where he got
establishing shot of-
frozen. You remember that? That happened.
Well, I do now.
Look, I've already been up too long. I can't explain more than I've explained.
But she didn't have like blue veins.
No,
I mean,
it's
she probably did because she was old.
It's-
But like, you couldn't see them.
it's not a perfect correlation. Anyway, here's the part that always stuck with me from when I was a kid.
Love that
Like,
Joker.
to the eternal youth spot.
Love that spot.
That's amazing.
I just like this episode because it has Alfred's girlfriend that never comes back.
Yeah.
And Alfred like hates her with a burning passion. Where Batman's just like, look, Alfred, just go on a date with your girlfriend. And he's like, no, I need to be helping you, Bruce.
You think, no, that's mean. I'm not going to say that.
Say it.
Do you think the reason we never saw her again is because the next time she went jogging like this, she had a heart attack?
Probably. She broke her hip and died. She fell and couldn't get back up.
She fell over without her life alert.
She comes back in Batman Beyond with her head on a spider body.
What if her head's on like a giant pig,
she's
like
on-
Farmer Brown?
Her head's on the spindly legs, and she gets knocked over, and her spindly legs are like up in the air, and she's like, "I've fallen, and I can't get up."
And Alfred's just like, look, I still don't care, okay? Leave me alone.
And invigorating nature hikes.
Even when you're dead, you won't stay dead. Just go away.
Why
I think the
won't
best
you
way they could have
die?
sold the U-Spa when she's like, it's rejuvenating and you look so much younger, she should have been like, I'm 85 years old.
They should have had a before and then after picture. Oh, that's why
You'll
he
look
hates
like you're
her.
60
She calls him Alfie.
Thomas Lowe Alfred has a
Oh,
girlfriend in the
evolved.
live-action show. Well, yeah, he's like 30-something.
What, in Pennyworth?
Yeah, like, of course he has a
I mean,
girlfriend in that. Like,
Yeah, I'd be shocked if he
It'd
didn't.
be weird if
I
he
feel
didn't
like
have a
Alfred,
love interest
got
in-
around back then.
3 seasons of that show, yeah. I mean, and I'm also not saying old people can't date, obviously.
I am. I think Alfred got around when he was younger.
And, like, is anybody surprised this turns out to be a Poison Ivy episode?
Well, okay, what's more surprising, that or the Ra's al Ghul episode where Robin gets kidnapped by Ra's al Ghul with like a wolf mask, and then he just has the same clothes but without the wolf mask, and he's trying to help Batman find out who kidnapped Robin.
Thomas Lowe, what is the name of the episode where Batman is poison and he screams Alfred over and over? Oh, poisoned,
Batman
I assume?
Begins.
Yeah, that's Batman Begins.
Yes, Batman Begins.
Poison.
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 Does that also happen in an episode of the show? Because I'm pretty sure that's just Batman Begins.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't remember that.
Remember the part where he gets set on fire and he falls off a roof? And then he's like, poison.
Remember that part when he yells something about a trigger?
No, that's a different movie.
Oh, that's a different guy. I forgot they eat little green cookies.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
gross.
Like
They look like they're mint flavored, and I
They're
don't really like
mint-flavored communion wafers.
that.
You don't want to eat
Take-
that.
Take this mint flavored piece of Christ.
So he just had communion and now he's sold. He's like, wow, this is the kind of wilderness I can enjoy. I'm like, there's no way that's appetizing.
No.
Instead of drinking wine, it's like they have like gin with like a mint wafer.
No, they're clearly drinking Mountain Dew. You gotta have a green drink.
Don't you feel like Gordon would want to put on like a braver, more professional face for Batman than just pacing in front of him?
At least Gordon's still eating at this point in the show.
Yeah. He loses a lot of weight, and not in a good way, by the new Batman adventures.
No, I think he has a heart attack between seasons.
Oh, do you think he went running with Alfred's girlfriend?
Yeah. Alfred walked in on Gordon and his girlfriend.
Thomas Lowe says no, it's in the animated series. I'm not sure what episode that is, but I can't believe there's an episode that just sounds like Batman Begins.
AMC Comics says it could be Dreams in Darkness, but I don't remember.
Well, and Begins takes a lot from that episode, so because that whole thing is Scarecrow's
I hadn't thought about
asylum poisoning the water system with his fear toxin, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, my favorite quote from Batman the Animated Series is from the Two-Face episode, like the first one.
Yeah,
like the first part of that.
It's
where
called Two-Face.
Yeah, and it's in the dream sequence where he's like, Harvey, no.
That's what his reaction to seeing him burn.
Yeah, Harvey, no.
See, look how different the mansion has changed by Batman Beyond. It's like he must have rebuilt the whole thing somewhere.
And you missed the best part earlier, Connor, where we were watching an episode with Eric Roberts. He was in it.
Oh, really?
And Cap was like, "Oh, who is that again?" And I was like, "Oh, Maroni." But he also voiced a talking cat. And Cap was like, "Oh, he was a talking cat in what? A talking cat?"
I don't know what that is.
The name of the movie.
I've never heard of
that movie.
Connor doesn't know what it is
related-
either, so
Is that related to Top
suck
Cat?
it, Trebek.
Oh. Whatever. I'm just gonna hide over here.
You're trying to throw me under the bus. Like, isn't it really funny when Cap didn't know this? He's like, I don't know what you're talking about either.
Yeah, sorry, Doc.
Well, all the comments were like,
I just knocked over a plant.
Nice.
Like, he's got them everywhere, but there weren't very many right there. Okay. Oh, there's one.
What's with the jungle?
Jungle. No.
So when this happens, Batman has to immediately be thinking, Poison Ivy has done something to my butler.
Yeah, yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Wait, you're drinking green crap now? All right. Poison Ivy, what's going on?
Oh, did you see that? He's got Dr. Demento's formula. Now I'm drinking a few drops of Dr. Demento's formula.
No, he's got his gamer fuel, his Mountain Dew.
I'm going to be singing Fish Heads in no time.
What is Alfred's girlfriend's name? Do you guys remember? I missed it.
I don't remember right off. Ah!
Isn't it like Ruth or something?
Eternal
Yeah,
Youth
like
in my
Dolores.
face.
Some old name.
Eternal Ruth.
It wasn't
Eternal
Dolores.
Ruth.
I'm pretty sure we'll get it again. I mean, I can look it up.
I hope that his girlfriend is in the Batman too and gets her own
It's our own
spin-off show.
spin-off.
Who would you cast?
We've been
cast?
talking about a lot of
Yeah,
spin-offs we want to
Cap,
see.
who do you cast in the Alfred girlfriend spin-off show?
Well, Maggie. Maggie is her name.
Oh. Maggie Gyllenhaal. That's who you
Yeah.
cast.
Yeah.
But no, we were talking about how Sid the Squid should get his own spin-off.
Ooh, he should. The man who
It
killed
could be
Batman.
played by Patton Oswalt.
Yeah, we watched that early.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I tuned
Connor,
in
you
for
missed
that
it.
one. It's fine. I tuned in for that one. Yeah, I was at work.
You rascal.
Ah, I
Oh,
know.
Oh no, what's he mixing Dr. Demento's formula with? Whatever it is.
Oh my god.
It turned
He
into a
grew
giant
Swamp
vine and
Thing.
attacked him.
Alfred, you're drinking the green.
Oh no, not the green! Oh, I've immediately tuned out. That will put me to sleep faster than anything else during the 24-hour stream. Is if anybody starts talking about the green.
What about the red, where they have to drink Mountain Dew Code Red in order to...
No, I don't drink soda anymore. But
The blue
Nobody
was that
talk-
one blue shock.
that's not a
or
thing
something?
in DC. There's not the red.
Yeah, there is. At least it was a New 52. There was like the
Really?
red, the green, and the
Nightwing.
rot. Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yep. The Animal Man and like whatever. that
Oh,
was
I
connected
didn't
to
read
the
that
red.
stuff. I only read the Swamp
Yeah.
thing side.
Yeah. I was like, there was like, it was Animal Man and like someone else that were primarily concerned with like the red, and it was like the life web or whatever. It was just like the flesh version of the green, so it was kind of boring.
They should have done the whole color spectrum and then tried to find some stupid way to connect it to the wings.
Well, that's what was actually kind of cool about.
Oh, it's the orange.
James Robinson's Earth 2, like the green is just like where Green Lantern gets his energy from. So like they just
really? So that's
completely
been done? See, I can't come up with new ideas for comics. Somebody's done it already.
But like, I don't know. I thought James Robinson's Earth 2 was really cool, and then they kicked him off, and then he got stupid. Yeah, that was a good one. I like that run.
But see, this is how you know
I always
Man
love it
Thing
when
is better
Batman
than
does
Swamp
this.
Thing, because he doesn't ramble about the green. Instead, he just goes.
No, he eats sushi instead, right? That's what
Yeah,
he does?
no, he's like, I want sushi.
You know what Batman and Catwoman have in common? They both know how to cut out circles in glass.
Yeah.
Batman and who?
And Catwoman.
Yeah, I've always actually wanted to do that. Like,
Where you go,
finally cut a hole in
See, it'd be
glass.
two nails on
and
a
like,
chalkboard for me. I couldn't even get through it.
I don't know. I feel like if you do it right, it would just have nice like kind of lower, more bass in it than you know, like the nails on the chalkboard. But like, let's get a suction cup.
I agree.
Yeah, it'd be cool.
I feel like if I tried, it would be a really messed up circle. So like, I also kind of don't want to try.
It'd have like this like.
But
weird
how
oval.
satisfying
like-
would it feel once you got the full circle in and then you just popped it out like that? You're like,
Yeah.
you'd be like,
That'd
yeah,
be
Get a suction cup.
nailed it. Yeah. This is the kind of conversation you only have at 4:30 in the morning.
That is correct.
I think I would cut out a square, so it would be like, you know, a window-shaped hole in the window, and it, you know, it's unexpected. People don't see that one coming.
Well, what if you have like a circle, a square, and a triangle, and you have to like put the glass back in, and then you can't remember 'cause you're trying to put the square in the circle slot.
The wrong shaped peg.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Well, that's
Even his
horrifying.
glasses turned to wood.
That is also the correct reaction, Batman. Where he's like,
That's how you know Batman's going to be attracted to all of these people now. 'Cause we learned that's his fetish.
I actually want to carve one of these and put it in my yard.
Hey, you know, it's
Oh,
just
you
the
should
season,
make
yeah.
your whole family. Like you and your family, and they're just like,
Then no one will ever want to come over, and I won't have to deal with solicitors anymore.
exactly. If there's anything anybody hates, it's having guests.
Wow, when was the last time somebody came to your house and tried to get you to get roof service? Well, it's been a while. I have these really creepy trees in my front yard that look like my family if they were frozen and dead.
Yeah, well, it'd be like, hey, can I tell you about my friend Jesus? And then you'll be like, can I tell you about my family?
Batman's having a bad day here.
Yeah, he's getting bathed in the green, and the Mountain Dew, he's all sticky.
He should be sprouting leaves by now. What a great line. I like that.
Well, this is just Adam West at this point.
Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah, well, I coated my cape with...
Well, I took this
Kryptonite.
pill that nobody else has.
Yeah, it was like a Spider-Man webbing thing. It's like, oh, yeah, well, I made my webbing specifically to counteract this.
You know, we've seen too much Paul Dini, too many Paul Dini episodes today with his, like, let's put as many, like, hot redhead women in a episode as humanly possible, but, like, I'm seeing sexual innuendo everywhere now. Like, I don't know how I feel about having a shot of Batman, like, standing over a woman where she's doing this and you cannot see what he's doing. Like,
Oh, I think you meant
that's a weird shot, right?
Paul Dini was at his desk and he was like sweating profusely, and he was like, and then Batman ties her up.
Oh God. Oh, somebody asked earlier what our favorite Paul Dini work is, and I can't remember if it was a super chat or not, but we should probably answer that. I don't remember who asked it. Connor, do you have one right off? Anything. Can be this stuff, can be comics, whatever.
Yeah, I've actually read no Paul Dini comics, to my eternal shame. We talked a little bit about that in the Sandman video we did, but I need to read Dark Knight. That sounds like it'd be right up my alley.
That's probably my favorite thing at this point of his.
But I don't know what exactly from this show is Paul Dini. I need to like revisit that.
Sure.
But I don't know. I do really like Arkham City, so I might just say
that's my. I was gonna say that's my second thing. What about you, Austin?
I actually don't know offhand, to be honest. Paul Dini's just kind of one of those Batman writers that is like really consistent. So it's just like everything's kind of good.
I want to read his run on Detective Comics because apparently that's good.
I've always meant to do it. Connor, maybe eventually we can make a project.
Maybe. Ooh. We'll do Why the Last Man. We'll do Detective Comics by Paul Dini. We'll just do it all.
You and I are going to have a list as long as the one I've got with Austin at some point.
Hey, next time I'm in Kansas, we'll talk about Why the Last Man, and it'll be great.
But why the Last Man?
Because cheese.
Please, Maggie, leave me alone.
Oh my God, he just said Joan of Bark, and we talked right over it.
Oh.
Oh. The plan, must you?
The plan. Bruce, please. Alfie and I are trying to kiss.
I think Ellen Burstyn would be a good choice, you know, in the live action, you know.
Oh yeah.
You know, right after shooting for The Exorcist, she'll do that.
Yeah, she'll be like 103.
Yeah.
She'll be like the chocolate woman from SpongeBob, where she's got like no limbs left. She's just like a rotted corpse.
Austin, it is 5:30 where you are. Are you gonna sign out, or are you gonna do one more?
Connor, what's your episode? Because I'm guessing we're doing Connor's episode.
Yeah, we're gonna do Connor's episode next.
I'm gonna Showdown, the episode of Batman the Animated Series, Showdown, the Jonah Hex one.
Okay, I'll stay for one last.
Which is also a New Adventures episode.
Oh.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm almost positive. I have it listed as season 3, episode 2, and on HBO Max, that's New Adventures.
Okay, because on HBO Max, I'm seeing it on season 2, episode 17.
Okay, maybe I did not have it listed from Max, but
that's where I have it as season 2, episode.
Okay,
7.
maybe it's not. Maybe it is a regular animated series episode. That's how long it's been since I've seen it. I can't even remember what art style it's in.
I was like,
it's original.
Okay, cool.
Like, I would hope it's because I watched it earlier today, and so
I was like, I know what I'm talking about. Shut up.
Cap.
No, I just it has like the Batman and Robin intro, I think, and so I was like, is that New Adventures or
no? It's still Batman animated series in the same art style, but they rebranded it for a while.
Okay.
What episode did you say that was? What number?
217.
Okay. I'll put it on the screen correctly. And I'll give everybody a minute to find it while I'm getting my records straight here. Connor, it's all so complicated.
I know, I bet. How you holding up? It's like almost 5 for you.
I'm good right now. This energy drink is helping quite a bit. I waited until, 45 minutes ago to finally start caffeinating.
What time did you wake up?
So this won't be interesting to anybody, but I got up this morning about 8, and then I went back to bed about 10, and I slept a couple hours. And then I had a day with my family, and then I laid down and rested after dinner. I didn't actually go to sleep, but I just kind of relaxed from, I don't know, like 8 to just before we started. So that helped.
Okay, all right.
I
Well, I wish you the best of luck, because it's, yeah. I was actually thinking it's funny, because I remember the last time you did one of these 24-hour streams.
AMC, this one is not yours. AMC, do you want me to tell you which one yours is? Because he gave me a giant list, so he keeps going, this is one I put on my list. But I think you're one of the folks that put like 20 or 30 episodes in. Maybe you didn't do that many, but some people did that. No, AMC, from your list, I picked Doomsday Sanction. Because I knew I wanted to make sure and do that one. But anyway, I'm sorry, Connor, what were you saying?
Oh, I was just saying, the last time you did one of these 24-hour streams, right after I appeared and watched some Arrow, I left to go to the theater to watch the Birds of Prey Harley Quinn movie. And this weekend, Black Adam just came out. And so tomorrow I'm going to have to go watch Black Adam. So you have to do one of these whenever a DC movie is opening up.
Crazy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this time I'm doing
Black
specifically
Adam
DC stuff.
tomorrow.
And I didn't do that on purpose at all. And we're going to try, by the way, we're going to try to review Black Adam this week, but I have no idea when. We'll have to get that all worked out, because I want to do that with Connor, and Austin's going to see it. So hopefully the three of us can try to coordinate schedules and make that work. But
yeah, that'd be fun.
Let's just do it right now. Everybody take your screens. Let's all walk into the theater. No one's going to be there. Dan said there's 4 people in his theater. So
I think it could bomb hard.
Let's all stream in the movie theater.
Thomas, how many 24-hour streams have you done so far? This is my second. I've wanted to do another one of these for a long time and never got around to it. Originally, the plan was just to do a 24-hour Captain Logan show.
Oh, we talked about video games at one point, too.
We've had a lot of ideas. I'll tell you real quick where the genesis of this came from, because I wasn't going to do more streaming TV this time, since that's what I did last time. But Austin and I have been talking about ideas for some things we want to do next year. And I landed on this thing I really want to do and would not have time for with 5 kids and everything. And I was like, yeah, I better throw that idea away, because that's a bad notion. I wanted to go through DCAU and actually sit down and review an episode every day, kind of like Spawn Year. Next year's the Spawn Year anniversary, and I thought that would be a cool way to do that, but not, to kind of harken back to that. And it wouldn't be a story thing. It would just be, reviews every day. And I was like, that's unrealistic. There's no way I can do that on top of the other stuff I'm doing, and I don't want to axe everything for that. So then I was like, well, I got the 24-hour stream coming up. That would be a cool thing for the stream. So that's why we're doing this.
No, it's a good theme to go with. DCAU is well liked by pretty much everybody. And I don't know, it's been a minute since I've dipped my toe in it. So it was kind of a nice refresher course to pop in, watch some episodes. I watched some Superman. It was, pretty nice. Finally got to watch some of those discs I got, because I got the Superman Blu-ray set when that first came out.
Connor, I have a question for you real quick before we get into this.
Yeah, what's up?
Because you're better at this than I am. Are the transfers on the discs with Superman and Batman nicer than if you watched them streaming on Max?
I think they are the same transfers, but when it comes to stuff like bit rate and compression, like, you're going to have a better picture quality when it comes to watching them on disc. So there's that's the kind of intangible stuff that when you're looking at it, it just looks better, and you can't quite articulate why. It is that kind of information that fluctuates when it's a stream. But I think as far as the transfers go, I think they are the same, because that looked pretty close to what the disc looked like.
Okay. I was wondering if it was my imagination, because I bought both of those recently and watched the new documentaries on them, which of course have the same transfers, and I was like, I think this looks nicer than Max. I cannot decide. And so I wanted to ask you what you thought about it.
Yeah,
and I've heard other people say that too.
Well, and I'm glad you actually brought that up, because I bought the movie Cabaret, and that's on HBO Max. And I watched the Blu-ray, and then like for whatever reason, like the file was like corrupted. So maybe this isn't a good plug for physical media because that disc just went into the trash. But then my brother and I started it on HBO Max about a scene before it crapped out. So I got to see like side by side the stream versus the disc.
Oh.
And they look and like you can tell it's probably the same transfer on the stream, but I don't know, it just didn't look as good because of the stuff that comes with streaming. But
And it's HBO Max, so it's like a dumpster fire.
No, it's not, because it's not Paramount Plus.
Hey, that's my mom's favorite service. You take that back, sir.
You've expressed many opinions from your mom that made me raise an eyebrow and do a Batman face. We've seen Batman make the face tonight a few times that I have
Yeah,
made.
Batman's made many faces.
He
For
has.
all I know, that's the Batman, like...
That's not the face. That's not the face. Okay, let's go ahead and get into this, guys. It's Season 2, Episode 17 of Batman the Animated Series. We're doing more of this than I thought we would, although there's going to be a lot more Justice League later. Get ready to press play. When I say now, we've got it all rigged up. Here we go. Connor's got the trigger. Connor, I want to get a remote and do like a remote draw with you. Like, yeah, just draw. He's going to win every time. He's ready, man. He's on the button. Literally. Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now.
See, I put my finger on the button literally before you said it. So I was like, crap, I pressed play already. Pause.
Well, you're impressive over there, Kat, because you're doing it with both hands, right? You got to start the timer and you got to press play on the remote. So
Yeah, and like it's there's a delay. It's off by about a second because it's not like I can put two mice here. Yeah, there's really no way to make that happen at the same time.
they'll probably be synced up with Austin or I if they're a second late, maybe. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
You know, Austin.
So okay,
Go ahead.
if mouse is mice plural, why is house houses?
Should it be heis?
It should be heights or mouses.
Yeah, well, I like the
for-
Brian Regan idea that box should be the plural of box should be boxen, like
then
That's,
moose
oxen.
that's
should-
funny.
Yeah, that's good. And then moose should be meese, like goose and geese.
Well, and he also said moose, and he was like moosin.
Yeah, moosin, yeah. And people from Italy should be called italics. I stand by that.
I like that.
That's amazing. Hey, look at
Okay,
Spider-Man.
guys, it's Spider-Man's. Oh,
That is like specifically one of the villains in the 60s Spider-Man show. It's also Sandman, like the original Sandman.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Hey, folks, real quick, sign off in the comments. Or not sign off, don't leave. But sound off in the comments is what I meant to say. And let me know if you've been here since the beginning of the stream. We've had a real consistent number of folks tonight, and I'm curious to know who's been with us all the way through so far.
Well, my dog woke up, so she's back.
6.5 hours we've been at this so far. Oh, he's kicking multiple Spider-Mans.
Oh,
Spider-Man.
Oh yeah.
Oh, right in the
that
face.
Spider-Man's got a knife.
It's night
Oh, right.
of a million zillion ninjas.
Spider-Man's got nards.
But he just walked into a Tick episode. You see that?
That was cool.
So, how do you guys generally feel about this? Because I know this episode's a little, maybe not controversial, but polarizing because it's a backdoor pilot basically for Jonah Hex.
Is that what it was supposed to be?
I don't know if it was a backdoor pilot, but it is very much like we're not really doing a Batman thing. We want to do a Jonah Hex episode. How do you guys feel about that? Because I know some people just do not like this episode because of that.
They've done.
I don't remember this
They did that
episode,
with a
to be
couple other
honest.
characters here and there, and none of those are any of my favorite episodes. But they just don't tend to stick with me. I think it would just depend on whether you were really into that character. You know what I mean? Like I just never cared that much about Zatanna. I never cared that much about Jonah Hex. Like.
It'll be
Okay.
better than when Wonder Woman became a pig.
Yeah, but you know, so's jumping onto a bicycle with a seat missing. We did not like that episode. Austin, are you gonna be okay? Because there's a train there.
Oh, oh.
This is giving me flashbacks to the Lone Ranger movie.
Tom's been here since the beginning. Robert's been here since the beginning. Side-scrolling hero. Thanks, guys. Robert, the Blu-rays were also released before HBO Max came out. The show used to not look as good streaming. That's true.
And I remember when the Blu-rays came out, they the digital copy they came with was for a standard definition, not a high definition.
Oh, is that right?
Transfer. Yeah, I remember that would kind of raise some stink.
Yeah.
Which is understandable.
It is understandable, yeah. Because you're paying to see the same thing that you could get on Netflix before that, and the DC streaming service before it went to Max.
Oh, that's not at all how I expected him to sound.
Yeah, he's got a full-on like Southern accent.
Well, I expected him to be like.
You think he'd be gruff, yeah.
But he's just like, "Howdy, man. Can I get me a drink?"
But Austin, we were talking earlier about how they kind of subvert expectations with that a lot.
That
like
is
characters
true.
you'd think would sound real brutish that look that way, and then sometimes it's really effective when they don't.
Yeah.
So why did you pick this one, Connor? Like, why is this one of your favorites, or is it? Like, is there some other reason you picked it?
You're just
I've always
Western guy.
Well, I like Westerns. And I feel like most people when Western comes up, people just say they don't like Westerns. But what I like about this is that the whole idea that Batman, you can do anything with Batman, is kind of they're playing with that here, except instead of trying to make Batman this immortal person who's lived in the Western times, it makes like the world of Batman feel large, right? Where it's like we have Ra's al Ghul or Ra's al Ghul, and we have this isn't Gotham, but we also do stuff. This is more like doing stuff aesthetically that's cool, because what we have is the main art style is a sort of Art Deco, diesel punk type thing, and with this we're actually going into the steampunk realm of that. And I think it's a nice way of kind of keeping stuff similar, but they're pushing with what they can, with what the style is. And I think just as like a steampunk Western, this is really fun. Like, it's certainly better than the Wild Wild West movie. And I like Jonah Hex.
Yeah, the Jonah Hex movie.
It doesn't have a better theme though.
Oh yeah, it doesn't have Mastodon doing the. Oh yeah, it doesn't have Will Smith. My bad. Yeah. Yeah. But I like
How
Jonah
did
Hex.
Will Smith's Wild Wild West song not sample the song Wild Wild West?
I have no clue. They're like Stevie Wonder. That's who we're sampling.
And it
Yeah.
was like one of the greatest songs of all time.
And you know what? It was the right choice, because Austin is right. The Wild Wild West. I mean, hey.
No, in drama class in high school, we had to play Just Dance.
I like that song.
every
Shut up.
year, and I would always just dance to Wild Wild West because, of course.
Well, hey, no, I know everyone hates on the Wild Wild West theme. No, I'm with you, Cap. I legitimately, unironically like that song. I find it entertaining.
It's Smith's best song.
I don't know. Big Willie style has some bangers, as the kids
Well,
would
and there's
say,
also
but-
that song where he samples the '60s Spider-Man theme.
That's
And
right.
it has that really awkward moment where he goes, "He can rap, he can act."
But
If only
I don't
he
know.
then finished with, "He can also do a slap."
Oh. But I also like some of the homage to other westerns that are in this episode. Earlier on in the bar, like everything was painted red. I think that might be a reference to the movie High Plains Drifter, because that's the sort of Clint Eastwood as like a lone like wanderer who doesn't have a name, except instead of being like the hero, he's like, I mean, he is the protagonist, but he's like a horrible person. And like Jonah Hex is kind of a stand-up guy, but he kind of looks like a monster. And I don't know. I feel like there might be some reference going on there. I don't know. I think that like this is made by people who do like the Western genre, and they're having fun in that setting. And I also like when we get to the steampunk stuff, it's not just Western stuff. There's like sky pirates, and that feels like a reference to something like Castle in the Sky or Nausicaa in the Valley of the Wind. Like it feels like it's going into like a different bag of influences that they still make feel like consistent with this show. And I don't know, I buy it as the history of this world.
Yeah, that's a good call. We're just
Yeah.
pulling the
No, I'm
curtain
liking
back.
this so far. This is cool.
I forgot Ra's al Ghul was in this.
I love this
This
design. where
episode,
he's like
not the show.
You forgot David Warner was in this guy?
No, I didn't. Rest in peace, David Warner.
Yeah, more rest in peace.
Is he
That
one
guy
of
was
the
in
Warner
everything.
Brothers?
What? What is it? I just missed what he said. What?
I said, is he one of the Warner Brothers?
No, he's not. And neither is Ty Warner, the inventor of the Beanie Baby.
And so that
Don't
is
know who that
apparently
is.
Malcolm McDowell actually voicing the other Southern or the other English fellow.
Yeah. And he
Oh,
did,
nice.
And he did a little bit of work for these shows too, because he was
Metallo.
Metallo. Yep. We're talking
Yeah,
about
he's
too many
got a
characters.
weird
It took me a
career.
second.
Yeah, no, he is a huge voice actor. He just did a ton of voice work.
And character actor, and he's in 6,000 things. And he's one of those
Yeah.
guys that crossed between TV and movies a lot during a period where most people kind of picked one.
Yeah, I think it was largely due to Clockwork Orange. Like, he could not get movie work after that because that movie offended so many people and upset so many people. So I think that's where he's probably started doing television.
But then
And
he
then
came
enough-
back to movies quite a bit in the 90s into the early 2000s.
Yeah, and I think that was because like enough time had passed for people who like loved Clockwork Orange. Like, no, we need to get you back in.
Everyone that hated it died.
yeah, exactly.
Well, and he was
We're
still
like, we like it.
and he was kind of typecast as villains, even
That's
when he got
right,
movie
yeah.
roles.
He was stuck on TV and he was like, Agent, I need a movie again. And he's like, well, I got you this new movie. It's called Caligula. It's going to blow your career up.
I've actually seen Caligula. That movie is dreadful. It has
Yeah.
Helen Mirren and Laurence
Yeah.
Olivier and him, and it's like, how did they get them?
My drama teacher in high school always said that they sold it to them, and then after they got all these people in, they changed it to be as like erotic as it is. I don't know if it's true, but
One of the weird things about Malcolm McDowell's career is that it was probably short-lived. I don't know how long it lasted, but he did the remake of Fantasy Island.
Really?
Yeah, so Ricardo Montalban plays like Kirk's arch nemesis as Khan, right? And then they cast Malcolm McDowell in Generations to kind of try to do that again for Picard, and then he is the new Fantasy Island guy. It's weird.
That is wild.
when did they do that?
Like late 2000s, I think.
Okay, because Blumhouse just remade that last year, and it's
Yeah.
god awful.
I bet it didn't look good. I
Hey, when I
forgot
think
David
Ricardo
Warner was
Montalban-
Jarrell and Lois and Clark McCaffrey, but that's right. Oh yeah, and they were in Time After Time together. I forgot about that too, which is weird because Lois and Clark ripped off Time After Time with their H.G. Wells.
So their Jonah Hex design does look a lot like Two-Face.
It looks
with,
a lot
the
like
big
Two-Face.
eye.
There's
Uh,
kind of I don't know if you can really get like past that though, right?
Yeah.
Like it's inherently gonna look like that.
Yeah, but their eye, like they did a real particular thing with their Two-Face. Like
That
in the
is
comics,
true.
his
They-
eye does
the same
not have
big
exactly
yellow
that
eye.
yellow bulgy thing. Like it's bulgy, but it's not that. And here they took the same thing.
But hey, this time the right side of his face is disfigured. All right.
Yeah.
So totally different.
So
And
if
he's
you
not
put them
talking
together,
about big bad
you get a
Hex.
regular looking person or a really horribly disfigured person.
Yeah. I do like the detail with like his cheek. Like there's that piece of skin that hangs down, connecting like his cheekbone to his jaw.
And it's weird to say that's the iconic Jonah Hex thing, but it is. Like
Yeah.
Mhm.
I want to read more Jonah Hex.
somebody
I know.
pick up this kid and let him watch this boring speech.
Also, because I'm me, I want to read some Jonah Hex or All-Star Western because Darwin Cook did some work on it, and
Of course.
I gotta read that. I gotta read that.
That's one of the movies I want Gunn to do with DC because he's talked about wanting to do a western.
That would be great because the Jonah Hex movie is so bad.
Yeah, that's
I-
what I heard.
I have a theory about that movie because like the sets and like everything looks pretty good, and like they have a stupid stacked cast. I mean, you got Josh Brolin, and obviously Megan Fox was huge at that time, but it has like William Fichtner and like Michael Fassbender's in that movie, and John Malkovich.
Well, this is
and
unintentionally
like just
hilarious.
Oh, there's
But-
Waldo.
Hey, there he is.
I found
I
him.
forgot about the blimp thing here too. Robert Wild and some other people in the comments were talking about that like we're getting the history of Gotham's first blimp, which is awesome. And Connor, you're talking earlier about giving us the history and making this feel like it's in the same world. Like that's one of the big things that does it, right? Is like we never really deal with the blimps. Like we fought on top of one, but that's about it.
I like the steampunk look of this too, because I'm not a big steampunk guy, but I like it in this setting.
I didn't mean to
like
interrupt you. I just wanted to get that point out while we were looking at the
No,
blimp.
no. I'm glad you did. But I know my theory with the Jonah Hex movie is that they're like, oh, sweet, we got $20 million for pre-production, and they're like, oh no, that was our budget. Whoops. And like the movie has like a musical score by like a heavy metal band, but it's like it feels like
no.
the director, that was his temp track, and they're like, oh, we got no money for a conductor anymore. Just use it. Like that's all we got, and it's like barely 80 minutes long. Like it's so short.
That movie's baffling.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm looking at. I've seen it one time. Ah, my face. So, Connor, I'm having this really fun experience watching you watch this because I can tell that we are perfectly synced up because every time anything flashes on my screen, your screen flashes. And, like, it's perfectly in sync. It's amazing.
Awesome. So
I've never
when we
had that with anything.
When we had a draw earlier, we didn't outshoot one another. We were perfectly in sync.
Yeah, that's right. Our draw was a draw.
That's right. Hey, yeah.
Oh, he's got Waldo.
Yeah. Got you now.
So, can I complain
You'll
about
never
something?
get away
though?
from me.
Some
I
of these
finally found
townspeople are way too cartoony
Oh, there's
and
a bunch of Waldos.
over the top in their facial expressions. Like, it feels too much like a cartoon right now.
Yeah.
Ow.
So David Warner was in the Titanic movie, and now we're watching another Titanic crash. So it's the maiden voyage of this blimp.
What's the
Oh.
Hindenburg?
I think that's more
Oh.
like the Hindenburg. The Hindenburg was the flying Titanic.
We need to go. Was David Warner in a Hindenburg movie? 'Cause
No,
he
but
should
I
have
would
been.
now. I don't think so. But I forgot he was in Titanic, so maybe.
He needed to be the one who says, "Oh, the humanity."
How much
And,
screen time does he get in Titanic?
He's in it a lot. He's Billy Zane's like goon, like right hand man.
I've never watched that whole movie. I've only seen bits and pieces of it.
It's great.
So
It's
I
a
didn't
great
even realize he
movie.
was in that.
I love Titanic. That's a great movie.
When I was a kid, it was impossible unless you saw it on TV to watch that movie without having to take out a VHS tape and put in a different VHS tape.
I have seen all of those like in thrift stores at friends' houses, like the 2 VHS
The
tape.
big box with the with the
Yeah.
case.
yeah, my sister's got that.
Look at now we got a sword fight. This is wonderful.
Now
I
it's
love
fun.
this.
Well, you know what? I'm wrong, Connor. There was one other way to watch that, which is if you wanted to change it out 4 different times when you watched it on the laser disc.
Oh, yeah, you gotta flip
Oh.
that over.
I mean, that is embarrassing to admit you have Laserdisc.
It wasn't back then. I mean, like
Not something Terry McGinnis would be excited about.
why? Because of the MacGuffin CD from the pilot?
Yeah, remember he was like, Bruce, we could put lasers onto CDs now.
Was that the same episode where? No, that was a different one, right? Where Bruce Wayne had a laser that came out of his remote control.
No, that was just in the animated series. He just
Yeah.
hit a button, remote was like. That was really weird.
Connor, you know what this is giving me flashbacks to right now?
What's that?
The Rocketeer.
I have never seen The Rocketeer.
You'd love
and
it. You
I
gotta see it.
know. Like everything about that feels like it'd be right
That's
up my
such
alley.
a you movie, dude.
I know. Like I'm so like I'm honestly kind of kicking myself for having not seen it. I only just watched Hulk. And I'm like, how have I seen Hulk but not the Rocketeer?
And Constantine.
Yeah,
Which
I've
took
seen
you like
Constantine.
19 years to finally get around to.
That was the it might actually have been 19 years. Yeah. That movie was like the last DC movie I needed to watch. Now I've seen all of them, but
Wow.
it took me forever to finally get around to it. Yeah.
I've always wanted to see The Rocketeer, and then I was like, oh, Disney Plus just came out. I can finally watch it. And then I never have.
It's
Austin, I had the exact same experience.
Right?
Best Buy had the Blu-ray Forever for like $5, and I'm like, I don't know yet. Now it's like I buy just random crap I've never seen before. I should have just bought it back then.
Does anybody else? Sorry to interrupt, but does anybody else want to see the Joker draw a giant smile on the front of this huge plane? Because
Yes.
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 seems like that needs
I
to
wanted
happen.
to have Gilbert Gottfried's face.
Look at me! I'm a giant airplane.
Superman, I am a giant plane. I'm not banging my red-headed girlfriend. 'Cause I
No,
want
no, he has to be weirdly disparaging and go super.
Oh yeah, super.
AMC Cap, which of David Warner's Star Trek roles is your favorite? I think mine is the Cardassian. Oh yeah, hands down. I mean, he is good as Chancellor Gorkon, but he doesn't get a ton of screen time there. And then his blood is Pepto-Bismol, but I digress. When you get to when you get to Chain of Command, yeah, Gol Madrid, that's hands down easily his best role. But he only had, I think, 3, and the other one's Star Trek 5. And the less we talk about that, the better. Which I just had to watch the other day again to show my kids because they're watching.
Star Trek 5 is awesome.
I should also mention. David Warner was in a couple of episodes of Twin Peaks. That's my thing. That's where I know him from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he's in a lot. He's in all kinds of stuff.
A ton of stuff. Yeah.
Well, and the other thing I know him from the most, of course, is Ninja Turtles 2, where he's got his giant sunflower.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's a scientist in that movie that was originally supposed to be Baxter Stockman.
Oh, okay.
And then
does he know the secret of the ooze?
Yeah, the secret of the ooze is that there's ooze. And he figures that out, I guess.
Nice.
The secret of the ooze was supposed to be that the ooze came from space or from Dimension X or something, and then they were going to, expand it out into the space stuff, and then that didn't happen. So the secret of the ooze was just, hey, there's ooze.
The secret of the ooze is that it made the Shredder really big.
That's
then he
right.
just died.
Yeah, where he just kills himself by falling on a pier because he just weighed too much.
At least when he turned into Super Shredder in that game, I kicked his ass when you died.
You know what my favorite Shredder line is in that movie? I think it's "Ah!"
I think he also says that in the Michael Bay movies.
No, I don't think he's allowed to say anything in the mech suit, and then in the second movie, he doesn't do anything fun, so I don't know. Okay, well, let's go ahead and get another one set up here. Austin, are you leaving us?
What's the next
I'm not
episode?
throwing you out. I'm just asking if you're ready to go.
I probably will.
I'm worried about you. You've got to be tired.
I am fading.
No, you're not. You're good. You sound wonderful.
Thank you.
Let's see here. I think the next thing I want to do is... Let's do a Superman, Connor.
All right.
This is one that a lot of people requested. Daniverse is ultimately the person I credited this with, so thanks, Daniverse. But the late Mr. Kent from Season 2 of Superman the Animated Series. It's episode 22. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Ostensibly.
So You're not going to remember it because you're so tired, Austin. But how did you feel about the weird Jonah Hex episode of?
Oh, it was fun. I liked that.
Cool.
That was pretty cool.
Oh yeah, it's 222.
Cool, I got one right.
Right next to.
Dang time. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I stay for one more or should I leave?
Oh, I think you should. Well, I think you should probably go for your own sanity, but
That was like a you should stay.
I don't want to. I don't want to lose you, but
Connor,
it's
what do you
more
think I
fun
should
with you
do?
here.
Yeah.
Connor's not
Do you
going
have
to
any-
leave.
Do you have any plans tomorrow, Austin?
Yeah,
Yeah, I gotta get up in like 4 hours.
Then you should stay.
Okay, let's do it. One more. Like I said earlier, I can just take a nap during Black Adam. It's fine.
Well, I was
You
going
won't
to
be
say, but then
missing
you can't
anything.
review
It's all about
it with
the
us.
sequel
But
anyways, right?
the way I'm hearing people talk about it, maybe you can. I don't know. Like,
Hey, Dan really liked it.
that's not what it sounded like. That's not what you
My
said.
favorite thing Dan said was Black Adam is a January movie. I was like, great.
Of course it is. And don't you love that they're trying to build their whole line on it?
I love that The Rock came out and said this is the beginning of Phase 1.
And it's insane because the way they've always been before is they'll be really reactionary, and if a movie doesn't do very well, they're gonna go back to the drawing board and start everything all over again. This movie's not gonna perform the way they think it is. And how do you put all your eggs in the Black Adam basket? How's there a Black Adam basket?
Hey, when the basket exists for 15 years, there's a Black Adam basket. So.
It shouldn't have even been a DCEU thing. It should have been its own thing. Like,
Yeah, I don't know.
well, let's watch
Jesus
some good
Christ.
Superman so that Austin might go to bed after this.
Well, yeah, well, because it would basically
Oh, God.
be like if the MCU started with, it's like, okay, you got I don't know, Iron Man, like Civil War, I don't know, Thunderbolt. Actually, no, I'll say Guardians, and then you get like Avengers, and then we go like, oh, all of that tanked. Here's the Dormammu movie that's gonna save our universe. What?
I hate how they're like promoting that movie based on just this, like, there's gonna be another one, so
Yeah.
you might as well watch it because I mean you've already seen it. Like, I don't like that.
Yeah, it's not even stay for the credits to be told there's another one. It's just there's another one.
Yeah, like you already know what the credits are. Yeah, thanks. I don't even follow press junket circuits, and it's like I already know like everything in the
The
movie.
second
I guess.
movie is the movie you want to see.
Yeah.
So you better
Okay.
go see this one.
Imagine if X-Men had been advertised that way. You know, which
Well,
really was
imagine
kind of
if
a consummate setup movie, but imagine if they'd been like, you know, almost apologetic about it. Like, look, this one's kind of formulaic. There's not. It's kind of just establishing characters, and then that's it. But the next one is like,
Well, imagine if they made
That's a
X-Men and
mistake.
they made like Wolverine, and then they're like, oh, nobody liked X-Men or Wolverine. Here's the Mojo movie, but don't worry, in the next movie, Mojo's gonna fight the X-Men. Like,
Yeah,
who
don't
cares?
worry, guys. In X-Men 2, we're gonna have Nightcrawler. He's gonna attack the president. Like, it's gonna be crazy. All right. And we got a thing with the Statue of Liberty in this
but
movie, I guess.
but Austin, it'd be even crazier than what you're talking about because you actually have to pick a villain who they have no plans on pitting up against his actual arch nemesis.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Okay, we're gonna Mole Man. We're gonna do the Mole Man.
Yeah, but he's
movie,
never
'cause
gonna fight the
Fox
Fantastic
also
Four.
owned Fantastic Four. We're gonna do the Mole Man movie. Mole Man, he's gonna fight Cyclops.
But it'd be
gonna
more
love
like
it.
if you were like, we're gonna introduce Lex Luthor in a Batman movie, and then he's never gonna fight Superman, and we're gonna like make sure that never happens, but we're gonna make a big deal out of him fighting somebody else. Like, next
Don't
time
worry.
Lex Luthor's gonna fight Blue Beetle, you guys. Ooh. Okay, let's watch the
yeah.
Superman episode. You guys ready?
Yeah.
You got it set up. Timestamp 0, everybody. Get ready to press play when I say now. Here we go. We're gonna do it. Everybody, please press play. I think I remember this one.
You can do it. Put your back into it. Let's go.
Yeah, this is a cool detective story if it's the one I'm thinking it is, but it might not be. Okay, everybody, please press play. Connor's ready right now. Connor's ready, but like annoyed I haven't said anything yet. He's like, all right.
Connor
But
said
like
the-
before you record the
the-
button, you're like, yeah, let's do it. Now you're just like,
Factory.
freaking say the thing already. Say it. Say. Did you say it or Sega?
Oh.
I think I heard Sega. Sega.
Sega.
Sega.
Superman's so cool. I like
It's
Superman.
5 in the morning, so I get to act like this now, you guys.
When we're just screaming random things and we don't even know if it could be 1 or 3 words, then hey, you know it's 5 in the morning.
Yeah, the big takeaway I'm having from this stream so far is, besides Austin almost died and it was hilarious, is I'm getting in a massive Superman mood over anything else. Like, we're watching Batman, we're watching Justice League. Like, I'm in a Superman mood now.
Superman's great. I love Superman, and I'm so glad that
You
this
sound
animated.
so drunk.
I love
I love you, Superman. I love you.
I'm gonna throw myself
Like
off
a
a bridge.
drunk
So
And
you
again,
can
voicemail.
I'm such a sucker for these, like, everybody thinks a character is dead, even if they're not, kinds of episodes. I love doing this the same day we did Man Who Killed Batman.
Oh my god, what if they brought Sid the Squid back?
That'd be amazing.
Patton Oswalt returns.
No, stop it. It's not
He's
Patton
like,
Oswalt.
I killed Henry Cavill. It's
It's Matt Frewer. He's one of my favorite actors. But see, this is great, because it's like everybody thinks he's dead. But there's Superman, like, well, I can't really go down there. I gotta watch
that
my
would be a
own
little
funeral.
awkward.
Death of Clark Kent is a thing we've done in comics, too, and I don't know if there's a story like that informed this or not.
Oh, I can't believe they could say somebody like murdered a woman.
Yeah.
In Spider-Man, it would be like, this man destroyed a woman.
This man sucked a woman's plasma.
I mean, that sounds super sexual. I don't know if they could say that.
Everything sounds
This man
sexual to
sucked
you.
this woman's plasma.
Plasma. Felicia.
Felicia, I'm going to suck your plasma.
But yeah, this is the episode I thought it was.
I don't know if I've ever seen this one actually.
I saw this for the first time when I did a watch through of this whole show several years ago, and I was really blindsided by it. It felt the closest to the pacing and the storytelling of detective story episodes you got in Batman the Animated Series that the show ever had.
I wish writers better utilized Clark Kent just as like a reporter and just like kind of what you can do with that.
I
I've
love
read
that movie, right, where it's just investigative reporter Clark Kent.
Yeah, I like. Did you see that Steven Spielberg movie, The Post? Like, I want like a Clark Kent investigative journalism movie that looks like that. Like it has that period with like the cameras and it looks awesome. And there's like always the newspapers like wheeling around. And I was like, ooh, please give me one that looks like this.
Yeah, like I feel like the place you start, because this is kind of the classic journalism movie that everything like that starts from, is you just go back and look at all the President's Men, and then you stick Clark Kent in it.
Right.
What if Clark Kent was like, hey, Batman's mean. I need to investigate him. And then he like went to the streets of Gotham, and then a blind man drew a little bat symbol on a lottery ticket, and then said, "Beware." And then Superman was like, "Oh, he's like really mean."
See, didn't you love the detective stuff in the longer version of BVS?
Yeah.
It's
You
so
love
bad.
that it took me 5 seconds to say that, but it took half an hour to show it.
So Superman is so bad in that movie. He's like, all right, I'm really sick of Superman's bad press. How can I just put all of my bad press and like put it on Batman? Like, that's all I want to do. So it's like he's deliberately showing up at places just to like I don't know.
At what
I
point
haven't
does the
thought about
manager of
in a
this pizza place go to a pizza boy that walks in and go, "Go!"
Ooh. Well, he would say it like the 2.1 version, where he just goes, "Go!" And it's super jarring if you don't remember that happens in that version.
Or he's Morpheus from The Matrix, and he's like, "Go now."
Whoa.
Wow, there's cobwebs on that box. Look
Wow.
at the detail. Look at that choice.
Whoa, look at all those floppy
Whoa.
disks.
Hey, it's
You know, all this
MacGuffin
futuristic
floppies.
technology.
Well, I can relate. I'm also losing some sleep, after all.
Oh, is this written by Paul Dini?
I thought.
What do you need
Bruce
every
Timm
woman to
was-
sleep fully clothed, or like?
Yeah.
90s aren't real.
It was a different time. Somehow it
I
still
don't
made
want to
more
see-
sense than now.
Women should be covered from head to toe. No skin.
You know, I had every opportunity to like force you out quicker a minute ago, and I didn't take that.
No, you were like, go.
Here's another car that looks like you could fold it up and put it in your pocket.
It also looks like it would be in that future city from Phantasm.
Yeah, well, and that's intentional.
Yeah. No,
yeah,
of course, because they want Metropolis to be like futuristic.
Yep, and they based the look of the skyline especially on 1927 Metropolis.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you get me.
I did a research
Said that
project
so
for a silent film
sensually,
course in college, where I talked about Metropolis's influences, and that was one of the pictures I used.
Oh, they destroyed my floppy.
You still got that project somewhere, Cap? Because I might I would like to look at that. I don't know.
I
just
don't
like
know.
Metropolis.
It's on some hard drive somewhere. I'd have to really scour for it.
Yeah. I just love Metropolis.
Me
It's
too.
so good.
We should do a commentary on that at some point.
Yes. Oh yeah, we should. That'd be great.
How was I going to save Shirley Walker?
Oh.
Robert says, I thought all women just sleep like Nicole Kidman in Batman Forever. Oh, you mean when she played Chase Meridian, who sounds like a bank? It's one of my
I
favorite
thought he
things
meant,
Roger
like-
Ebert ever said. Nicole Kidman, or Chase Meridian, who sounds like a bank.
I thought he meant like all women sleep with a Batman body pillow like she does in that movie.
The scene where Batman goes to visit her while she's asleep is one of the most uncanny looking scenes. Like I can't believe I'm looking at a real movie when I'm watching that scene. It's so strange.
Like it's taken from another type of movie.
Oh yes, I would say that. Yeah.
I don't remember
That's
exactly
why
how
it's
this
the worst of the
resolves where
four.
Clark Kent is able to go back to his life. It's just been too long since I've seen this. But yeah, Connor, when they had the flash bulbs earlier, once again, we're perfectly in sync. Like, I saw them on your face.
Nice. I was gonna ask about that. So Jimmy Olsen in this show has like the craziest mullet ever.
I'm so glad they put Clark's parents in this episode, because that's got to be so weird for them, right? Like Superman's fine, but everybody thinks their son is dead. Like, that's got to be so weird.
That's weird. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm sorry. What were you saying?
Oh, I can't even remember. It's fine.
Oh, my apologies.
No, don't apologize. It probably wasn't worth it.
Connor, it's like 6 p.m. where you are. How are you this tired already?
No, I didn't mean to
Oh,
do
yeah.
that. We haven't talked enough about this episode, and I have like an actual point, and I was like,
No, it's worth it because
We're
I
gonna
was just
get
going to make
past
a
it.
comment about Jimmy Olsen's mullet.
it's very important.
Well, it's like you watch this and it does kind of have a little bit of like the Batman animated series thing where it feels like it's out of time, but like the past's idea of the future.
Yeah.
And there's like it's really cool. And then it's like you get Jimmy Olsen and he looks like he's from the 90s and you're like, oh, the show was made in the 90s.
Well, I have a little bit of a theory about that, and I'm glad this came up because I wanted to talk about this somewhere, and I figured, 24 hours, it'll come up somewhere. I think some of it has to do with the period of comics and to some degree specific stories and things that we're adapting because especially once you got to Justice League, there was like a specific attempt to like a conscious goal to kind of translate what comics felt like at the time to screen. Like they were trying to be real contemporary. And I think to some degree they were always doing that, even though they wanted Batman to look as out of time as it did. So I think part of it, because they're going to like pretty recent stuff from a few years back. When you look at '92, they're going to like Englehart in the '80s and stuff. I think that some of it is just some of the stuff they were looking at with DC in the '80s that they were going to was more timeless than the stuff in the '90s looks. So once you start looking at '90s stuff, it dates your show.
Oh yeah, it's a good point.
That's what I was thinking too, because like every character in Superman had a mullet in the 90s.
Yeah, exactly.
Even Lois.
And they can't. Oh, did you see her eyebrows?
Yeah.
She's like really sad, and then her eyebrows start like.
Perry White's mullet was pretty crazy though. I don't know who could rock it. AMC Comics says it's 6
that's how they
p.m.
get
where
around
he
it.
is.
Yeah, so like the only witness has terrible eyesight and couldn't see anything, and so you could make the argument that Clark survived it. So now he'll just pretend to wash up somewhere. That's right. I love the atmosphere of the show of this episode.
It's nice seeing Superman save people instead of killing them.
I was gonna say it's nice to see just a personal story for Clark Kent, but you're right.
Yeah.
I like how colorful Superman is even at nighttime. Like I
Yeah.
like how all this looks.
like he kind of
cool.
shines through the darkness.
And I also like how like the skyline is different than in Batman, where like the nighttime has like this like red sky to it. You can sort of see the light coming off the city in the skyline here. That's really cool.
I also like how in Metropolis it's possible to have daytime and nighttime.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
They have
too.
both. And it's not like BVS where the two cities are right next to each other, and if you're in Gotham, it's nighttime, and if you're in Metropolis, it's daytime.
That is just one of the dumbest things ever, right? We're just gonna make them twin cities.
Yeah. Am I just using every opportunity to disparage that the Snyder movies? Yeah, I could probably am.
I wish we just kept going. Like it's like, oh, Central City is like to the left of them. Like Star City is to the right.
What's the name? I just can't think of it right now. What's the name of the city that we destroyed in Reign of the Superman?
Bloodhaven?
Green Lantern City. And then
Oh, is that Coast City?
Coast City. Wouldn't it be really funny if we also put Coast City in there, Austin? And we destroyed Coast City, but every other city connected right to is just fine? Like
Coast City is like an island between Metropolis and...
Yeah, it's not even on a coast. It's like Central City in the Flash TV show, where it's not centralized in any way. It's like also like a California for no reason.
Yes, Coast City's in like Utah. It's just like
And then you have like the Coast City Raptor. That joke's stupid, but I stand by it.
Well, we're making a Flash movie. Are we gonna see Central City, or is he just gonna be in the Metropolis Gotham?
This man looks like a frog.
I'm
He
gonna
does.
guess
Looks like the
that
Frogman from Hellboy.
I'm gonna guess
Yeah.
that opens in Central City, but then the rest of the movie is not there.
Oh, that's true. I guess it's more of a Keaton movie, so probably take place in Gotham.
Yeah. Well, but
That's
then
true.
they're supposed to, once again go around and try to get people to help them out. So, I guess I don't know.
So how
amazing-
embarrassing would it be-
Oh God,
Sorry, go ahead.
Superman! Oh, he just flew through the wall.
Yeah. Oh, I was gonna say how crazy is it that like the entire like Michael Keaton's back era is over before he's actually been back.
Yeah,
That's wild.
they had every opportunity to get ahead of Marvel with it, and however you feel about No Way Home, I guess it was smart business, man. Like,
Yeah, it was, yeah. So evidently so. Like,
I'm just saying,
I just-
it made insane amounts of money, and I think if DC had gotten ahead of it with Keaton, that would have been a big deal, but it ain't now.
well, yeah, and it's weird that like he's coming back for the Flash. He's gonna be on Batgirl. Like, it's gonna, and then
It's gonna be an Aquaman.
Batgirl gets canceled. I guess they had to like, I don't know if they actually did remove him from Aquaman or whatever, but it's like, okay, the whole like putting all of our eggs in the Michael Keaton basket,
That's
we're done
gone
doing
now.
that.
But it
it's
seems like
gone.
they're
It's
still
like-
putting all their eggs in the Flash movie basket, because for a minute it looked like maybe they wouldn't even release that movie, and now it seems like they're really relying on it, and they're gonna push ahead with that. So there's something from that movie that they think is really important. They're gonna keep moving ahead with. But Michael Keaton is no longer their Sam Jackson.
It's just crazy to me that like that's come and went, and like it never came to
And we
theaters to
haven't
begin
even
with.
seen the thing.
It's nuts. No, Flash is gonna be the end of Phase 1.
Phase 1.
What'll be really embarrassing though is the like CGI skyline of Tim Burton's Gotham, right?
Robert
Yeah,
Wild says
that's
Cap has been testing out a lot of his stand-up lately. I don't even know what I said that sounded rehearsed.
Yeah, I don't
Besides,
know.
the
Cap gets
scripted
up on
section I
stage
did at the
and he's
beginning.
like,
I'm sorry, what?
so Cap gets up on stage like to do stand up and he's like, Michael Keaton's not even gonna be there anymore. All right.
Boy, I feel like all the tomatoes that just got thrown at me were warranted.
But yeah, I like these kinds of Superman stories where it's like the guy's on death row and he's gonna if they didn't do it, he's gonna get him off. Save, like, I like that kind of
I
stuff.
also don't think you could do Death Row or anything like this scene in, again, the Spider-Man animated series.
No, they would be like, we've created this portal. We're gonna send them through the portal, and then Spider-Man's gotta like stop that.
And see, generally speaking, this is like kind of a scary image because you don't want Superman to like take this kind of control, but then of course you'll find out that it's a righteous move and that guy shouldn't have actually been on death row. But
I was really hoping Superman would do the death of the family or death in the family thing, where he, Joker like releases the gas bomb in the UN and Superman just breathes all of the gas in and flies up into the sky and breathes it out. But that was cool too.
That's pretty cool.
because Justice
Superman.
League will deal again because it gets real 90s contemporary where we're deconstructing our superheroes a lot and doing a lot of anti-hero type things, and it will start to really question how easily it would be for Superman to get corrupted.
Jimmy Olsen in this show looks like he's about to ask Lois to go out to a Spin Doctors concert.
Stephen Murphy says that's something you never saw in Batman. Yeah, it's weird the places where this show does weirdly get darker than some of that
There's another
show.
redhead.
Is that Lana?
Oh, is it? I don't know.
Yes.
It's one of my favorite things is like, well, you know they're well because they got a bandage on their head. That means they're doing better.
Yeah. Well,
Class.
A Talking Cat, the movie with Eric Roberts, does that, where the talking cat is hit by a car and they just put toilet paper on the cat's head to show that he was injured.
Kind of what you're talking about is even better in this case because it's Clark intentionally having a bandage on his head so that he can pretend like he needs a bandage on his head.
Yeah.
These people all have impossibly shaped heads. Like, I don't believe any of these people.
Yeah. And Hank Hill is there for some reason.
And this guy's head especially, he looks like he just has a rock for a head.
Superman's like,
oh, I forgot about this. This is awesome. Isn't that great?
Yeah.
Like, he's on death. He's in the gas chamber. He has figured out that Clark Kent is Superman, and he's dead.
Superman's like,
so
I've done
good.
justice. I
Freaking
got that guy up
amazing.
to death row, and I got a frogman on death row.
That was a good call. Oz, and he does look like a Mike Mignola drawing. Like,
Oh,
in
yeah.
this.
Yeah.
He belongs in Hellboy, not Superman.
I do like that the Executioner is still wearing a hood, even though he's
Yeah.
wearing like the.
Yeah, that's really cool.
You know, which is odd if there's not like an actual, you know, guillotine or whatever. Like, I don't know with gas chambers and stuff if you still would have the hood, but
Mhm.
Jason, go to bed. 5
God,
in the
Jason,
morning.
it's like you've already woken up. It's like 20 after 5. If you're still tired, go back to sleep for a bit because we've got a long morning. Jason's gonna take over for Connor after Connor gets going, or I'm gonna be by myself for a while and then Jason's gonna come down. But he's gonna be with us here in a little bit.
Well, that's good. I'm glad someone can take the baton. I was worried about like leaving and then like you just have to be here all by yourself.
Yeah, well, I didn't talk to you about how long you're gonna be here, and I thought you might be able to make it longer. And when you said, you know, an hour and a half, I was like, oh man, I'm gonna be by myself for a while. I hope I'm not asleep.
Oh man, I've already been here almost an hour and a half. You know what? I'll stay for a little while longer.
Oh, dude, I'm not trying to guilt trip you or anything.
Oh no,
like-
no, you're not at all.
That's
I
like,
work.
Connor, you should
I was
stay.
though, and it worked.
Well,
Yes. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say like I work overtime tomorrow, but they're not letting me come in early because there's a lot of people working overtime tomorrow. So it's like, oh, okay, I basically could just stay up pretty late tonight then. So
So you're gonna have time to sleep and stuff.
yeah, I'll have plenty of time to sleep.
I mean, we don't care about that with Austin, but
Yeah. Come on, he's Canadian. He doesn't need
let's do one more before we take a break. I'll try to find another singular one here.
I like to picture that conversation with Jason. We're like, all right, set your alarm for this time. We need you to clock in at this time.
No, Jason. I was like, do you want to come in and do something with me in the morning? And he was like, yeah. And then a couple days later, I was like, so what time do you think you want to come down? He's like, like 6. I was like, really? I was thinking 8 or 9. 6, yeah, 6 is good.
6 is good.
6 is good.
Like 6 p.m.
Are you watching on HBO Max,
Yes.
Connor? Okay, let's go ahead and do a Static Shock. Because I have never seen the show, and people put in Static Shock requests.
I have also never watched this show.
Okay, well, nobody asked for anything in Season 1. And I think most of what was asked for, I think we have 3 or 4, were crossover things. Do you know about this, Connor, that show starts as its own universe? Do you know about this?
I did not know that.
Okay, Static Shock starts. This is one of the only things I know about the show. Starts off referencing DC superheroes from these other shows as if they're fictional, and then eventually they just scrap that and retcon it, and they start crossing over with these other shows.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah, it's wild. So we're going to watch an episode from Static Shock Season 2 called Jimmy. I don't think it has anything to do with Jimmy Olsen, but it might, because I don't know anything about this.
I don't know. Maybe they'll go to a Spin Doctors concert. You got Static Shock and you got Jimmy Olsen. You got two princes going to a Spin Doctors concert.
It's Static Shock Season 2, Episode 11. Did I mention who asked for this?
No, you had not.
Oh, crud. Hold on, I gotta go find it again. Nicholas Montes asked for this.
Excellent.
So we're gonna give it to him.
You got to put it in him.
He deserves a better class of commentary.
I'll do what I can.
So we're not gonna give him that.
I've literally never seen a frame of Static Shock before, but I can comment.
I think I saw maybe one episode when it was on, but I mean, I don't remember anything at all about the show. This is the last episode of season 2. This had 4 seasons, by the way, folks.
Isn't his power like he rubs his feet on the ground to like form friction and then he like zaps you?
I think that's actually the Carpeted Man from The Tick.
Oh. Well, Ben Edlund should sue Seth MacFarlane because he did that.
AMC says, I think I did Cap. I suggested the first 2 episodes. Yeah, but AMC, you asked for like 45 different episodes.
You asked for every episode in the DCAU.
So we're not going to be able to get to those because I had to pick stuff from other folks. Okay. Matthew Bay says, this is a very special episode of Static Shock. Oh, it's one of those.
It's going to be a clip show.
Oh, no.
No, it's going to be really serious. And it's gonna be like an anti-drug thing, or somebody dies, or something like that.
I hope you guys get to watch an anti-drug episode, and it's like, you know, I don't know, drugs are bad, and like Static Shock's dad smoked a cigarette. Now he's sick.
So are you leaving then?
Yes.
Okay. Austin, thank you for sticking around so long and for your episode suggestion and for allowing us to enjoy your story at your expense of almost dying today.
Yeah.
But I'm glad you're okay, man.
No, thank you. Pump it, baby.
He's gone. And that's what hanging out with Austin is like.
If he just had anything else, I'd have been disappointed.
I would have too. You know, there's a part of him that I know is actually hoping that he dies before we see him next. Because that was the last thing that he wants to have been said by him before he dies.
He's going to die in his sleep. And then
See, that's not funny, is it? Like,
no.
When it happens, we're going to feel really bad about it.
Yeah, but I mean, the irony would be pretty cool, though,
it's
right?
It's funny later, yeah. But there's a part of you that will feel like somehow you caused it, you know? Like,
yeah, we put that energy out into the world, and ooh. It was us. We killed him.
Oh, my God. $5 super chat from Tom. Thanks very much. And once again, everybody, we're into our second 6-hour stretch. So if you would like to pick a movie for me to revisit on Superhero Rewind, try to make yourself the top super chatter for this 6 hours. Tom is in the lead right now because he is the one person that's put in a super chat since we rolled over. He says it's part of what I call the obligatory PSA trilogy. It's really good, and it takes place during Halloween. There's a disconnect there. I would think the obligatory PSA episodes would probably not be very good. So I'm going to be impressed if it's that and it's good, Connor.
Yeah, me too.
It's gonna be like the Spider-Man drug issue.
Yeah, I'm always
just put a skeleton emoji.
Oh no.
He's still listening, folks. We've got to stop talking about his near-death experience.
All right, awesome. What I'm going to need you to do is every hour set an alarm so that you can send us a message so we know you're alive, okay? Just
see, but then there are always going to be
up.
Skulls, and then you're going to wonder
That's
if
right.
he didn't somehow find a way to automate that where it keeps happening even after he's died.
Yeah, that's true. I'd buy him doing that for the joke. Yeah. That makes sense.
So do I. All day long. Okay, anyway. And also, folks, let me mention, just in case somehow you've come in late at 5:30 a.m., we've still got a pretty decent crowd. You can send me an email just with anything you want to in the description box, in the body of the email, and you'll be entered into a drawing for the Blu-ray box set that both Connor and I have. It's wonderful, for Batman the Animated Series. And if you have that already, I'll send you Superman or Batman Beyond instead, because they're all comparable prices. So anyway, let's go ahead. Oh, Austin just sent a cheese emoji. And he didn't get to eat his cheese because it was moldy. And he's much sadder about that than almost getting hit by a train. Connor, I'm really glad you're here. We're going to have fun as long as you're able to be here. But I got to tell you, I'm going to miss the insanity that was Austin this evening.
I bet.
Or overnight. Oh, my God. He was at his wackiest.
I feel like I'm definitely going to be like the swing shift guy. I'm mellower. I'm sorry. I got to pick up some kind of slack, but I ain't Austin.
And then Jason's going to come in and he'll have had like a full night of sleep, like that nonsense.
I want him to come on in and he's got a mug of coffee and, maybe like a robe, and he sits down and he's just cool. And we're just super tired and incomprehensible. That'll be a fun disconnect.
That's what you do this early in the morning. You just start talking with your hands.
I'm really dull right now. As in not sharp. I'm so
I'm starting to get to that place.
Words are coming out of my mouth and it's I hear them with a delay.
We'll take a break in a bit. Maybe you can get a little bit of food in you, or you can just leave after that if you need to go. But you're getting into marionette territory.
Yeah, I gotta just keep my hands on my legs at all times to keep them anchored. Yeah.
Or you'll float to the sky. Have you had some fizzy lifting drink?
No. I just don't want to talk with my hands so much. I don't want to get into marionette territory. So
I don't know. I could use some fizzy lifting drink. Okay, is everybody ready? Here we go. Ready. Get the timestamp 0. Get ready to press play when I say now. And the snozberries taste like snozberries. Everybody, please press play. Right now! I faked him out. It was worth it.
You may have gotten me.
Gotta be a superhero. I don't know what the song sounds like. I don't know the show. This will be interesting. Oh my God. That was Bigfoot.
I'm getting a little bit of maybe Nickelodeon Hey Arnold vibes from the animation here. Maybe that kind of I guess that's around the same time as Ben 10 and other stuff this was airing.
Yep.
But I never watched Ben 10.
Me neither. It had live action movies and everything.
I remember that, yeah. It had a pretty sizable following. But I just didn't watch Cartoon Network. I think that was Cartoon Network, right?
Yeah, it was.
I wasn't allowed to watch Cartoon Network.
Because he's in Super Secret Crisis War.
Oh, okay.
The comics written by Louise Simonson.
Oh, I didn't realize she wrote that. I remember when those were coming out.
And it's not great, but she tried. And of course, everybody knows this is a Dwayne McDuffie creation.
Uh-oh. Child or a kid. Maybe not small child. Kid's been hurt. It's going to be one of these episodes.
Do you notice how he in the intro, he gets around the way Magneto does in X2?
How's that?
When he makes his big round piece of metal that's flat and he flies around.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, I did notice that, and he uses it to reflect hydrant water. I almost said hydrogen water. Wow. Okay. It's like soda water, a little extra hydrogen.
This is very talky. We should pay attention.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not Jimmy Olsen. Oh, I gotta fix the title. Thank you very much.
Oh.
That's the first time I made that mistake, I think.
That's a rat.
Yeah, I really need you to just
Or
narrate
kangaroo.
what's happening on screen right now. Thanks, buddy.
Oh, it's an armadillo. Wow. Okay.
Oh, that's the same thing where I'm from. We just hit them on the highway all the time.
I think one time when I was visiting you, we had an armadillo roadkill. And you're like, oh, look at that.
Did we really? Because I'm in Arkansas. We got armadillos a lot. We don't get them a lot around here.
I feel like I saw like that highway.
It's possible.
Yeah.
Possums might also be possible.
We get opossums a lot
Possumable.
up here. Yeah, possumable.
Gee, no one's gonna see me.
4 minutes late. Oof.
So yeah, this animation is different enough. It is hard to appreciate this being in the same continuity.
Yeah. It has a lot less of that angular, sort of German expressionist infused kind of look to it. It does look more like I don't know, like I say, like Hey Arnold has like that kind of like urban look to it. This kind of also has a little bit of that as well.
Yeah, well, and for stream a few months ago, I saw Danny Phantom for the first time. This looks a little bit like that.
Oh yeah, good call.
The thing that immediately reminded me of in the intro, and of course this is after this, but like this had to have had an influence on Spectacular Spider-Man.
Oh yeah, you're that totally. I never actually watched that show, but I can see that in like the character models.
Oh, it's wonderful.
That's all I know about it is everyone says it's like the best Spider-Man thing ever.
The character models are a little bit more simplified even than this, I think, in that. This actually maybe even opposed to that looks a little bit like X-Men Evolution.
Okay. I actually I don't think I've seen anything. I've heard of that show, but I don't. How long did that last?
Oh, 4 or 5 years? Maybe
Really?
5 or 6? Yeah, it was popular. It was on a bit. Maybe only 4. I'm not sure. 4 to 6. It got at least 4. I could look it up, but I'm going to try to watch this episode.
No, is this kid gonna start dating someone's granddaughter? Maybe start killing people.
He's going to go it alone. You got to lean on your friends sometimes, Connor.
Mm-hmm. You know, they made a song about that, actually.
Oh, I've never heard that covered by 47 different artists.
There's the Red Hot Chili Peppers' new album just dropped a week ago.
Oh, wow.
And I love it, but like a really cool song is like towards the end, like the bridge it's just Lean on Me.
Really?
Well, I mean, like musically it is. It's like
Okay.
boom, boom, boom. They have like different lyrics. I'm like, hey, this sounds very, very familiar.
Wow, look
this
at that
house
lava
has
lamp.
a lot of detail. A lot of detail in this house.
Yeah. And the colors are crazy.
Yeah.
And the colors on the outside of the house were especially crazy.
You ever have a lava lamp when you were a kid?
I did in high school. I don't know why.
Yeah, I remember having a lava lamp when I was like maybe tail end of like elementary school into middle school. It was like I felt like you just needed to have one. I never really used it.
So yeah, we had one kind of silly supervillain fight. The rest of this is all teen drama so far.
Hmm. I'm curious to know, is this going to be like just a general anti-bullying PSA? Is it maybe going to try to like comment on something like the Columbine situation? Like what?
It could go either direction right now. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh no, or accidental gun shooting. That's what she's setting up right now. Meanwhile, back at the basketball court.
This is reminding me of Amazing Spider-Man. Except there's fewer people in this gym.
Remember Amazing Spider-Man, where somebody does something impossible and everybody just kind of goes along with it?
Whoa!
And that was the Batman kind of sting in the score there. Did you hear that?
I actually don't have any audio on right now.
You ever? Oh, okay. You ever watch the Batman where it's where
it's been years.
The guitar sting that's like, like we just got that.
So is his dad the principal?
That's a classic choice when you have a secret identity, right? That's your kind of Shakespearean mistaken identity thing, where like you're.
Oh no, you're gonna get carried. No. Reject her.
Ow, my face. Yeah, see, we're in a major transition period for, kids' cartoons as this comes out. So, like, it's just really strange seeing this as a evolution of, Bruce Timm stuff. And, I mean, like, this is show run by McDuffie, so it's got totally different sensibilities, but it doesn't even feel like it fits on the same network with those shows.
Right. Now, I don't think I know who Dwayne McDuffie is right off. Who's that?
Dwayne McDuffie. So he worked on all the Bruce Timm stuff, and then he created this character.
Okay.
I'm not thinking of specific episodes he wrote right now, but he was a good writer. And
I didn't realize he oh sorry.
And he died quite a few years ago at this point.
I know that they made like Static Shock comic books. Did he write those, or did he only handle this TV show?
Yeah, Static Shock starts in early 90s.
Is that when this show started?
Maybe
the
early
late 90s?
Late 80s? No. It's quite a few years after that. I'm pretty sure he created the character as on the show. I could be wrong about that. It's been too long since I looked into any of this. I actually had the first appearance, like the number one, in my possession at one point, and I sold it just because it's not a character that I collect, and I was selling comics at that point. But part of me kind of wishes I'd hung on to it. But yeah, that was under a different imprint.
Oh, was it the Milestone imprint?
Yes.
I remember the like when the what's it called, Fandom was happening. They were like one of the few comic book things they announced. There was like they were doing a new Milestone imprint. I don't know how much of that is still going on a couple of years later, but something of a big comic book announcement. They didn't make a whole lot of comic news there.
Yeah, AMC is right. He mostly worked on Justice League and Justice League Unlimited.
Okay.
Besides the show. So I'm trying to remember things and pay attention to this show I've never seen.
No, I get that, yeah.
This whole thing is a dumb exercise.
Did you ever participate?
Hey, look, Joel
in, like,
Schumacher
homecoming?
directed this part. Sorry, what?
Yeah, exactly. I'm expecting that biker gang to pop up. Did you ever participate in homecoming when you were in high school?
Not really.
I didn't either. I kind of wish I did, but
The
I never
only
did.
thing I did was senior year I made a parade float.
Oh, did you?
And the reason is because I was running a Star Trek club for my high school. I was apparently the first student there that pitched and started a club. And apparently a lot of kids after me did the same thing with a lot of different things. And I got them to let me do a Star Trek club. And the football coach, who was also my history teacher, confronted me one day in the hallway and said, if Star Trek doesn't have a float in the homecoming parade, I'm getting an F in his class.
Oh,
And he really wanted me to do that. And I think he just thought it was cool that I did the club, and I think maybe he was a Star Trek fan too. I can't remember. So we did it. So we made a Star Trek float, and I had to borrow it. I had a friend that was in the club that had a dad who had a trailer, and we borrowed that. And
that's cool.
So we drew these like huge warp nacelles on the sides of this trailer, and it was really fun.
That's cool. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it always seemed fun, but I was a very unsocial person in high school. Like, I never really went out and like participated in much beyond just like general classes.
I was always an overachiever, I guess.
No, that's cool though. I mean, it makes for a good story. Like, you got to do that kind
I
of.
did theater some in high school. I was a terrible actor though, so I didn't, get a lot of great roles and stuff. I got one pretty good supporting role in Tartuffe, and that was the last play I did. But I wrote and directed 2 plays in high school. That I could do.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Yeah, I directed some one-act plays with my brother when we were juniors and seniors. Spencer was more of the actor between the two of us. Anyone listening, that's my twin brother. He played Cassius in Julius Caesar, and
cool. I never did
Tony
Shakespeare.
Kirby in I think he had like the lead in You Can't Take It With You. It's more of an ensemble thing, but Spencer's a really good actor.
Oh, it's not going to be an accidental thing with the gun. So Jimmy has gotten his hands on it. Or they think that's what's happened. Could be they're jumping to conclusions. I bet that's not what's happening, though. So is he going to go after the bullies with the gun? And we got this on TV.
That's kind of bold.
Yeah, that's ballsy.
They held off on doing any superhero stuff for a while.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with this kid now. Oh, man. I'm sorry, that was unintentionally funny. What is that? A gun! What do you think it is? I mean, it could be a water gun. I like this choice. No, you were right about the whole school shooting thing. Jeez. Somebody gets hit, right? Oh, in the leg. Okay. Okay, I know this is a conceit and all, but there's no way everyone there doesn't know that Static Shock goes to that school.
Yeah, yeah.
McCaffrey says Capio also acted in 2 years of Spawn. You're acting.
Write, direct, produce, cinematography.
Sit there, say things, hope for the best. Yeah, I mean, this is thoughtfully handled.
Yeah, pretty. I feel like this framing device is pretty good at like kind of centering this as like an episode of Static Shock.
Yeah.
As opposed to just sort of being like this kind of more broad thing. It does a good job of framing it kind of through his lens while still keeping it, you know, aware of the subject matter.
This probably
of this
shouldn't be the first episode of the show we're watching.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure it watches better, like, framed around the, you know, more fun, upbeat episodes that I'm sure this has.
Mm-hmm. Well, she didn't end up being a cruel bully. That was not. I was expecting it to do the Carrie thing, where it's like, this person's showing interest in you.
I was with you when you said that. I thought you. I didn't think of it. I thought you might have been onto something there.
That's good. I'm glad they didn't do that. That kind of like Carrie's really good. Don't get me wrong, but like that kind of stuff just always makes me feel terrible when I see like somebody who's like naive and inexperienced, and it's like they're just getting like baited, and like I don't like that. Not that it's bad, it just makes me uncomfortable.
Do you think this works, or do you think it's cop-outy not to make that any more tragic than it was? Where like you just have a kid that gets shot in the leg, or do you think that's probably just as far as they would have even been allowed to go? Like,
I think it's honestly. Oh, hey, he's talking to us. Oh wait, no, he's not. Okay.
Oh, of course they're doing that.
Okay. I think honestly, it's kind of like the thing where like the two.
No, he is talking to us. This is the PSA thing.
Oh. Okay.
This is absolutely that. Because he's giving us statistics, like real world statistics right now.
Oh, I see. I think what you were asking though does a good job. Like the limitations of what they were allowed to do is probably also probably I think pretty good. I don't know. Like I feel like if they kill somebody or whatever, it might come across as a little exploitation. And
it could
for
be
the
over
situation,
the top too, to the point where it's almost accidentally funny or something.
Yeah, I think honestly,
to kids, I mean.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Like that's weighty enough in the context of that show, probably.
And I think it's a thing that maybe kids don't necessarily think about. Whenever you see like a gun in like a movie, it just means like bang, person's dead. But like you can still like seriously injure somebody with one. Like you can get like bumped and like you accidentally set it off. Like there are like kind of aspects to gun violence that if
well,
you're
that's
young,
why I thought they were going the
think
accidental
about.
direction for a minute, but then I was like, well, but the bully thing is the setup doesn't really add up to that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hey, the next episode has Harley Quinn in it.
That might be one of the other episodes that we were asked to do. I didn't want to start with one of the crossover things. I wanted to kind of see that show on its own terms. But I also didn't know that the one I picked from the things people asked for was the, very special episode of.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and rig up the next episode, and then we'll take a break before we watch it.
All right.
AMC Comics, we're going to finally do yours. We're going to do the Doomsday Sanction. We're going to go to My Nostalgia and do one of the only 2 Doomsday episodes they did, and they never even get close to Doomsday Kill Superman because they just were not interested in doing that. I'm not sure why they even adapted him. And this is his second and only last appearance in the show.
Oh.
It is Justice League Unlimited Season 2, Episode 3.
Yep, got it all rigged up. Oh, we might want to Yeah, the screen, the episode title.
I'm getting there.
Oh, okay, my bad. I'm sorry, I don't want to step on your.
Oh, you're fine. It's just like I gotta
process.
get it rigged up on my end. Once I've got this all set up, for me though, we'll take about a 4-minute break or so. I'm moving a little sluggishly right now too.
Yeah, I can't blame you.
Sanction.
Where are we at?
Oh, I didn't
You've
even
got
say
10
what show
hours
that
or
was.
something?
I didn't even write Static Shock. I was just like, it's season 2. Figure it out. Sorry, Static Shock. I didn't even say what show you were. Season.
If you know, you know.
Season 2, episode 3. So, yeah, do you know about this? When Doomsday first shows up in Justice League, he just talks. He's
really?
and he's voiced by Michael Jai White. I just watched this for the first time like a month or two ago. Yeah, and then he gets oh, I remember what it is. It's the Justice Lords 2-parter, and evil Superman from the Justice Lords lobotomizes Doomsday. And that's the reason he is more like he becomes like he is in the comics. But he starts off as like just totally fully intelligent, just trying to take over the world, just like a standard, come to Earth and take it over villain. And I don't think we even really know like where he's from there. And then I'm pretty sure we'll get here that he's from Krypton.
Okay, that's an interesting interpretation of that character.
Tank Gunner says they did Death of Superman, just not with Doomsday. Yes, I'm aware. I just meant they didn't do it with Doomsday. I don't know if that episode was requested, but I'd like to watch that one too. It's really good. Unless that's the one that Jason asked for. I think it might be. I can't remember. Is that Hereafter? I think it might be, because that's the one Jason asked for. So we might actually be watching that one today. Okay, folks, let's go ahead and take a break, and I will see everybody in just a few minutes. Okay, so, Connor, are you going to be okay? Are you going to stick around for this one?
Oh, yeah, I'll stick around for one more episode.
It's totally cool if you don't want to, but...
No, it's fine.
Okay, cool. Well, thanks, man. I will see everybody in just a little bit. Hello again, folks. Connor,
Hello,
are you with
hello.
me, sir? Before we start the next episode, I wasn't looking at the time, and a timer on my phone just went off, and I just realized that this is actually the time where we need to switch over to the next stream. We're doing this